All right, to get started with responsive web design, we need to actually make sure we have a meta element inside of our HTML page. So I'm just going to create a new file here and change this from plain text to HTML. And I'm using VS Code. This is just the text editor I've chosen. And if I do HTML:5, and I'll make this just a touch bigger. If I do HTML:5, I see this Emmet abbreviation. I can then hit tab, and it gives me everything I need. It gives me the HTML language, which is nice. It gives me UTF-8 for character encoding, which allows you to have things like emojis on your page. And then we have this line, and this is the important one. The meta name is equal to viewport, content is equal to width is equal to device width, and the initial scale is 1.0. That is important. We want to keep that exactly the way we see it. And what this does is it allows our browser to say, oh, okay, so this is going to be a responsive page. So if you have any pages that you're working on, any websites that you're working on, and you want to make them responsive, make sure you add this to the head section of your page on every single HTML element, or not element, but every HTML. Make sure you have this on every .html file that you have, and that will make sure that your CSS acts the way we want it to act with responsive web design. Okay, let's take a look at the media query syntax. So what I can do here is we can do this in an internal style with the style attribute, or not attribute, the element, or we can do this inside of external CSS. I'm going to do this right inside of this document so you can see exactly what I'm doing with the HTML and CSS side by side. So typically we would select an element like our body, and we could say the background color is going to be blue. And let's save this page as index.html. And mine always changes here. Let's change that back to regular HTML, not Django templates. And so this is going to give us the body element is going to have a background color of blue. Okay, this is going to be ugly, but this is going to be a good demonstration. So let's head on over to our browser. I'm just using Chrome here. I can go over to File, Open File, select my index.html. We have a blue background. Okay, this is pretty ugly, but it gets the point across here. Now, what I can do is right-click, Inspect, and your panel might look a little bit different from mine. I think mine is just dark mode, and that's going to be in my settings somewhere. Settings. Yeah, theme, dark, light. Requires a reload. I don't want to reload, but yeah, you can change it there if you like. So what this is doing is allowing us to click this little button here, the toggle device toolbar, and this is going to change the width of our page. And this makes our page responsive. And so it's a lot like shrinking your browser left and right, but this actually does it properly. So it gets a little more accurate this way. We can also say responsive, but also, hey, let's try like an iPhone X or an iPad Pro or things like that, and it'll automatically size it for us. Or we could do just responsive and a regular width here. So most things go most responsive web design works off of the width of your device, not the height. And let's go ahead and reset this to 100%. That's huge, and let's just make that smaller. And so, okay, nothing happens here. Responsive web design is when we say, when that device width is a certain width, either larger than, smaller than, or between two sizes, change that background color. And so it looks a lot like this. At media, brackets, max width, and then what width do we want to give it? Let's say 640 pixels. And then we can also say in here, so we're wrapping a media query around more CSS, make that body have a background color of red. And so at 640 pixels and under, because it's going to have a max width, we learned about that in CSS 201. 640 pixels and under is going to change that background color to red. So let's go ahead and refresh this page. And responsive, let's go ahead and change this to 641, nothing. 640 goes red. And we can see when I drag here. Now this is a really good example. It is an ugly example, but it is a really good example of responsive web design. So let's take a look at that syntax once more. I have my regular styling up here, what I normally want to happen. It could be on the body, could be on classes, IDs. You could be selecting by attributes, anything you like. It's your regular CSS that goes up here. And then underneath, we do media, brackets, max width, the width that you want, curly brace, and then your regular CSS in here, and then end that curly brace. And we can actually collapse this as well, so it looks a little more like this. And we just put our CSS, our regular CSS, inside of there. Okay, let's take a look at what mobile first is. You see a lot of people saying mobile first, mobile first. What is mobile first? Mobile first means you are making a website to look great on your phone first. So what I did here was I styled this based on absolutely no rules whatsoever. And we know if there's no media query rule that this styling here is just going to be applied blanket over every device type, every device width. And then what I said was, hey, actually, when that maximum width is 640 pixels or under, that's what max width means, then change this. But mobile first is the idea of doing this opposite. So mobile first would say, hey, make that background of the body red, and then with a minimum width of 640 pixels, change that background color to blue. And so all we're doing here is reversing it. We're saying all the time, make that background color red, and then on a minimum width and up of 640 pixels and up, change that background color to blue. So from that last video to this video, I'm going to refresh this page and we're going to see that nothing actually happens. So let's make this bigger and it stays blue. And then we make it smaller, smaller, smaller. And when we get down to 640, you can see it goes to red. And so that does the exact same thing as what we did before, only we swapped where we're writing our code. So we're saying, hey, everything here needs to be for mobile first. And then on a minimum width and up, we actually want that color to change. And so now we're writing code for phones first and adjusting for a desktop. Whereas in the last video, what we did was we wrote code for a desktop or a tablet or something big. And then we said, hey, actually, when that page width is small enough, change it. And so one is desktop first, one is mobile first. This is mobile first. You're often going to see people saying mobile first is better. Honestly, you're going to see more people writing desktop first CSS more than you're going to see people writing mobile first CSS. Let's take a look at how to make an image responsive, because by default, they actually are not really all that responsive. And so let's go ahead and open up a new tab and let's go to unsplash.com. And let's look for some sort of painting. Sure, good enough. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to right click, copy this image. Copy this image address, not the image, but the image address. And then I can open this up in my browser. And we have this image. Cool, that works, that's what I want. In our HTML, let's go ahead and add an image. So we have an image in here, img. The source is going to be whatever that URL is, and that alt is going to be painting. When I go back to my page here, I see this image. But this image really isn't responsive until the page gets too big, and then it becomes responsive. That's not always what we want. Actually, with responsive web design, most of the time what we want is to say this image is going to be like 50% of the width all of the time. And so that means even right now, 50%, well, it's clearly not 50%, 50% would be somewhere around here. This should still be shrinking, but it's not. It doesn't shrink until it actually reaches the maximum viewport width. Even then, it doesn't really acknowledge that there's supposed to be a border, not a border, but padding or a margin around the body on the right side there. So things are getting a little quirky here, and we can make this work better with a responsive image. So what we can do is instead of changing our body, we can change our img, and we can give this a width of, let's say, 100% and a height of auto. And that's just going to auto-calculate the height for us. Now, we didn't want 100%. We wanted 50%. And let's just make this bigger, refresh, and you can see that image got smaller. And it stays at 50%. 50% is right in that middle of that X, I believe. So if we go straight down, we can see that that's 50%, and it's going to stay there. No matter what size the page is, it's going to stay there. And so that's responsive. Now, what we can do is we can make this even more responsive, and we can say when the page has a maximum width of 640 pixels, we could make it 100% width. Now, I might have lost you there. So in the last lesson, we talked about responsive first, mobile first responsive web development. let's mix and match these a little bit. So now let's do media, max width, 640 pixels. So it's a lot like this, but the exact opposite. So the syntax is the same, but this is saying from 640 up, this is saying from 640 down. Select that image and give it a width of 100%. Now, because we know how CSS works from the top to bottom, we can say, select that image, give it a width of 50%, give it a height auto, close that image. We don't have to specify height auto down here because all we're doing is overwriting this width here. That's all we're overwriting. It's going to automatically inherit height of auto. So it's a lot like writing height is auto, but our browser is going to inherit that anyways from the code on line 13 here. So we don't need to write that. Let's go ahead and save, refresh, and look at that. Whenever the page goes red, the image gets full width. So 50%, 50%, 50%, 50%, oh, and 100%, all the way down. And so now we have a really responsive image. Welcome back. Let's talk about responsive embeds. So in this video, we're going to take a video, an iframe, and we're going to make it responsive. Now, here's the thing, is when we go to YouTube and we click share, and we get that embed code, this is not responsive by default. And so if I go back to our page, and let's just throw it underneath our image here, HR, and let's paste that, we're going to see it has a width, a hard-coded width of 560, and a hard-coded height of 315. And then a bunch of other junk in there that we don't really need to know about. The SRC is the main one here. This is our YouTube video. So let's go ahead and refresh this page, and let's scroll on down, and we have this video. Now let's say we want this to actually be full width. Well, we can do that by saying width is equal to 100%, but then we have to figure out 100%. What is that height? What is that aspect ratio all the time? We have to figure out that aspect ratio non-stop. And we can't possibly do that. But what we can do is write some clever math to do it for us. And so I'm going to tighten this up so we can hopefully see this all in one line. No, I'll move this up. Iframe is going to go above the image, and the HR is going to go below the iframe. So let's go ahead and minimize those. Now what we want to do here, and this is somewhat of a CSS trick, is we want to wrap a container around this. And so I usually just call it a container, an iframe container, something like that. And really we just need to be able to select this container and select the iframe at the same time. And so what we want to do here is we want to take this container and we want to give it a position relative and hide the overflow. We learned about position relative and hiding overflow and width, what we're going to be using next, all in CSS 101 and CSS 201. So you should be familiar with these already. So let's go ahead and grab this container and let's say position is relative, and the overflow is going to be hidden. This way we just don't show anything that's outside of this box. Let's give this a width of 100%. This is going to be the entire width of our iframe. So instead of saying, hey, respect the width of 560, eventually we're going to say, make this a width of 100% of our page. Now here's where we get a little bit tricky. We're going to say padding top is 56.25%. And this is going to get a little bit weird. And the reason we're doing this is because if we say 16 by 9, so if we go 16 divided by 9, nope, that's the other way around. So if we say 16 by 9, it's supposed to be 9 divided by 16, we get 0.5625. Or if we multiply this by 100, we get 56.25. And so this is just a little bit of basic mathematics right there. So we took 9 divided by 16, that's our aspect ratio, or 16 by 9. And then it gave us a decimal, and then we said times it by 100 to give us the actual number. This is our percentage. That's going to give us a padding top of 56.25%. Now what we want to do is select this iframe. And we don't always have access to this iframe, so let's not give it a class or an ID or anything, but let's say any container that has an iframe inside of it, we could say position, absolute, top 0, left 0, bottom 0, right 0, and this is just going to stretch it out all the way across this container, which also has extra padding on top. It has a 16 by 9 padding on the top. Just for good measure, let's go ahead and give this a width of 100% and a height of 100%. Technically, this is not going to be needed, but it doesn't hurt to have it in there. Let's go ahead and save this page, and let's go back to Google, and when we refresh, not only is the iframe going to be on top, but it's going to take up the entire width of this page. So let's refresh and find out what it's doing here. Look at this. Huge, huge video. And so we can make this responsive by doing this. Hello, 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 responsive embed, and a responsive YouTube video, which is really nice. And so actually what this is doing here is creating somewhat of a nice demonstration. So we've got an ugly desktop site right now, but if we scroll on down to mobile view where the background turns red, things start to click together and it starts to look a little nicer. And that is exactly what we want it to do. We want our site layout to change for the most part with some bits and bobs here and there. We want these things to change based on the width of your device. All right, let's take a look at multiple media queries. So let's go ahead and create a new box, and it's just going to be called box, and we're not going to do anything with it yet. And in our HTML, let's create box in here. Gives me this Emmet abbreviation. Slam that tab key, and we've got a box. So let's say this width is going to be 400 pixels. The height is going to be 400 pixels. There's going to be a border 10 pixel solid black, margin, 50 pixels, and auto. So let's align that in the center. And we're going to change the background color. You know what? Let's not change the background color. That's boring. Let's change the border radius. And it's going to have a border radius of nothing by default. So now what we can do is we've written these media queries, one for min width, one for max width. We can put these together. We can say at media, let's say a max width of 1000 pixels and a min width of, let's say, 700 pixels. And then we can select that box again. And we can change that border radius to 50%. So this is going to turn that box into a circle whenever the width is between, not 100, but let's do 1000 pixels, and a min width of 700. So between 700 and 1000 pixels, this is going to be a circle. Every other time, this is going to not have that border radius, so it's going to look like a square. Let's go ahead, refresh, open up Chrome, refresh our page, and we have this box. So let's do this. So we're at 537 right now. If we go up to 700, let's just slowly scroll that up to 700. We're going to see, yep, at 700. Changes to a circle. And then it's going to go all the way up to 1000. And then once it hits 1000, it's going to change from 1000 to a square. So this is saying anytime that this responsive width here is between 1000 and 700, make it a circle. Now again, this is an ugly example, but this is a powerful example to show you that you can use max width and min width together. Okay, let's work with something real. We need to create some sort of layout and make it responsive, because what we've been doing so far is fun, it's cool, but it's not really all that applicable in individual pieces. What we want to do now is create some sort of flexbox layout and basically change it so that when it's viewed from a phone, it actually snaps together nicely. So let's go ahead and create a new file. Let's call this flexbox.html. And I'm going to change that from a Django template to an HTML template. And let's do HTML:5. And it gives us this. That's exactly what we want. And let's go ahead and create some sort of HTML layout here. So we have some sort of container called our grid or our layout. Number sign layout because it's going to be an ID. And let's say we have an ID for navigation in here. Another ID for sidebar in here. And another ID for content in here. Now this is not going to look like anything at this point in time because we haven't applied any CSS. So let's go ahead and apply some CSS. Let's use Flexbox. You could alternatively, instead of using Flexbox, use Grid as well. I'm going to use Flexbox because it's a little more popular these days, But grid is also really good practice. So if you're looking for good practice, I would say, hey, try this with Flexbox. And after this video, also try it with grid. So let's go ahead and select this layout. And let's say it's going to be display flex. And we're going to want to make sure that this wraps. And we've learned about Flexbox in CSS 201 as well, so you should be somewhat familiar with this. But I'll take it slow just in case you aren't. Flex wrap, we're going to say wrap. And what this is going to do is instead of making all of these side by side, it's going to say, hey, when these elements are too wide for the page, bump them down onto a new line. And so let's go over here, reuse this tab, file, open file, flexbox.html. And we don't see anything useful. However, these are side by side, so it is actually doing something useful. It's just we're not quite there yet. Let's go ahead and select that nav by its ID, nav. Let's give it a flex basis of 100%. Let's give this a border bottom, 1 pixel solid, I don't know, CCC, something like that. That might not be dark enough. AAA? A little darker. And let's refresh. Okay, so the navigation is up there. It's bumping things down now because we said flex basis is 100%. Let's make that sidebar. Let's give that 20% width. So let's go ahead and select the sidebar using Flexbox. And again, we don't use width here. We use flex basis. So flex basis is going to be 20%. And border right is going to be 1 pixel solid. Let's make it match the navigation, AAA. Okay, that's coming together nicely. And then the content is just going to expand the rest of the page. Actually, it's not going to by default. But we can make it expand the rest. So let's go ahead and select content. And give that a flex basis of 100% minus 20%. So it takes up 100% of the page. Not 100, we want 80% in there. And just so we know where we're working, let's do border 1 pixel solid red. And you've seen me do that pixel a lot. Oh, okay, so this actually runs into an interesting thing. This bumped it onto a new line. What we forgot to do, and we learned about this in CSS 201 as well, was let's select everything. And let's say the box sizing needs to be border box. And this is just going to put it back in there. And so what that did there was it said, hey, there's this red box. It has a width of 80% plus 1 pixel on either side for that border. What border box did, box sizing border box, it said, actually you're 80% including that border. So with the border, it's 80%. And that just sort of bumped it in there because this is pixel precision layout. So now let's touch this up a little bit. Let's say the body needs to be, because I just want this to look somewhat decent. The body needs to have a padding of 0, margin of 0, and the navigation should have a padding of 20%. Nope, 20 pixels, not 20%. There we go. Let's do the same thing with that sidebar. Let's see how that looks. Looking pretty good. Let's do the same thing with that content. Okay, so we've got some sort of layout there. Let's give that sidebar and the content a bottom border. So sidebar and content. And all I did there was in VS Code. I clicked in one place, and then I did command click in another. I believe on Windows, it's you click in one place, and then it's alt click in another place. And we can do border, bottom, 1 pixel solid, AAA. Okay, cool. So we have some sort of layout here. When we make this responsive, it's going to, it's not going to work the way we expect it to work. It's not quite there. It gets a little weird, and that's completely expected. But what we can do, say, at, let's say 640 pixels, we can make that sidebar actually span the entire width and bump this content down just a little bit. And so we can say, at media, and I'll just move that up so you can see that on my screen. At media, max width, 640 pixels. Let's select that sidebar. And let's give it a flex basis of 100%. And let's remove that border right. Border right is going to be 0. And let's also grab that content section, which has a flex basis currently of 80%, and give it a flex basis of 100 as well. So it's going to bump it down. And so what we can do here, because this is basically the same code, let's select both of them. And let's just make this a little bigger, refresh. And when I make this a little smaller, we can see it slides down. You can see how it bumps there into its own little line. That's really nice. That is responsive web development in a nutshell. Now we could go even further with this. Let's go ahead and make this just a little more zoomed in. Now what we could do with this is when we get down to, let's say 480 is good. Let's say 480 pixels. This is getting to be somewhat of a smaller device size. 475 is actually the device size, so we'll use that. Let's hide the sidebar. So now we can create another media query at media, max width, 475 pixels. Let's take just that sidebar and do display none. Let's hide it completely. And so I'm going to refresh the page. We're at 480 right now. And if I'd go click here and just down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, down arrow, and it hides. You can see that I'm switching between 476 and 475, and it is hiding for me. It's doing exactly what we want it to do. Now that, my friend, is responsive web development in a nutshell. That's really all it is when you make a page smaller or bigger, you're going to hide something, and you're going to basically make something take up more room, less room, or hide it, or possibly show it if it's only supposed to show up on mobile. Your project is going to be with Flexbox or Grid. You can use either one, whichever one you're more familiar with. What I would like you to do is sort of take off from that last lesson, but I want you to create some sort of page layout. Use Flexbox or CSS Grid, whichever one, again, you're more familiar with. And then make sure you have a navigation, you've got a sidebar, and you've got some content in there. And then when you make your page smaller in width, when you use responsive web development or that responsive toggle in your browser, this button here, when you use this and you make your page bigger or smaller, I want you to actually do this so it gets bigger. So this takes up not 20%, but 100%. And then hide something. Basically, I just want you to play with responsive web development, but using this layout as an example is a really, really good example, really good usage of responsive web development. So go ahead and give this a shot. Feel free to reference any of my code here. You can pause this video at any point in time and you can take a look at what I have written. Go ahead and give that a shot. Have some fun with it as well. And it doesn't have to be laid out the exact same way I did it. You can lay it out whichever way you like as well. Have some fun with it. Make it your own. But most importantly, make sure you have a little bit of experience under your belt before you finish this course with media queries. Getting your hands dirty. In this lesson, we are going to immediately start writing a little bit of JavaScript. So what I would like you to do is follow along with me and go to codepen.io. If you don't have an account, you can make a brand new account absolutely for free. And then once you were signed in, you can just click pen. And this is going to allow you to create a brand new code pen. And this lets you write HTML, CSS, and JavaScript together. Now, I'm not going to be using JavaScript, or not JavaScript. We are going to be using JavaScript. I'm not going to be using CSS or HTML right away. So I'm just going to scroll those up and sort of get them out of here. I'm going to close this ad and go over to console. And this is effectively reproducing what we have in front of us, a browser. So it gives us HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and a console. We'll get into this with a default browser in just a little bit as well. But first things first, let's go ahead and in this JS section over here, see if I can make this larger. Let's just simply write alert hello world. And we see that this shows up with hello world. That's exactly what we wrote. So we click OK, and that effectively is JavaScript. So now what we've done here is we've called a function called alert. We'll talk about functions in its own particular series of videos as well. But this is a function, and inside of this is a sentence, which we use a quotation mark at the beginning and a quotation mark at the end, and then a bunch of words or whatever we want to put in the middle. we have these opening and closing parentheses. And then over here, we have a semicolon, which is technically optional, but it's a good practice to have it in there anyways. And what this does is anytime you load your page, it's going to say hello world. We could make this say anything else. Hello, Caleb, me, your teacher. And just give it a sec and it says hello, Caleb. That's it. That's all we need to do. Now, we're actually not going to be using alert too much. So honestly, that's somewhat of a useless example, but it does show you that it can trigger events in your browser. And that's pretty cool. We are going to be using console a lot. That's why I have the console open. So what we can do is type console.log, hello, Caleb. And if you just give that a second to refresh, because I typed too slow there, it said hello, Ka. But the second time around after it refreshed, it said hello, Caleb. We can always clear that as well and just redo that. And we could say hello, Zephyr. And again, I typed too slow there, but we could say hello, Zephyr, and then just console logs. And so this actually doesn't show up on the page at all. The page is this white section here, and we'll get more familiar with this as we progress through this course. The console is where we're going to do a lot of debugging. Now, if you're ever wondering what this is actually like, we could always right click on any page in our browser, go to inspect, and if we go over to our console, this is where all of our code is happening. It's right in the console. So we could clear this console with Control L or Command K, and that just clears it. And if I make this just a wee bigger, and again, this is just the console that lives on every page. All I did to get there was right click inspect. It might open you up to elements. You just have to go over to console. And then I scrolled it up. And in here, we could do the same thing. We could say alert, hi. Hit enter, and it alerts for us. We could also, because we're right in the console, we could log to this console. Hello from Caleb. And it says hello from Caleb, and it runs from this particular file, iframe console runner. That's just where I right clicked and then went to inspect. And then it just runs this code for me. And what it returns is undefined because it's not returning anything. It's just printing something out for us. So whenever you see undefined, for the most part, you can just simply ignore that. We're going to see a lot of these when we work in the console. But for now, I would like you to try writing alert, hi, and then console.log, hello from Caleb. Make sure you do it in your console or inside of CodePen as well. Last but not least, the way I got this to dark mode was, if I go into my settings, theme, light, or dark. I like dark mode. I think it's a little easier on my eyes. It probably isn't. It probably doesn't matter, but I like dark mode anyways. And so that's why mine is dark and yours probably starts off in a lighter shade. Go ahead, give that a shot, and when you are done, we will move on to our next lesson, where we learn what JavaScript is, what it actually is. All right, let's take a look at what JavaScript actually is. What is JavaScript? Now, JavaScript is actually the only real programming language used in front-end web development. So when you're making a website, such as CodePen, like what you see in front of us, this is all front-end stuff. We see HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We can't see the Python, we can't see PHP, we can't see Java, we can't see C, we can't see any of these other programming languages. We can only see HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And out of those three, JavaScript is the only real programming language. Now, one of the reasons that JavaScript is so dang popular these days is because, again, your browser only supports these three markups and languages, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. There are absolutely no other programming languages available for front-end web development. They just don't exist. If you want a programming language for your website, you have to use JavaScript. That is why it is so popular. It's the only option. Now, what really is JavaScript? JavaScript is anytime you click something, something else happens. So let's just go ahead and close that. When I click this, we can see that this little menu pops up. Or when I click change view, we can see this little menu pops up, fades in, fades out. Same thing over here. We can see all these different things. That is all JavaScript. It's interactivity. It's when I click and I drag like this. That is JavaScript. This is JavaScript. It even says CSS. That's where I'm supposed to write my CSS. But it is actually JavaScript that allows me to do this on the page. Same thing with the console. Same thing with toggling the console on and off or doing this. That is JavaScript that allows me to drag and drop things. It allows me to have that level of interactivity. So anytime you click something and the page changes, or you type somewhere, or you drag and drop, that's JavaScript. Think about it this way. Anytime something happens automatically, or automagically, as I like to call it, that's JavaScript at play. For the most part, that's going to be JavaScript. There are the odd cases where it's a hack done with CSS, but honestly, 99.9% of the time, all interactivity is done with JavaScript. So when someone asks you, hey, what is JavaScript? You can say JavaScript is what makes your site interactive and makes your website feel like an app. Next up, let's talk about text editors. If you don't have one, we're going to get started with one right away. You need a text editor. In this lesson, we're going to get you set up with a text editor if you don't have one already. Now, this is very, very simple. And honestly, if you're writing JavaScript, you should already have a text editor because you should know a little bit of HTML or a little bit of CSS. If you don't know HTML or CSS, please check out my HTML 101, 201 courses, or my CSS 101, 201, or 301 courses. I cover all of these in depth. And you're going to need to know these in order to work with JavaScript. Now, let's go ahead and move off of CodePen, and let's go ahead and download a text editor. I'm just going to type in download VS Code. Yep, leave. That's just from the last lesson. I can get rid of this developer tools in here. And I'm just using Google Chrome as my browser. It doesn't really matter which browser you use. Let's go ahead and click this. And if you're on Windows, download the Windows. If you're on Linux, download the right Linux one for you. If you are on Mac, download Mac. In this course, it does not matter what operating system you use. We're going to be writing JavaScript, and it works the same way across every operating system. Once you have that downloaded, make sure you install it. And once it's installed, make sure you open up VS Code. And it should look something like this. No. Something like this. Now, mine is a slightly different theme than yours. Yours is going to look, I believe it's a little more brown. I like mine a little bit more blue. It looks better in these videos for you. So there's higher contrast ratios. You can see things a little nicer. But effectively, this is the exact same program that you're going to have. Yours just has different coloring. Now, if you're wondering, hey, Caleb, I really like yours. How do I make my VS Code look like yours? I get this question probably a dozen times a day. You can go into View, Extensions, and that just opens up this extension area. And in your search, if you type Material, and I'll just make that bigger, type in Material, you'll see Material Theme. I'm using Material Theme 30, not 33. Go ahead and you can install that, and then you can then you can go to Set Color Theme, and you can have all these different ones in here. And you can see little previews if you just hit the down arrow. And the one I like to use is Material Theme Ocean High Contrast. High contrast, just makes it a little darker. That's very bright, but high contrast. This is the one that I use. So if you want your VS Code to look exactly like mine, I'm using Material Theme with which color theme in here? I am using Material Theme Ocean High Contrast. So go ahead, get VS Code downloaded, installed. Feel free to do this extra stuff if you want to, if you're totally happy with how it looks, the way it looks when you install it. Don't feel like you have to install this theme. I just know a lot of people are going to ask, so I'm jumping the gun and I'm getting a little bit ahead of that curve. Once you have VS Code installed, let's head on over to that next lesson where we learn about our own personal coding playgrounds. All right, let's talk about our own personal coding playgrounds. Often you will see me write code in 3 different places just to tinker and figure things out, to experiment. One is going to be CodePen. We saw that already. That was in the very first lesson, maybe the second lesson, but it was just in codepen.io. And if I open my browser, I can actually go back to codepen.io, and it's just a brand new pen, and you can write HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in there. The second option is going to be if I just go to, for example, my website, caleb.io, right-click, inspect, and we'll bring this up. There's elements, console, sources, network, performance, memory, application, lighthouse, security, etc., etc. Go to console. And I'm just on any page. You can see my favicon actually doesn't exist. It's showing me an error. This is really good. It's actually a great example. An accidental example, but a great example. This is showing me that I don't have a favicon. It's responding with a 404, missing image or missing resource. But in here, I could say console.log, hello. And it shows up with hello. I could do console.error, uh-oh. And it says, uh-oh. Now that's the second place. So the second place is going to be right in the console, and that's right on the page. It gives you access to all the JavaScript that could be written in place number 3, which is in VS Code. In VS Code, you can write a brand new either .js file, or you can write JavaScript inside of a script. We'll talk more about this in just a little bit, but there's 2 places inside of VS Code or inside of your editor where you can write your JavaScript. So you're going to see me write JavaScript in one of these 3 places throughout this course. That is A-okay, it doesn't really matter which one. They're all sort of the same. If you just want something nice and quick, I like to use CodePen. Just hop on CodePen, click New Pen. You can write your HTML, CSS, and JavaScript immediately. You don't have to worry about editors or writing your code and then loading it up in your browser, things like that. It just sort of does all that extra work for you. Next up, let's talk about JavaScript syntax. What does it look like? And we're going to get a brief overview of what it looks like, and we're going to dive into some complex things right away. Don't worry, I'm not going to get you to actually do any of the complex things right away. We're just going to talk about some of the JavaScript syntax, how it looks when we write it. All right, welcome back. Let's talk about JavaScript syntax, and that is how we write JavaScript, how it looks when we write it. So I have VS Code open here. Just go to File, New File, and then File, Save As, and I saved mine as index.html. Now in here at the bottom right, mine goes to a Django template by default. Yours probably go straight to an HTML file. And I'm going to use an Emmet abbreviation here. I'm going to type HTML:5. You see this Emmet abbreviation in VS Code. Go ahead, slam that tab key, and that's going to print out all this junk for you. Now we learned about this in HTML and CSS. If you're unfamiliar with what this is, it's probably time to go back to HTML and CSS 101, HTML 101, CSS 101. We talk about this quite a bit. So JavaScript syntax, there's 2 places, actually there's 3 places we can write JavaScript. One is in the head and using the script tag, and then we can write some stuff in here. Or we can take this whole thing, copy it, and throw it inside of the body. Now there's 2 places inside the body we can put it. We can put it either at the top, somewhere in the middle, or near the bottom. And the best place is always just above this closing body tag. Now we put that in here at the very bottom and not up here because our page is going to load from top to bottom. So it's going to say line 1, okay, it's HTML. Line 2, HTML, English is the language. Line 3 is a head node. And inside of this node, we have a meta node, another meta node, a title node, and a script node. Now, if this script is referencing any of the elements that could be in the body, and it gets loaded before the body does, which is rare, but it can happen, then it might not work the way you expect it to work. So let's get rid of that. And let's say there's a bunch of HTML in here, blah, 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 blah. This looks terrible, but let's pretend that we wrote some good HTML in there. And then, so your browser goes, okay, load this aside, load this data grid, load this aside, load this data grid, close that side, yada, yada, yada. Then at the very end, we've got a script, and then maybe that JavaScript is accessing this aside. Well, this has now loaded because programs load things from top to bottom. It's already loaded. So we put it down here to make sure that our document object model has been as loaded as humanly possible. Let's go ahead and get rid of that, clean that up, and let's talk about what we can put in here. So there's 2 ways to do this. We can do an SRC, and we could say javascript.js. And this is just like in CSS, when we link a CSS file to an HTML file, we are linking a JavaScript file to this HTML file. And so javascript.js needs to be an external file in the same folder as index.html. So that's one option, and we can use an external file for that, or we can write internal JavaScript, and we can just write it in here. Now, in here, there are a couple of rules. No HTML. I see this all the time. Do not write HTML between your script tags. No HTML. There's no CSS whatsoever. Do not write HTML inside of your script tag. I see this a lot as well. People think if I write HTML and CSS in here, that JavaScript's just going to pick up on it and it's going to work. No, JavaScript is its own programming language. Everything between this opening tag and this closing tag needs to be pure JavaScript. Not HTML, not CSS, not Python, nothing else, just JavaScript. In here, we can have things like variables, conditions, functions, and a few bits and bobs in between, like iterative syntax. So let's take a look quickly at what a lot of these look like. Now, this is going to go really fast. Don't feel any pressure to memorize this at the moment. Each one of these concepts is going to have its own video or series of videos. So what I'm about to write, don't feel like you need to memorize this. Don't feel overwhelmed. Just know that I'm going really fast and it's okay. In the next few lessons, we're going to learn about all of this stuff. So we can declare a variable with var. Var is equal to name, and that name is equal to Caleb. This is a variable. We can also say if, as a conditional, if that name is equal to Caleb, we could say, hello, teacher. We could also say, hello, follow me on Insta at coding.for.everybody. And that's just where I post a bunch of tips and tricks for, well, web development, such as JavaScript. Let's go ahead and throw a semicolon at the end of each of those. So that's a conditional. We can do a function. So we can write function, greeting, name, that's a parameter, return, hello, name, welcome to the world of JavaScript. And that's a function. And then we can execute that function. I'll just scroll that up so you can see that. I'll just execute that function as greeting, or let's not call it greeting. Let's call it a new function, const. So this cannot change. This is a different type of variable. We'll talk about this as well. Const greet is equal to greeting Caleb. Now at this point, you should honestly be looking at this and going, I don't know what this is. You should be scratching your head, not understanding what this is. If you are doing that, you are in the right place at the right time. Do not worry about learning variables or conditionals or functions or consts, things like that. We're going to tackle all sorts of things in this course, including significantly more than just these concepts. But what I wanted to do was show you what this looks like right out of the box. So you could look at this and say, yep, that's a variable. Even if you don't fully understand all the different symbols in it, that's totally okay. It's good to be exposed to some of this stuff a little bit early. And you might be thinking, what's the difference between one equal sign and two equal signs? Or why put it in a function if we're just going to write something like that? Why not just put it in an alert or a console log like we have before? We're going to tackle all of these things in their own individual lessons. But this is JavaScript syntax in a nutshell. We have a variable. Some sort of name is equal to some sort of value. So we've got property, value, semicolon. If, then a parentheses, an opening parentheses, or an opening bracket, name, so that same variable, is equal to, double equal sign, Caleb. Again, we close it, that's our conditional. Execute a bunch of this code, and we tell it to execute that code with curly braces. So opening that curly brace says execute all this code if that name is equal to Caleb, and execute it up until here. Function is very similar. We're saying, hey, declare that this is a function. We can reuse a function over and over again. We called it greeting, so we could access it down here. Takes a parameter. That parameter is name. And that parameter goes between parentheses, goes between these opening and closing parentheses. And then we say execute all the code between these curly braces as well. So anything after this and anything before this, execute all that code. And then lastly, we said const, that is a variable that cannot change, so it's not actually a variable. If it can't change, what's the point of calling it a variable? But that's neither here nor there. We have a non-changing variable called greet. We executed the function and put a parameter named Caleb in here, and that's going to inject it right there. So it's going to say, hello, Caleb, welcome to JavaScript. Now that was a lot. Again, don't feel like you need to memorize any of that. Don't feel like you need to understand any of that. In fact, if I said a bunch of things and you didn't understand what I was saying, you're in the right place. Don't worry. We're going to tackle all of these things one by one in a much slower manner. But again, I just wanted to show you that this is how JavaScript syntax typically looks. For now, what I would like you to do is actually just try and remember this. var, some sort of name, some sort of value of some kind. It doesn't have to be name. It could be Caleb, could be pet, could be computer, could be lamp, is equal to, just a single equal sign, quotation, then some sort of value, ending quotation, and then a semicolon. So just try to remember how this line looks. If you can remember this one line, you're going to do really, really well. Up next, we're going to talk about console logging. We've seen a little bit about this, and we've seen a little bit of this rather, and we are going to work a little bit more with console log right in an index.html file. All right, welcome back. Let's talk about console logging. In the last lesson, we looked at JavaScript syntax. It was a big, scary lesson. There was a lot of stuff you probably didn't understand. That is a-okay. You do not need to understand all of it right now. We're going to get to it piece by piece. For now, we need to learn about console log, and we've seen this a little bit. So what I would like to do is create a new HTML file. So I've called this index.html. I have an opening script tag and a closing script tag underneath my body. So it's just above this /body tag, the closing body tag. And in here, we can write all sorts of JavaScript. And one of the most common things you're going to see is this thing called console.log. And that allows us to write anything in here. Now, if I save this and I do file, open file, and I click index.html and open this up, we're going to see that nothing happens on the page, but in the console, it says write anything in here. Now, how you get here is you just right click on the page, go to inspect, and it's going to open up elements by default. Don't worry about that. Let's just head on over to console. And this is where your console is going to output your code. Or in this case, just the sentence that we wrote. Now, it doesn't just have to be console.log. We can also do console.warn. This is a warning. We can also do console.error. This is an error. Now, what we're saying here is access the console. That's this whole area. And this first one is saying log. Just simply write a message. Just log it out there. The second one is saying access that console. Then let's, instead of logging, let's produce a warning. So it's slightly different text. I'll show you what that looks like in a second. And then we've got opening and closing quotation marks, and then a bunch of words inside of here, just like we did with the first one. And both of these, all three of these, end in a semicolon. That tells the computer, hey, this function here, this piece of code to execute is done. Go on to the second one. And then it gets to this one, this semicolon says, hey, this one is done, move on to that next one. And lastly, that next one is accessing that console. It's saying instead of log or warn, write some sort of error. That's going to give us red text. Again, same thing. We have our opening and closing quotation marks, and then a bunch of words, a regular sentence. We have our opening and closing parentheses, and then a closing semicolon. Let's go ahead and save that. Let's go back to our page and hit refresh. And we see write anything here. That's what our log was. This is our warning. We can see it is a warning indeed. And in here, we can see this one is an error. This is an error. This tells us exactly what's happening and where it's happening. Index.html on line 12. If I click that, shows up right here. Goes to sources, index.html for us. That's pretty wild. We could also do the same thing. This is an error. Index.html on line 13. And it goes straight to the source code for us. So that is super, super useful. Very helpful stuff right there. If you're ever wondering where to get the log, same thing. Write anything in here comes from index.html on line 11. And I click it and it brings me to here. Again, I'm just using Google Chrome, but you can do this on Safari or Firefox or Edge. You might not have the right-click inspect feature. On Safari, you might have to go and enable that in your settings. You can either enable that in your settings or just open this up in Chrome and go to File Inspect, or open it up in Firefox, not File Inspect, but just right-click Inspect. Or you can always go to View, Developer, and Developer Tools. And oops, that actually toggled it off because it was already on. Developer Tools, there we go, brings that back. And then I just go to Console. And that is console logging in a nutshell. Next up, let's debug external files. So let's create a JavaScript file that lives outside of our document. And let's see what happens when we have a typo. And if it doesn't work for you, how do we debug this? Debugging external files. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can figure out if there is, well, a file that is actually loading properly or not. So carrying on from that last lesson, let's go ahead and get rid of all of this. And let's create a new JavaScript file. And we're going to call this script.js. Now, this looks a lot like in HTML. We've got link, and href is like It's going to go to style.css, and that's going to go to an external style.css file. JavaScript has the same functionality, but we use the script tag, the src attribute, and then we tend to call it script or app.js. And we don't put anything in here. Then we have a closing script tag, and that simply says we are going to be loading some external JavaScript. So let's go ahead and save this, create a new file, and save that as script.js. And let's, if we do this right, console.log page successfully loaded script.js. Now, if we refresh our page, this should, in our console.log, say page successfully loaded script.js. Now I'm going to refresh this page, and it says page successfully loaded script.js. Now let's talk about if this does not work for you. And a lot of people get stuck here, and this has to do with pathing. We looked at this in HTML images in HTML 101. We looked at this in CSS 101 and CSS 201 with background images. Let's say you didn't call it script. Let's say you called it SCRPT. You forgot the letter I. Let's go ahead and save that and start over as if we were starting fresh. Reload our page. Looks like nothing happens. Right click, inspect. We're going to go over to our console, and it says failed to load resource, error, file not found, scrpt.js. Now, if you're looking at this and you're like, well, I don't know what's going on, it's because it literally cannot find your file. And that almost 100% of the time means you either have a typo or a pathing issue. That means you've tried to do something, which would be like the folder name, and then script.js, and it doesn't access the folder properly. It doesn't know how. Again, probably a typo. Might be missing the slash in front. It really depends on how you're pathing that. Or, in our example, we simply forgot the letter I. And so if we fix that, come back to our page and refresh, page successfully loaded, script.js. So that is how you debug your external files using JavaScript, or how you debug your JavaScript external files. Please, please, please keep this in mind, because you're going to run into this a lot in the future. In the next lesson, we're going to take a look at storing data with variables. Storing data with variables. There are lots of different types of variables, but we're going to get started with the most common and simplest form, a string, and we've actually been using these already. So what I have here is just from that last lesson. I've got a regular HTML document here, nothing fancy. I have a script tag accessing the source of script.js. That's this file that also exists. This is using an external JavaScript file, and it simply closes that tag, and we can write JavaScript in here. Now in here, we don't need to write script. We don't write any HTML at all. It's just straight JavaScript. And what we can do here is we can create a new variable. So let's create a new variable called var. Website is equal to https codingforeverybody.com. This could be a variable. We could also declare another variable name. Let's do teacher name, and you see it's camel cased here. So little t, capital N, that is a common way to name variables in JavaScript. Teacher name is Caleb Tallien. That is me. I am Caleb Tallien, your coding teacher. And in here we could say console.log, and what we've been doing so far is if I write my own name in here, it looks exactly like this. In fact, if I highlight it, it highlights in two places. It shows me that it's the exact same. Now, because this is a variable, I can delete that and write teacher name. And what this is going to do is say, access this variable that's defined here. This variable is equal to Caleb Tallien. So it goes from here to here to here. Now, at this point, you're probably thinking, well, why would I do that when I could just write this out? What if you wanted to console log a bunch of times? You would have to select all of these, and you'd have to write Caleb Tallien one by one by one by one by one by one by one. And that's going to be very, very painful. And then what happens? What happens if I change that name to Caleb Tallien 2? Well, then I got to go here, 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 here. And it's painful. And we don't want to do that. So we can use instead, just undo all of that, teacher name. Now, if you're just coming to JavaScript. You're just entering this course now, and you just saw me do a bunch of wizardry. First of all, let's go ahead and delete these lines. What I did here was I Command C, Command V, or Control C, Control V, and that just copied the whole line. Now to select the next occurrence, what I did was I double-clicked on teacher name, and I went to View. Nope, maybe Selection. Add next occurrence. Selection, add next occurrence. Selection, add next occurrence. That shortcut is Command D for me, probably Control D for you if you're on Windows, and then anything else in here. And then Command Z or Control Z to undo. That's all I did there. So it's good to know how your editor works, but I know a lot of people are going to ask about that. I get this question dozens of times a day, so I figured I would throw that in this lesson anyways. Now, if we look at the syntax for a variable, we have var, stands for variable. Then we have some sort of name. We do not put special characters in here, so don't write $, hashtag. Keep it simple. Just call it hashtag if you need to, or website. Typically, we do not capitalize the first letter. This means something else in different programming languages. This usually means it's a class, not a variable. We'll talk about that way down the road, but for now, keep it lowercase. If you have multiple words in one variable, one thing you'll see in different programming languages is underscores. So it'll all be lowercase, and then it'll say teacher underscore name. And in JavaScript, sure, we can do that, but we tend to do JavaScript. The JavaScript way is lowercase t for teacher, and then every word after that is capitalized with the first letter being capitalized. Then we say is equal to, and that is one single equal sign. This is the assignment operator. And that means teacher name here and website are variables. So your computer is going to go off and reserve a little piece of memory for both of those. And in the first one, it's going to grab all of this. This is your string. And it's going to jam it inside of the website piece of memory that your computer's allocated. This is a string as well. This has an opening quotation, a closing quotation. And inside of it, we can have spaces, we can have numbers, we can have letters, we can have anything we want in here. It doesn't matter. Whoa, I went way too far there. But we can have anything we want in here. And that makes it a string because it's got an opening and a closing quotation. Alternatively, instead of using quotations, we can use apostrophes as well. As long as it opens and closes with the same thing, that's all that really matters. So this is a string. And that's saying this string, this sentence, is now going to belong in this piece of memory called teacher name. That's the short name. That's how we access this piece of memory in your computer. And then we can access that piece of memory by its short name and then access whatever is in that piece of memory. Now, if I lost you in the computer science part, that is a-okay. All you need to remember is variable. Something is equal to quotations, something else, semicolon. That is a string. And in fact, this is the string part of it. And if I go ahead and change this to website, let's go ahead and refresh our page here, and we can see that it shows up with codingforeverybody.com. Next up, let's talk about two new variable types found in modern JavaScript. We're going to skip ahead about 25 years into modern JavaScript. Let and const. Let and const are two new variable types in JavaScript. These are performance-based variables and come with this thing called scoping, which we'll talk about significantly down the road. So really, to learn about let and const, we have to pretend we know about some other things. So what I'm saying here is let and const, and it's just like how in that last lesson, how I wrote var, short for variable, and then something is equal to something else. Let and const work the same way. The difference is these are scoped to their closest set of curly braces, which actually makes them significantly more performant. So in JavaScript, as soon as you write a variable up here, you can write it and access it anywhere else. Let and const don't let you do that. So as an example, let, I have number of apples is equal to 1. I've got 1 apple right now. Const, this stands for a constant. A constant cannot be reassigned. And so we're going to eventually reassign apples so that there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 apples. But const, we cannot change that. What is something we cannot change? Height. My height is going to be 6 foot 0 inches. And here's, this is actually a great example. This showed up on accident. Is 6 foot 0? This is going to error on me because there's 3 quotations in here, or quotation marks. I can't use apostrophes because there's an apostrophe in the middle too. So this is going to get really messy. What we can do is this thing called escaping. So I can say 6 apostrophe 0 and then the quotation, but in front of it, I put a slash. And that says, hey, computer who's interpreting this JavaScript, just know that this is supposed to be an actual quotation mark. This is not supposed to actually close the string. So now we can put it inside there. So there we go. Fun little fact there. And let's go ahead and save this. Let's go back here and refresh the page, and that just logs the website from our last lesson. And the variable we named here was apples. So in our console, we can do apples. And that gives us 1. We can reassign this and we can say that there are now 4 apples. And when we type apples, it gives us 4. Now we have a constant here, a constant. We're going to go with my height. And so let's type in height. Height is 6 foot 0. Let's go ahead and change that height to anything else. Literally anything else. It does not matter what it is. And we're going to see an error. And this error is an uncaught type error. Assignment to constant variable. That means we cannot reassign this. And so now we're talking about variable types. We've got var, which is the old school way of writing JavaScript, and let and const. Let is like a variable that you can write over and over and over again. You can reuse that name. Once const is declared, as in height is equal to any value, we cannot declare it, or not redeclare it, but we cannot overwrite it. We need to make sure that this stays the same all the time. Now the difference between let and const versus var is we could say if teacher name, and this is getting into a conditional, we'll talk about these in a little bit, so you don't need to know too much about this at the moment. So if the teacher name is equal to, so we're comparing this, Caleb Tallien, and you can see that it does, it matches perfectly up here. Then, opening curly brace, closing curly brace, do a thing. And so let's go ahead and assign this. So if the teacher is Caleb Tallien, assign these. And what we want to do is then console.log, and we can say, I have how many apples? Apples. Apples. And this is just going to say, I have apples, apples. So I have 1 apples. I have, let's change this to 5. I have 5 apples. And you can actually see my editor is already complaining. It's saying, basically, this is not used. Apples is declared, but its value is never read. And that's because it is scoped to this area. That means it cannot escape this area. Let's go ahead and give this a shot. And I'm going to show you what this looks like. Apples is not defined. We did define it though. It's here. If we just simply move this up, this console log, into where apples is scoped, where it can live between these curly braces, this will work. It says I have 5 apples. But again, if I move that back down, I have 5 apples. Another one could say console.log, I am, and then height. I am, not I have. And these semicolons, I like to put them there. They are optional though. Let's go ahead and save that. Refresh, we're going to see, again, apples is not defined. Okay, well, let's move that up to where it is defined, where it's allowed to live within these curly braces. And again, remember, variable does not have this sort of protection around it. Variable we can use anywhere. We can use website in here or in here. It does not matter. It does not care. It is not performant that way. Whereas let and const say, yes, it has to exist in here. So let's go ahead and move I have apples into, well, where apples lives. And refresh. And this says height is not defined. That's coming from line 11 here. And we can see that script.js on line 11, it says height is not defined. So if you ever run into this issue where you have clearly defined a variable using let or const, but it's not working, chances are it's just not allowed to leave its closest set of curly braces. Now, to prove that var is allowed to live anywhere, we can do this. Var height is equal to, and when I refresh this page, go to the console, we're not going to see this error. Let's go ahead and refresh, and I am 6'0". Const does not let me do that. I can actually move apples down as well. Apples is not defined, but if I do var and var, it shows up again. So what's important to note is moving forward, we are going to be using let and const quite a bit. I may occasionally use var, but probably just let and const, and that's going to be scoped to the closest set of curly braces, which means it can only live within its closest set of curly braces. Now it doesn't need curly braces. They can live without the curly braces. Let's go ahead and save this just as an example. And this works every time I hit refresh. So moving forward, I'm going to try to use let and const. Let means it can be rewritten. Const means it is a constant. It can only have one constant value. It can never be changed. In the next lesson, let's go ahead and write some code notes or code comments, meaning we can add little notes in here. We can comment things out, as in we can make sure that this is not applied to our code. We're going to do that in the next lesson. Writing code notes with code comments. Code comments let us write notes in our code without the browser trying to execute the code. Now, this is just leaving off from that last lesson. And what I'm going to do is just get rid of that conditional because we haven't learned about those yet. And I don't want to bombard you with information that we haven't learned about yet. Now, if I save this, go back to my page and hit refresh, I have 5 apples, I am 6'0", and a website, codingforeverybody.com. What I can do is, let's say I don't want to show I have the number of apples and I don't want to show my height. I can delete that code. And when I refresh a page, it doesn't show up. That's perfect. What if I wanted to bring that back? Well, there's 2 ways to do this. Is you can hit Control-Z or Command-Z, or go to Edit, Undo, and that will bring it back. What if I didn't want to delete it? I just wanted to make sure that it doesn't execute the way we think it's going to execute. What I can do is hit Command plus slash or Control slash, and that's going to simply comment this out for me. Now that shortcut might be different for you, and if it is different for you, that's okay. What we can do is we can add a code comment with 2 slashes. So we can write // and that gets rid of this. // gets rid of all of that. And so you can see it goes gray, and that basically means the code is still here. It still lives here. But the program that's going to execute our JavaScript is not actually going to execute this. Let's go ahead and refresh, and we can see that nothing happens, but we're also not getting any errors. So that's good news. Now that's how we comment out a single line, but there's another way to do this. We can comment out multiple lines by doing / and then an asterisk, and go down here, and this will be commented until told otherwise. And so this is just going to comment all of our code from line 6 all the way down to the bottom of our script. So if we have 1,000 lines, that just commented out line 6 to 1,000, meaning that's no longer going to work for you. To make sure that comment stops, we do asterisk and then a slash. And then here we can do console.warn hello world. And that's going to work for us again. So all we've done here is we've commented out all of these lines with one multi-line comment. And if I go ahead and get rid of this, you can see that things start to become colorful again in my text editor. And we can do // or we can do even on the same line, something like that. Now this is going to say I am height. Height is not applied. This is going to give us an error. As expected, height is not defined because this is referencing a variable that simply doesn't exist. It exists to us because we can read it, but the program, the JavaScript program itself, is saying, oh, well, this is a bunch of code comments. I don't need to execute any of this. So just pretend it doesn't exist. So we say const height is equal to, let's say 6'0", and because it's in a code comment, it's simply not going to work. So what I would like you to do for this particular lesson is I would like you to write, I don't know, like 4 lines of code, do a single line comment, and then try a multi-line comment. something like this, a multi-line comment. It ends with that, starts with that, and a single line comment starts with // Oh, one more thing. We can also do comments at the end of lines. We can do //. This is at the end of the line. This is at the end of the line. And so it doesn't change the syntax highlighting, the coloring of my code here, because this is only applying the comment afterwards. So one thing to keep in mind there is it'll only comment things after the //. Go ahead, give that a shot, write yourself a nice little note. When you are ready, we'll head on over to that next lesson where we talk about operators. So things like where we have seen website is equal to, we're going to look at that operator. We're going to look at other operators as well. There's a handful of them. They're all very, very easy and for the most part straightforward, but they are worth going over for sure. So in the next lesson, let's talk about that. Operators. Hello, operator. Are you there? Hello, hello. So I'm just going to delete all the stuff that we have been writing so far. If you've been writing with me, you can delete all of your stuff or just comment it out and you can use it as a reference for later. In this lesson, we're going to talk about operators. So operators are ways to work with variables. So we can say const name is equal to Caleb Tallien and let profession is equal to, let's say, programmer. I'm a programmer. I'm also a teacher. We might maybe overwrite this. I'm not sure. We want to make sure this is changeable, but you know what? My name is never going to change. So I will always be Caleb Tallien. And so what we're doing here is we are using the assignment operator. We're saying variable, the constant, name is equal to Caleb Tallien. Let, the variable type, profession, that's the name, is equal to, this is an assignment operator, programmer. And these are strings. This is a string and this is a string. But there are lots of other ones as well. So let's go ahead and save this and let's just open up Google Chrome and right click, inspect, and let's go to our console and let's write some code in our console here. So I'm going to make this just a tad bigger for anyone who's watching on their mobile devices. And so let's go ahead and create a new variable. Let's say let num is equal to 10. Num is equal to 10. What if we wanted to add to it? We could say num is equal to num plus another 10, and this is going to now be 20. So now we're saying, hey, allocate a new piece of memory in our computer, use the current one, that's 10 plus 10, and this is going to give us 20, just like we see here, 20. Go ahead, we can clear this. We can also say something like 10 plus 20 is going to give us 30. This is the addition operator. Now subtraction, very, very similar. We could do 23 minus 12 gives us 11. Or we could say the total const. No, let's do let because we might overwrite it. Total is equal to 23 minus 12. And the total is 11. So now we've stored that in a variable that we can overwrite down the road. That's subtraction. We also have division. Let's clear this out. We also have division. So we could do like 100 divided by 10 is 10, or 99 divided by 11 is 9, or 99 divided by 87. 1.137931034482758, obviously. So that's division. Let's go ahead and do multiplication. Multiplication is, nope, not that sign. This one, your little asterisk. So we could do, let's say 3 times 3, that's going to give us 9. Now those are the 4 basic math operators. We have a few more interesting ones in here. We have exponents. So 3 to the exponent of 3 is going to be 3 times 3 times 3. This is going to give us 27. We also have modulus, aka remainder. So when you divide by a number and there's a remainder, what is that going to be? So when we do 10 divided by 3, what is that remainder going to be? So it goes 369, so it goes in 3 times with a remainder of 1. 10 modulus 3 gives us a remainder of 1. There's also 2 more I want to go over, increment and decrement. So what do we currently have assigned? Total? Total is 11. We could say total plus plus. And what this is going to do is give us the exact same value. But what it actually did was it returned 11, and it said, when you're done returning 11, add one more to it. Total is now 12. We can do the opposite. We can say plus plus total, and instead of this returning the current number, it's going to add to the number and then return it. So now we're saying 12 is now 13, and this again will be 13 all the way, versus total plus plus. Again, this is going to say 13, but if we access it once more, it becomes 14. So that is increment by 1. We use plus plus. Now, if we want to do the same thing, but opposite, same but different, let's see what total is. Total is 14. We can say total minus minus, and that's going to give us, again, 14. But if we do total once more, what this did was say, hey, give us the current value and then minus 1. So this is now going to be 13. And this gets a little bit weird, because if we do minus minus total, the current value was 13. It's now going to say 12 as we currently expect. And if we write it once more, it's going to stay as 12. So it's just the order of operations that happens behind the scenes. Honestly, you don't need to remember that too much at this point in time. The big ones you're going to want to remember are equals, division, multiplication, addition, subtraction, and occasionally modulus. Maybe exponents as well, maybe. These ones you're not going to use too often. Like, you don't really need to know them like a professional right now, but I would say remember these ones. So you've got, in this order, equals, that's assignment, division, multiplication, addition, subtraction, modulus, exponents, increment by 1, decrement by 1. In the next lesson, let's talk about different types of variables, aka data, structures, and this is actually not very hard at all. This is somewhat of a buzzword. People like data structures. It's all part of algorithms. It's really just different data types. Nothing fancy about it. Don't get too excited. It's just different types of variables. We'll talk about these in the next lesson. Let's talk about different types of variables. Data structures. Okay, so a lot of people say, oh, you need to know these data structures for algorithms, which is not wrong, but you actually don't need to know it just for algorithms. You should know them for several other reasons. It makes comparing things easier. And at this point in time, you're probably like, well, Caleb, what does that even mean? We're going to get into that in this lesson. So JavaScript, like most programming languages, has a lot of different types of variables. We've seen var, let, and const. These declare how the variables actually work behind the scenes, but we are working with the variable itself, the piece of memory in your computer. There are different things we have learned about strings, which have quotations around them. They're basically sentences. So we could say const str is equal to a string. A string. We could also say const, and we can give some sort of number. num is equal to, let's say 3. And this is a number. Notice there are no quotation marks around it. If there are no quotations around it, this is a number. This is a number. And this is a string. Next, we have a thing called a float, an FLT. That's a 3.14. And this is called a float. And a float is when you have a decimal in there, because it's like a floating decimal point. So this is going to assume 3.00, and that's going to round up to 3 as a whole number. A float is going to be 3 point something that's not 00, 3.14, for example. Then we have a Boolean, and this is either going to be true or false. True or false. And actually that's going to be or false. That's a better way to write it. So Boolean can only ever be true or false. Everything boils down to, is something true, is something false in programming. Next, we have an array, which is basically a list. And we have an array of items in here. We can have an array with a string, number, float, Boolean, another list inside of it. But this is called an array. So we could say item 1, 2, 3, 3.14, and another list. And this one looks a little interesting because this one starts with a hard bracket on the left, ends with a hard bracket on the right. Every item is separated with a comma and ideally a space right after that. So comma, 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 chameleon. And then we're going to call this an array, which really just means a list. But programmers like their fancy words for some reason, so we're going to call it an array. Const thing is equal to null. That simply means that there is a piece of memory allocated to this called thing, this variable called thing, but there's actually nothing in it, not even a 0. There's nothing in it. Has nothing in it. Const not defined is equal to undefined. And this one simply means that it's not defined. It means there could be something in it eventually, but currently there is nothing in it. So currently holds no value. There's another one in here. We could do const some sort of function. So we could say get age is equal to function. Conjunction junction, what's your function? Returning 31. Aw, I'm 31 already? All right, well, I guess I'm 31 now. So this is a function, and we can add a code comment here. This is a function. And this allows us to use getAge over and over and over and over again. We'll talk about functions down the road with their own series of videos as well. Last but not least, there is another one in here called objects. And objects look like this. They've got an opening and closing curly brace, and then some sort of key value pair. And this one has like name, Caleb, profession, coding teacher. And so this has an opening curly brace. This has some sort of key, and then some sort of value, and then a comma. And in between that key value is a colon, a full colon, not a semicolon, but a full colon. And then we can add another one. So that's a key, and this one is a value. And then we can access this. So this is called an object, and can be accessed with obj name. So it looks something like that. So these are a lot of the different data types that you're going to see in JavaScript. There's actually a few more that we're not going to get into because they're a little too advanced for us at this point in time, but we're going to see a lot of these. So what I would like you to do is, if you haven't already, pause the video here and take a screenshot. This is a really good little list of different data types in JavaScript. In fact, let's do this. JavaScript data types. There we go. Go ahead, pause the video and take a screenshot of this. This is going to be very, very useful as a reference down the road. There's also a couple other data types like big int or symbols. And again, we're not going to get into those just because they're a little too advanced for us at the moment. We might get into them a little down the road, but we should work with these first. And really all we've worked with so far are strings. And just a reminder, I'm using const here, so none of these can be reused whatsoever. These have to be set and forgotten. In the next lesson, let's go ahead and talk about conditional statements. We've taken a look at conditional statements before, but let's go ahead and actually learn about them this time. Conditional statements. Conditional statements let you take an action or ignore an action if a variable holds a certain value. So we've written things like this before. Const name is equal to Caleb Tallene. And in fact, what I can do instead is const Twitter at Caleb Tallene. If you ever want to follow me, you can follow me there. That is a good place to follow me, or on Instagram at Coding for Everybody if you wanted to. Conditional statements. Yeah, let's talk about these. So we have a constant. That means we cannot reassign this variable. This variable is called Twitter, and it has a value of Caleb Tallene. This is a string. So we can now say if, opening and closing parentheses, Twitter is equal to, and this is not an assignment. One equal sign is an assignment operator. That means this piece of text belongs to this variable. Two of them means it's checking to see if what's on the left compares to what's on the right and are the same thing. At Caleb Tallene, and we could then have an opening and closing curly brace, and that just means if this condition is true, if it is in fact accurate, if it is correct. Execute the code in here. Execute this code in here. And we could say console.log Twitter handle is at Caleb Tallien. So we're not really reusing a variable at this point. We could be reusing this over here, but we're not going to, not yet anyways. And we just want to make sure that when we load this page up, that it console logs the way we expect. So let's go ahead and clear this. And this is just from last lesson. Let's go ahead and refresh. And it says Twitter handle is at Caleb Tallien. Now, how I got that is on my index.html page, I've got script src is equal to script.js, and I'm writing all my JavaScript in a .js file. Now let's go ahead and type an else statement. What this means is if Twitter is equal to Caleb Tallien, cool, it's going to execute some stuff, but what if it's not? What if Twitter is equal to someone else? Let's say Elon Musk. I'm hoping that that's his Twitter handle and not some spam account. But we're now saying if Twitter is equal to Caleb Tallien. Now this is a lot like saying if at Elon Musk is equal to Caleb Tallien, then do a thing. Well, that's not right. Elon Musk and Caleb Tallien, these strings are different. It doesn't really matter what the value is. These strings are different. And so this is going to be false. Is Elon Musk the same as Caleb Tallien? No, it is not. So that is false. That is a lot like saying this is false. So it's not going to execute. It's always looking for a true. If it gets a false, nothing's going to happen here. So let's go ahead and change that back. We say if the variable, which is Elon Musk, so it goes from here to here to here, is equal to Caleb Tallien, execute this code. Now let's go ahead and refresh this page, and we're going to see that nothing happens. There's nothing in there. It doesn't matter how many times I refresh. Nothing happens. Else, execute this code if it's not at Caleb Tallien. And so what I'm saying here is if there is something else going on. So if the Twitter value here is anything else, it's not Caleb Tallien, it's anything else in the world, execute this. So we could say console.log Twitter is the Twitter handle. Let's go ahead and save. Let's go ahead and refresh. Elon Musk is the Twitter handle. And if I change this back to Caleb Tallien, Twitter handle is Caleb Tallien. Change it back to Elon Musk. Elon Musk is the Twitter handle. And so now we have some sort of way of telling a program what to do based on a value. Now, this is not a useful example. Let's go ahead and create a useful example. I'm going to make some room to work here. I'm going to say const my age is equal to, I'm going to pretend I'm 18. I can say if my age is equal to or greater than 18, console.log, I'm allowed to vote. And you should always vote, always exercise your right to vote. I can also say if age is greater than or equal to 21, and let's say I live in the United States. I don't, but let's say I live in the United States. I could say console.log, I can drink alcohols. Let's go ahead and refresh this. Elon Musk is the Twitter handle. We can ignore that one. That's just from the previous example. I am allowed to vote shows up. This is being executed because age is 18 or older, greater than or equal to. This one doesn't show up because I'm not allowed to drink. I'm not old enough. So I could say else console.log, not old enough to drink alcohols. And when I refresh, it says not old enough to drink alcohols. And so what this is effectively saying is if age 18 is greater than or equal to 21, it's not, that is wrong, and wrong things are false, this will never get executed. Because your conditionals are always looking for true. And we see that up here. We're seeing age 18 is not greater than, but it is equal to 18. And so this is accurate. This is true. This will get executed. Now we have a few different operators we can use. And what I would like you to do is give these a shot. I want you to go off and write some of these on your own as well. So just write a simple if statement, something like if 18 is greater than or equal to 18, or actually age. So this is the full example, if age is equal to or greater than 18. But these are some of the comparison operators we have. Is equal to, is greater than or equal to, is less than or equal to, does not equal. So this is saying if the age does not equal something very specific, if the age does not equal something specific, or if the Twitter handle does not equal Caleb Tolling, this is going to execute. So give that a shot as well. Last but not least, I actually forgot a thing. So actually what I would like you to do is pause that video and give these a shot. And then when you are done, come back. I'm going to show you one more thing. All right, one more thing. Here is what we missed is an else if. So if the age is equal to 18 or higher, 18 or greater, then run something. Cool, cool, cool. We have if a comparison is equal to, one string is equal to another string. Cool, 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 cool. Let's go ahead and say if something is equal to something else, or something is equal to something else, or every other scenario. And we can do that quite easily with const name is equal to Caleb. We could say if name is equal to Nathan, console.log, welcome, Nathan. And then instead of saying else, if name is equal to Caleb, do something in here, we can say, let's go ahead and just bring this onto its own line, else if. Let's go ahead and get rid of that line and say console.log, hello Caleb, and just outdent those. Let's go ahead and rerun this. Unexpected token. What did I do there? Oh, typo. It's else if, 2 words. There we go. It says hello Caleb. Let's just make sure that's right. Hello Caleb 123 123 123. Hello Caleb 123 123 123. And then we could say else console.log hello to a guest. Or a guest, hello guest. That actually makes a lot more sense in English. So now what we're saying here is if the name is equal to Nathan, write this out. Otherwise, if the name is equal to Caleb, write this out. And if the name is not Nathan or Caleb, and it's going to try Nathan first because it comes first, it's in order, so it's going to try Nathan first, then Caleb. If it doesn't match Nathan or Caleb, it's going to then say hell guest. Hello guest, that's better. Hello Caleb, let's change that name to John. It says hello guest. There we go. So those are conditionals in JavaScript. We have an if statement with a conditional equal equals. That is a comparison. We're comparing one string to another string here. We are comparing a number to another number here. This is why data structures are important. Data types are important. We have if condition, else if condition, and else condition. What I would like you to do now is go ahead and create an if statement, an else if statement, and an else statement. And then try to get each one of those to trigger on your own by changing the value of this one variable. Go ahead and give that a shot because this is a fundamental part of JavaScript. Without it, we cannot tell a program exactly what to do. So we need to know this fairly well before we continue. Go ahead, give that a shot. Don't forget to ask questions in the Learning to Code Facebook group. I'm happy to help at any given time. Once you've done that, let's head on over to that next lesson where we learn about the document object model. Hello and welcome back. Welcome to the document object model. So when a page is loaded, your browser uses all the HTML elements to create a tree hierarchy. And we can actually see this here in VS Code. When I go down here, we can see body HTML. If we indent this, we have an HTML element, we've got a head element, and then even here we've got meta head HTML. Meta head HTML. This is making sort of a sideways looking tree graph. We could get deeper and deeper and deeper too. So if we're writing regular HTML, we could have a div, div, paragraph, and a bold thing in here. And this is going to create our tree for us. It's got HTML, body, div, p, bold. HTML, body, div, p, bold. So this is an okay example, but what I'm going to try to do is look up an image for a document object model. And so this is the document object model. And what this is doing is saying we can collapse these. We can say HTML.head, HTML.body. And we can access these through their child nodes. All right, so I just typed into Google HTML DOM document object model, and I'm going to click this first one in here. Is this going to bring me anywhere? Hey, it brings me to W3 Schools. I haven't seen the site in a while. Can we get a better image though? All right, so this is an example of a document object model. We've got our document, which happens to be HTML, and then we've got either head or body. That's pretty standard across every web page. Then in our head, we either have a title with some text, or meta with some attribute and some other text inside of it. In our body, we can then have other elements. We can have a table, paragraph, H2, all sorts of things in there. Inside of our H2, we could have, for example, the text that says, hi there. In our paragraph, we could say, you are all right. But inside of our table, we would have a TR for a table row, and then a TD, and then some sort of inner text. So this now gets into nesting. And so now to access this, we're looking at the HTML element, body element, table element, the TR element, the TD element, and then the inner text of that TD element, that table data cell. Now, each one of these is called a node, and a node can have another node inside of it for the most part. Usually, meta nodes don't, and most nodes inside the head don't actually. Image nodes don't because it's a self-closing tag, but a table, paragraph, and an H2 could have HTML elements inside of it. It could have a node inside of it. And so an example here is the table has a TR node inside of it. And then that has a TD node inside of it. So if we're talking about the TD element here, its parent is the TR element. And the TR element's parent is the table element. And if we go the other way, the table element's child is TR, and the TR's child element is TD. Now, when I say element, I'm using that interchangeably with the word node. Node and element are kind of the same thing. So if we go back to our code here and just uncollapse that, this would be an element and a node. It's a div element, but this node has all of this inside of it. Likewise, even though this is a smaller node, this is a smaller element, there's no child elements inside of it, this is still a node as well. And likewise, meta is a node, it's also an HTML element. This is an HTML element, it's also a node. And title is an HTML element with a node, or as a node rather. It just happens to be that it has inner text. So nodes are literally just HTML elements with attributes and inner content and sometimes some child nodes. So really, whenever you hear the word node, and you're going to hear this a lot, you're just talking about an HTML element in front-end JavaScript. That's all it is. This is a title node. This is a head node with all the stuff inside of it. This is a div node. This is a div node. This is a paragraph node. This is a bold node. So that is the document object model. Why is this important to know? Because eventually we're going to be selecting elements by their name, by their ID, by their classes, by all sorts of different things, and then we're going to modify them. And we're going to start to get into that in the next lesson, where we start looking at selecting one of these elements by its ID. All right, let's take a look at selecting an element by its ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to demonstrate how we can select an element by its ID and sort of what it does in the document object model. And this is going to allow us to grab the entire HTML element or the node and work with it in any way we really need to. So what I'm going to do in here is create an element called box. So number sign box. As soon as I see Emmet abbreviation, I can hit tab and there's going to be a thing in here. That's all it's going to say. And in my script.js, I'm going to go ahead and clear that out so there's nothing in there. And what I can do is refresh this page and it says a thing in here. If I make this bigger, I can right click inspect. Ooh, make that just a touch smaller. So it says a thing in here, and we have this box. Now we can go ahead and grab this box. We can say in our console, const box is equal to document dot query. Nope, not query selector. That's a different one. We want get element by ID and then that ID name, which is box. And that ID name just matches this one here. ID is equal to box. ID is equal to box. Let's go ahead and hit enter. It's going to say undefined, but if we type box again, that's going to give us, look at that. It's the entire HTML node. It's exactly what we wrote in VS Code in our editor. Now, what's nice about this is we can do something like box.innerText is equal to something new. And it changes it. Changed it up here. Changed it right on our page. We could even do box.innerHTML is equal to something. And then new is bolded / strong. And then it says something new is bolded with new is bolded. And so that's how we get an element by its ID. And that's why if you took HTML 101 or CSS 101, either of my courses there, I talk about IDs and how they're supposed to be unique. What happens if there's two of them on here? This is the second one. Now there's two IDs with box. Let's go ahead and refresh this page, and I'm going to click in here and just hit the up arrow till I get back to this code. Okay. And when I type box again, it gives me a thing in here. What if I didn't want the first one? What if I wanted the second one? How am I going to select that? I can't do it by my ID because there's two of the same ID. And that's why in HTML 101 and CSS 101, I was talking about IDs being completely unique. So make it box and box 2 if you need to. Make it box and box dash other if you need to. Now, just as a recap, we have box is equal to document dot get element by ID. Document is the entire document, like the document object model. Get element by ID, so go through all of the different nodes and find the one with the ID of box. Then what I want is to use that box to change that inner text is just inner text. And remember, we capitalize the second word, not the first word in JavaScript variables. So box.innerText is equal to something else. Or we could do, if we wanted to add some HTML, we could do box.innerHTML is equal to something underscore else. And that just adds an underscore in there. And that actually changes our document object model as well. We can see box in here. We have added a U element, an underline element. And so that is how we change the inner HTML of an element. That's how we change the inner text of an element. Remember, inner text does not hold HTML. Inner HTML only holds text and HTML as well. But inner text is just text, not HTML. So that's how we get an element by its ID. That's how we change its inner text. That's how we change its inner HTML. What I would like you to do as an experiment is I want you to grab a node. I just called mine box because I don't know. I was going to originally make it a box and didn't. And then use document.getElement by ID and then grab it by its ID. And then do box.innerText is equal to and write some HTML in here and see what happens. Go ahead and give that a shot. And when you are done, we'll head on over to that next lesson where we talk about objects. All right, let's talk about objects. Objects are the objective. Objects are a way to make variable names inside of another variable. They come in a key value pair. We looked at this very briefly quite a while ago. The value can be pretty much anything. It can even be another object. And these are super useful when grouping variables together. So as a recap, we could have let person is equal to, and then this is an object. And if we ever wanted to make sure that it was an object, we could do type of, and then the variable name, and it says it's an object. Now we could change this. We could say person is equal to, and then just an opening curly brace, and the name is going to be me, Caleb. And my job is going to be teaching you JavaScript. and then a closing curly brace. And so this is the syntax here. We've got a variable name is equal to, and I've already defined it as a let, so I'm just using the variable name and not just let person, as in, I'm not writing let, I'm just writing person. It doesn't really matter at this point because it's already been declared up here. But person is equal to, opening curly brace, this is a key, this is a value, comma, key, colon, value. And we could add more and more in here. And these don't need to be strings either. Well, the key should probably be a string. So we could say the age, and then my age is going to be 31. And then fave foods is going to be, let's make this an array. We haven't really talked about arrays too much, but let's make this an array of pizza, tacos, and subs. And so when I type in person now, we can see that we get this object. Age, fave foods has an item with 3 items, or has an array with 3 items in it. Job, teaching you JavaScript. Name is Caleb. Now, if I wanted to access this, I can clear this out, by the way. Type in person. If I wanted to access this, I could do person. And this is actually trying to autofill it for me. But I could do age. And all this is doing is saying person, subscript this into the age. So get this person and then grab this age key, and it's going to spit out the value of whatever that is. So it's going to look this up. It's going to look up the age key, and it's going to then spit out that value. And this is going to say 31. Likewise, if I said job, this is going to look up this whole object. It's going to then look up the job and spit out teaching you JavaScript because it's looking for this match here. It's looking for the key. So you go object, key, and then you're going to get the value of that key, teaching you JavaScript. And that is pretty much all there is to it. Now, you might be thinking, well, why would I ever use this? Well, because you could say const name is equal to Caleb. Then you could say const age is equal to 31. Then you could say const job is equal to, I don't know, coder. Now, that's all fun and games, but what if we need to talk about a second person? Now we're talking about const name 2 is equal to Zephyr. Const age 2 is equal to 4. He's a cat, by the way. Const job 2 is equal to napping. But look at all these different variables we have. We've got name, age, job. Name 2, age 2, job 2. Whereas we could say person, given all this information in here. We could also do the same thing for another person or a cat. We could group all of it together and we could say cat. Const cat is equal to name, Zephyr, words, meow, action, nap, size, big. He's a big cat. And so now instead of having to write const cat name or const cat words or const cat action, I can simply write cat action. And that looks it up for me. Looks it up by its name, which is really, really nice. And that is an object in a nutshell. Now we're going to be using a lot of these in the future, and you're going to be using a lot of these when you write JavaScript in production, in the real world for a real client. You're going to be using these all the time, so it's really good to get familiar with these. What I would like you to do now is create a person object and a cat object. Go ahead and give them random keys and values. Key value pairs is what they're called. So like cat has a name, he has words or a word, he just says meow. And then an action, he naps, and size is big. Or a person can have like a name, a job, a bunch of favorite foods, and age, all sorts of stuff. Go ahead, give that a shot. Create a couple of different objects and then try to access some of the values that you see in here down the right side by the key that you see on the left side. Methods of pulling strings. Most variable types come with custom actions attached to them called methods. And so basically what we can do is we can work with a string. So const class, let's call it course, is equal to JavaScript for beginners, or JavaScript 101. Coding for beginners, something like that. And so we have this course that we can write in here. If I could ever type that right. There we go, course. Now, let's say we wanted to find something in here. We could, because we know this is a string, we could do dot. And because I'm in my console, it's going to give me all sorts of things that I can do. And we're not going to go through all of these because we're going to be here literally for hours and hours and hours just going through all of these. But we'll go through some of the popular ones here. So we could do search. And what we're going to search for here is the word coding. And that says 16. And so what that's going to do is give us 16 characters in. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, that's a space. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so at the 17th character, and actually what this is it starts at 0. So 0, 1, 2, yada, yada, yada. This goes up to 15. 16 is the C. So starting at 16, technically, because when we're talking about indexes, and that's what this is an index, computers start at 0. So J0, A1, V2, A3, S4, C5, etc., etc., etc. And to prove that, we can do course 0 gives us the J. And let's do 16, gives us the C in coding. Now let's go ahead and clear that and type in course once more so we know what we're working with. We could also slice. We can say course.slice. And let's start at 16. And when should it end? 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Let's see if I got that right. Nope, that's coding. We coding good. There we go. Coding. And so it's going to, like it said, when to start and when to end. And it tells us that. F stands for function. Start where? At the 16th character. Remember, it starts counting at 0, so it's actually the 17th. And then end where? At the 22nd one. We can also do substring. Substring, very, very similar thing. 16, and the length, instead of going from 16 to 22, we could say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6. And that gives us coding. So it starts at 16, at index 16. Remember, that's actually 17 because we start counting at 0. And go for 6 characters. Let's go ahead and replace something. Coding.replace. Coding, or course.replace coding, and we're going to replace coding with the word programming. And now it says JavaScript 101, programming for beginners. Now, I didn't reassign that to course, so it's going to go back to coding. But what I could have done was course is equal to, oh, look at that. Cannot reassign a constant. Typical Caleb, should have known better. I should have used a let. But that's okay. Now, what else can we do? We can do course.to uppercase. That makes it all uppercase. We could also do to.lowercase, lowercase. And that makes it all lowercase for us. We could also say something that has a lot of spaces in it, like const, something spacey, lots of spaces before and after. Spacey has a lot of spaces. We can do spacey.trim, and it gets rid of those extra spaces for us. That's really important to know because as soon as we start working with user input, users tend to add a lot of weird spaces for some reason. We're going to want to get rid of those, and that's how we get rid of them. Last but not least, we could do, let's go back to using course. Let's split all of these by a space. So we could say words is equal to course.split. And what is it going to split by? A string with a space in it. So it's going to grab that and split it there, split it there, and split it there. And this is going to give us a list. This is going to give us an array. And so words simply says JavaScript 101 coding for beginners. And if we do type of words, we're going to see that this is also an object, but technically it's an array. And we can see that in its proto here, it says an array. Now, what I would like you to do is try to give most of these a shot. Try to do some of these on your own. So what you're going to need to do is create a brand new variable. Call it something long with a bunch of spaces. And I want you to try to use .search, .slice, .substring, or substr. Substring technically is a different function. .replace, .to uppercase, .to lowercase. I want you to try all of these, including .trim and .split. These are very, very, very common methods on strings in JavaScript. So you're going to want to make sure you try all of these out. You don't need to be a professional at all of these, but you need to at least get a little bit of experience so you can, know what to expect. Go ahead and give that a shot. And when you're done, come on back. I'm going to show you one more thing. Okay, hopefully you got a little bit of experience with things like split, .to uppercase, .replace, .search, .trim, things like that. There is something else we can do. So course.length. Now this doesn't come with the not the curly braces, but the parentheses at the end. This is just .length. This is called a property. Whenever it has opening and closing parentheses, whenever it has a set of parentheses here, that's called a function or a method. Without it, it's called a property. And this tells us how many characters are inside of it. Last but not least, we can also do course, and then we can subscript this with a number. So we can say course, hard brackets, and let's say 9 is going to be T. Okay, didn't know that. 0 is going to be J. There's 36 characters in here. That's probably one too far. There we go. S. And why 35 worked and 36 didn't? It starts at 0. So if we go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. We land at the S here. Whereas if we land at the 36, it's sort of over here. There's nothing there. And that's again because of index offsetting. We start counting things at the number 0. Demystifying variable types. Whenever you're working with someone else's code, you might not know what the variable type necessarily is. Variables can go through a lot of different states, and maybe a variable is a list at one point or an array. Maybe it's an object at another point. Maybe it's a string at another point. Maybe it's a number at some point. Ideally, that doesn't happen, but occasionally it does. And you can always run a particular function called typeof. And so to run from that last lesson, I had a variable called course, and it was a string, and I can do typeof, and then put the variable name in there, and it's a string. Let's also go ahead and make a list, an array. So ARR is equal to just an empty list, an empty array, and we could say typeof ARR, and this is going to look funny because it actually says it's an object, but if we do ARR, proto, it's an array. So you just got to be a little bit careful with that one. Let's go ahead with const boolean is equal to false, and then we can do typeof boolean. It is a boolean indeed. And if we do boolean, we can see that it's false. No, we can do that with any variable at any point in time. Now, what I would like you to do, go ahead and give this a shot. Create a new variable. Create a few different variables. Try creating a boolean, try creating an object, try creating an array, try creating a string, and then run typeof on all of them. This should really only take you about 2 minutes. When you're done that, let's go ahead and talk about casting data types like a wizard. All right, let's talk about casting data types like a wizard. You're a wizard, Harry. Hama Juan. Okay, now that I'm done with the silly sound effects, let's talk about casting data types like a wizard. So casting is the ability to actually turn one variable type into another variable type. And so for example, we could say age is equal to 31 as a string. And that's already assigned. We got to refresh. Age is equal to 31 as a string. Nailed it. And so we can say typeof age, and that's going to give us a string. Now, what if we wanted to times that age by 7? We could do age times 7, and that works perfectly fine. because JavaScript is loosely written, so it understands that this is, in fact, it's supposed to be a number. It's in a string, but it can be a number. What if we went with age is equal to, my age is 31, and then did age times 7. Returns NaN. That stands for not a number. Now we're getting to some sort of problem. Now we have age. Nope, age is supposed to be 31. Let's say we want to cast this as a number. All we have to do is type number with a capital N, throw in that variable, and it's now that. Well, it would have been, actually, because age is still going to be a string. We can see that it's a string. If we did age is equal to number, and then threw the age in there as well. So we're overwriting it, and now we can say type of age, and we get number. What happens if we want to cast a string, or an object, or an array? We can do all of these things as well. So we can do age is equal to 31, and then we can cast that. So we can say age is equal to number, age. We know that that's now a number. We could also do object, so we could say age is equal to object age. This is going to give us something weird. This just says it's a number, and it's got a primitive value of 31, so it is an object, technically. It's a weird one. We probably wouldn't want that. We would probably actually want to do something like person age is equal to whatever that age is going to be. But that is one way to do it. Let's go ahead and, what do we have here? Age. Let's do age is back to 31, so this is now a number. This is going really fast. We can do age is equal to array age. And we have a length of 31. Interesting. But there's nothing in it. But we are casting things in here. So this is getting a little bit weird. And honestly, you're not actually going to be able, but you're not going to cast things to an array or to an object too often. Once something stays as an array, or once it's created as an array, it stays as an array. Once it's created as an object, it stays as an object. Strings and numbers are a little more interchangeable because they're similar data types, but arrays and objects are pretty different from just a simple number. So it's going to be a little bit different. One that you might want to use a lot though, let's see what age is. Age is equal to 31. Type of age gives us a number. We could try a Boolean, and this is going to be very helpful to understand conditionals at some point, because everything boils down to either true or false in programming. And so what if we did age is equal to 0? And then we cast that as a Boolean. We get false. And that's because 0 is false, 1 is positive. What is Boolean if we say -1? That's true. What about -10? That's true as well, but just 0 is false. 1 is true. 10 is true. Everything boils down to true or false, and in JavaScript, all Booleans that are zeros are false, everything else is true. Now, why is this lesson even important? Why am I teaching you any of this at all? Because occasionally you're going to want to change something, one data type to another data type. You're going to want to change 31 as a number to a string to do something with it. Because, and here's a good example, age is equal to 31. Let's do age is equal to 31 as a number. Age dot, well, this doesn't have things like replace. What if we wanted to replace all the ones with 3s? So we make 33. Well, this is going to give us an error. It's not a function. We now have to cast this. We can say age is equal to string age. We know that that's now a string. We can see it in here. It has quotation marks around it. And we can do age dot replace 1 with 3. And that gives us 33. Now that sounds like honestly like a really bad example, but it's not. These are things that you're going to have to do. And the reason we want to do this, another reason we want to do this is because whenever you're working with user input, it always comes back as a string. So if you ask a user, how old are they? They could say, my age, 31, but it's going to come back as a string. It's not going to come back as a number. It's going to come back as a string. Now, what if you need to do something with that particular number? You could say age is equal to prompt, what is your age? And watch this. This is going to prompt me. I'm going to put in 31. I'm going to put in a different number here. I'm going to put in 50. 59. And it comes back as 59. And what if I do type of? Nope. Type of age. Comes back as a string. Now, that's cool. I can do things with strings, but what if I needed to do something else? As in, I needed to add something together. So we could say my age is equal to 31. And then we could say console.log, our ages together are, and we're going to concatenate these using the old school way. And this is just how we merge things together. We merge sentences together using concatenation, using the plus sign. So we have a string here. And then in here, we just concatenate our variable age plus my age. Our ages together are, and actually let's just leave it at that. And let's close that console log. And we see a problem here. Our ages together are 5,931. Well, that's not right. What if I did my age plus age? I get 3159, or my age, or the other way around, age plus my age is equal to, it's adding a string and a number together. And so it's coming back as a string. We don't want that. We need to cast this. And so if we cast these both as numbers, we can add these together. So let's do this. Age, currently a string. Let's do age is equal to number age. And let's do my age, 31. And now let's add these together. Age plus my age. There we go, we got 90. Now it's actually doing proper math. This is really, really helpful in the simplest form of JavaScript, is we need to be able to cast these things from one data type to another. It's really, really important that we do that. Now, you might not use this right away, but you will use this down the road. It is very, very vital to know how to do this. Now, you probably shouldn't have to do anything at this point. I would say if you want to get some hands-on experience, try casting from a string to a number and then back to a string. And kind of doing what I did. Feel free to watch this video a couple of times because I went a little bit fast and it's a little bit tricky to understand at first. I get it. But also know that you don't need to know all of this right away. You can pretty much tuck this in your back pocket for now. And, you know, tomorrow or the next day when you come back and you want to dig into JavaScript some more, that's cool. You have this in your back pocket. You can now work with casting a little bit and experiment with it at your own pace, of course. All right, let's talk about concatenating variables to make sentences. So concatenation, or concat for short, is a ridiculous term for mixing variable types together and sort of merging them together into one big sentence. That is literally all it is. So in older JavaScript, you're going to see something like, my name is my name, age is my age. Now, this actually isn't going to do anything because these variables aren't set. Let's go ahead and set these variables first. Name is equal to Caleb. Age is equal to 31. And we can write this. Oh, that was not quite right. There we go, a little space in there. So Caleb is my name, 31 is my age. And this is concatenation. So we have a variable plus a string, plus a variable, plus a string. And then it ends with a semicolon, as it usually does. That's old school JavaScript concatenation. In modern JavaScript, you're going to see these things called template literals, which again is a really fancy term for basically just putting your variables inside of a fancy string. And so instead of writing it this way, which honestly gets really confusing, you're going to see this using backticks. So we write this backtick and we could say, my name is $, and then opening and closing curly brace, name. And my age is $, opening, closing curly brace, age. And you close it with a backtick. And this is a template literal. And doesn't this look a lot easier to read? My name is name, and my age is age. Versus name plus is my age, is my name, plus age plus is my age. This is just a lot easier to read. And this is modern JavaScript. Again, this is called a template literal. Why is it called a template literal? I guess it's a little more literal in the sense that you can actually read it. I don't actually know. I feel like sometimes us developers name things just to make ourselves feel smarter. But that is a template literal, and you're going to find this in ES6 and up. So this is actually quite modern JavaScript already. And you're going to see me writing it this way from now on as well, because typically this is just, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just a little more old school, a little harder to read, and I want it to be nice and easy for you to understand. So know that there are two different ways to do it. You're going to see this way out in the wild, out in wild JavaScript land when other people are writing JavaScript, you're also going to see it this way as well. Remember, with a template literal, you need that backtick. If you do a template literal without the backticks, this is what happens. It literally does this. That is not what you want. You want this one. Nope, wrong one. You want this one. Well, they're both the right one. You want both of these. Nailed it. So that's concatenation in a nutshell. Go ahead and give both of these a shot. You're going to want experience from both of these. Numbers are tricky, but they don't need to be hard. So you've heard the saying, it's tricky to rock a rhyme that's right on time. It's tricky. Numbers are not tricky. No, numbers are tricky. Oh no, I messed that up. Numbers are tricky, but they're not hard. So sometimes we need to cast variables like numbers to add them together. For example, if we have something like num is equal to 1, 2, 3, num2 is equal to 4, 5, 6.7, and then if we did num plus num2, we're going to get something weird. We get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.7. Even though we just wanted to add these together, we ended up concatenating these together because one is a string, one is a number. Now, if JavaScript detects that both of these are numbers, it's going to add those together for us, which would be really delightful. But it says one is a string, so it concatenates together, assuming we know what we're doing. And sometimes we do, sometimes we don't know what we're doing. And so in order for us to get past this, we can say num2 is equal to number num2. And all this is going to do is cast it to a number. And now we can say num plus num2, and that's going to add them together. And this is where sort of casting comes together along with concatenation and sort of understanding data types. Everyone likes lists, right? Or is it just me? I think a lot of people like lists. I like lists for sure. So in JavaScript, a list is called an array, and we've actually touched on this a tiny bit. And it looks a lot like this. We've got some sort of list, lst is equal to, and then opening and closing hard bracket, and then we can put anything in here. We could put 1, 2, 3.0, 4. We could put another list in there. We could put an empty object in there. Done. And if we do type of lst, that's our list, we get an object, but if we click down in here into our proto, we see it's an array, and it comes with all sorts of different functions in here. We've got concat, constructor, copy within, filler. Oh man, there are just so many things we could do in here. But we're not going to cover all of those because we don't want to be here for a short lifetime. So I'm just going to clear that console and retype lst so we know what we're working with. And so the syntax is really just a hard bracket. And again, it looked a lot like this. lst or const lst or let lst. We could do const lst is equal to open the array, and then we have our first item, and then we have a comma, then usually a space just to make it nice and readable. Then our second item, then a comma, and then a space, and then a third item. And we have all these different commas. And so we've got comma, 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 chameleon. And that is how we add all these different items to an array. Now, an array is, honestly, at this point in time, it's completely useless to you. There's nothing you can do to it or with it. So let's go ahead and just cancel this. And let's do lst. Let's add something to it. Let's add a new item here. And we can do lst. And that's going to give us a new item at the very end. And so all we did was list.push or array.push. And instead of lst, you'll often see people refer to it as arr for array. lst.push, new item here, gave us the total number of items in this array. And then in this array, item number 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But remember, we start indices at 0. Our last item here is new item here. Now let's say we want to get that out. We could say const new item is equal to lst.pop. And this is going to do two things. New item is now the new item here, and also lst no longer has that 6th item in here, or the 7th one technically, but index 6, it didn't have that in there. So if I scroll on up, this is what it used to have right in here. And if I scroll on down, it's no longer there. We popped it out of there. We popped it out of the array into a new variable. And so that's how we put things in and take things out of an array in a very, very simple way. I think there's like 9 other ways you can take an item out of an array, but in this case, we're just going to keep it easy and simple with .pop. Iteration. Okay, let's take a look at lists or arrays, because on their own, they're actually not very useful. They're actually super useless. We need to be able to do something with them. So there are 2 ways to loop over an array. We can use the for function or the for constructor, or the for each function. So the for loop or the for each function. And so one looks like this: for something as long as something else after each iteration, do some sort of thing, code here. That's basically what a for loop does. So let's go ahead and demo this real quick. So let's create a new const AR is equal to 0, 1, 2, 3. And we can say for let I is equal to 0, so a starting value. Then we can say do this over and over again for as long as this next part is true. So I is less than arr.length. So now we're using the .length property, which we learned about. With strings, it just happens to be that arrays have that too. And then at the end of each iteration, do I++, which is a declaration operator, an incremental declaration operator, and that just adds 1 value to it. So after each for loop, it's going to go from 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to the end until this reaches that number. So as long as I is less than 0, as long as I is less than 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 items, we should be good. So what we can do here is console.log I, and let's just console log that. And so we get 0, 1, 2, 3, and undefined. And so now what we can do here is we can say console log arr and use that number as an index as I. There we go. So it's going to console log arr 0, 1, 2, 3. And we can see this when we do I. So basically this is your index. So it's going to console log the index and then the array with that index in it. Let's go ahead and see what this produces. There we go. 0, 1, 2, 3, and a classic undefined. We don't really care about that at the moment though. We can simply ignore that at this time. So that is the for loop, and that is simply going to loop through all of the items in an array. Now there's actually a better way to do this, and this is a more modern way, and this is the way I really prefer to do it. So arr.for each. And then we can say for each of the numbers in that list, console.log said number. And so we're actually using some pretty modern JavaScript here. We're using a for each function. This is not a loop, this is a function. And in here, we're passing in 1 parameter into a function. We haven't learned about functions yet, but we will. We'll get there. And we're using a fat arrow function, which again is also a very modern JavaScript thing to do. And so this doesn't work because I need to close this opening bracket there. There we go. 0, 1, 2, 3, and undefined is whatever it's going to return. That's fine. So what I would like you to do is give both of those a shot. This one is the main one because this is what you're going to see more often these days. But if we take a look at this one, this is also old school. A lot of new JavaScript is going to compile down to this type of JavaScript anyways, just so that it can support old browsers like Internet Explorer. So you are still going to see this kind of for loop, but you will also see this a lot more commonly these days. So make sure you get familiar with both of them. Give both of them a shot. Don't forget the main thing here is you need some sort of comparison while this is true. Otherwise, you could possibly end up crashing your browser. You only crash your browser, not your computer, so you'll be totally fine. But if you only did something like this is going to say for I is equal to 0 while something is true. Well, we know for in Boolean is true, so this is going to be true. Do I++, and I need to get rid of that. Do I++. And so this is not actually going to ever meet some sort of ending condition. And so you want to make sure that I is less than or less than equal to arr.length. Up next in the next lesson, we are going to talk about selecting more than one element with classes. I am getting really, really bored of using this console. You know, this is great and all. This is using our browser, but let's go ahead and do something funner with like maybe CodePen or something in the next lesson. By now we know how to select an element by its ID. What if we want to select an element by its class? Well, if we select an element by its class, we're at risk for selecting multiple elements, and this is going to get into some strange things. So what I'm going to do here is actually tuck away VS Code for a little bit and open up CodePen. All right, so here I have codepen.io open, and I'm going to close up this CSS tab, and in HTML, I'm just going to write a little bit of HTML with a little bit of CSS. Or a CSS class, not CSS. So I want to use Emmet abbreviations, and I'm going to write dot, and then this class. And I'm going to copy this a few times. This is a class 1. So at this point, we have 4 elements with the class name. This is class. Now there's 2 ways to grab an element by its class. We can use document.querySelector or document.querySelectorAll. There's a difference here. Let's do const elements for elements, document.querySelector, and we're just going to write the CSS selector. So this class. And then let's do console.log lms dot inner text. And we're going to see that this is class 1. It's only grabbed that very first one. Now, if we want to grab something by a class, we might want multiple elements. And so we can do this as well, but we don't use query selector. We use query selector all, and this is going to return, instead of a single node or single element, it's going to return a single list of elements or a node list. And so if I go in here and console log lms, we're going to see, oh, look at that. We found a limit in CodePen. That is unfortunate. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to throw this in VS Code real quick. Copy that, throw that into my script, and go back to here and just refresh the page. And this is left off from the last lesson there. So here we have a node list. And in this node list, we have the 0th item, and the first item, second item, and third item. This is because, well, this is an entire class. And so if we go into the first one and we scroll down, there's a lot of stuff that we can have here. But if we scroll down to inner HTML or inner text, it says this is class 1. Okay, cool. If we want the 4th one, let's go to that last one there. And remember, indexes start at 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3 is the same as 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's scroll down to inner HTML, inner text. We've worked with these before. This is class 4. And so what this has done is given us a node list. And we have in our code here const elements. So we can access this in our console. And we can do type of elements. Gives us an object. And classic, because a lot of things in JavaScript are objects. It's an object-oriented programming language. But if we, again, just type elements, we can see that this is in fact a node list. And if we click down, proto, this is a node list. That's the kind of object it is. It's a node list. So to recap, if we want to select one single class, and it's just going to get that first one, we use document.querySelector, and then we write our CSS in here. And this is why it's important to know CSS while you're writing JavaScript. We could do this class, and this is going to give us the first one. So we could do inner text, and this is just going to say this is class 1. Whereas if we wanted to grab all of them, we would say document.querySelectorAll. Same thing, this dash class, and that's because in our code here, this is our class name, this class. This is going to return a node list, and then we can loop through that node list. Changing every item in a list. Let's go ahead and get a list of elements using document.querySelectorAll, and let's go ahead and work with that. Let's change something. So first of all, we want a list. Let's do an ordered list here, an OL. That's going to give us 1, 2, 3, 4 in sort of bullet point styles. And then our first one could say this is 1, second one could say this is 2, and the third one could say this is 3. Now when I refresh my page, it says this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. Now what we can do here is we can say something like const elements is equal to document dot query selector all, because we want a list, a node list, not just one of them. We want a node list, and we covered that in the last lesson. And we want to select just the li elements. And this is where knowing HTML comes in, is because we are going to now select every li element on this page. So if we go ahead and we select that, we have elements. It's a node list with 3 li's in it. Let's check that second one just to make sure that things are looking right. If we go into the inner text here, it should say, this is 2. Where is it? This is 2, just like that. And that's pointing to this one here. So that's good news. This is working the way we want. Now to loop through this, we can use a for each. So we can say elements dot for each node fat arrow. And then we can do node because it's going to loop through each one of these. So it's going to loop through li1, li2, li3. And we know that there's an inner text value in there, or a property. We can do node.innerText is equal to, this is changed. Let's close that. And we close that with a closing curly brace. That selects this. And then we close it with a closing parentheses, and that selects all of that. Let's go ahead and hit enter, and we're going to see that this changes on the left-hand side as soon as I hit enter. Bam, just like that. This is changed. Now, what if we wanted to, for some reason, know which index item this is? Well, that's going to be a little bit hard. We could have our own little for loop. We could keep track of it. We could write a variable saying index is equal to 0, and then inside of here, we could say index plus plus. We could do something like that if we wanted, or we could use the for each index parameter. And so we could do elements, and actually what I'm going to do is just clear that. We could do elements dot for each, and now instead of just saying node, we're going to say another parentheses, another bracket there, node, and then index, and then our fat arrow. And then we could say that node.innerText is equal to, and we're going to use a template literal here. Hello, this is item index. And let's close that. And as soon as I hit enter, this is going to say, hello, this is item. You tell me, is this going to say, is this item 0? Or is this one item 1, item 2, item 3? Item 0, 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3? Remember, indexes always start at 0. Hello, this is item 0. What we can do instead, actually, if we wanted to offset that, is in our template literal here, we could say, where we have these opening and closing curly braces, we could say +1. I'll make that just a tad smaller there. So we could say, use the variable index. Remember, it's got a $sign there, +1. And this is going to give us that offset that we're looking for. So it looks a little more readable in human terms. So it's going to say, this is, hello, this is item 1. Hello, this is item 2. Hello, this is item 3. Just like that. Hello, this is item 1, 2, and 3. Now, what if in JavaScript we wanted to loop through all of these and we wanted to add a class? And so each one of these, if we go into our elements, li, none of these actually have a class. We could add a class to it if we wanted to. So we could loop through all of these. We could say elements dot for each, and we're just going to use a regular node. And because one thing I skipped in the last little section there is because there's 2 parameters, we use brackets around it or parentheses around it. When there's just one, we don't need parentheses. We can just assume that it's just a node. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to skip the parentheses here. Then we can say node.classList.add custom class, and let's add a second one, second class. Now this looks like it's not going to do anything, but if we go back over to elements, we can now see that custom class and second class have been added. And this is a really good way to dynamically change your page when the page has been loaded. And so you can have a boring plain page like this, and when your JavaScript is done loading, for example, you could say loop through all the LIs on a page or loop through all the divs on a page and add a particular class so that your site looks like it's loading dynamically. Now, we have been working with this a lot, this sort of functionality where we've got like the word add and then a parentheses and then some sort of parameter, maybe a second parameter. And when it's attached to an element like this, it's called a method. But when it's not attached to an element like this, it's called a function. And in the next lesson, we're going to start writing some functions, or we're going to at least take a look at what functions are and why they're important. Staying dry in CodeRain. So let's talk about this. Dry. This is the concept of do not repeat yourself. Actually, it's don't. It's don't repeat yourself. And the idea here is that you write code once and you don't have to write it again. Now, dry is a really nice principle because it allows you to write code once. And if you have to change it across your site and it's being, that particular piece of code is being accessed like 20 or 200 times, you can change it in one place and it changes it everywhere. So for example, you could ask for someone's age. You could say the const of someone's age is 31. Then you could say if age is greater than or equal to 18, they can vote. If the age is greater than or equal to 21 in the United States, they can drink alcohols. And then you can ask for a second person. So you can say second age is equal to, let's say 15. If age is greater than or equal to, you can see how this is becoming pretty repetitive already. They can vote if their age is equal to or greater than 21. Yes, I'm doing this the long way for a reason. They can drink alcohols. Now, what if there's a third age? Third age is equal to 20. We have to do the same thing. If age, okay, you get the point. This is going to go on forever and ever and ever, and it gets really, really repetitive. And you can see that I'm actually writing the exact same code here as I am here. So why not just wrap this up into something that can be used once, or written once and used over and over again? And that's what we're going to do with functions. So functions look scary at first, but they actually aren't anything to be afraid of. And so a function looks a lot like this. We use the keyword function and then some sort of name. Let's say add numbers. And then this can be, let's just, there we go, add numbers. And then this could have some sort of parameter, a parameter 1, a parameter 2. The parameters are separated with a comma. And then we use an opening and closing curly brace. And all of our code goes in here. And then lastly, we can have some sort of logic, do something with parameter 1, do something with parameter 2, and we return an answer, and we return it with the return keyword. So this is the syntax for a function. And so we've got function, our name, it could be any name, parameter 1, parameter 2. If there are parameters, there might not even be a parameter. Then we've got an opening curly brace. And then all of our code goes in here up until it reaches that closing curly brace. That's going to be contained in the function. And then we have the return keyword, and that just spits out an answer. And so when we use the return keyword, that means we can now do const total is equal to add numbers. And this is going to now say an answer. And so let's go ahead and actually save this and run this in our browser. So let's go back and refresh. This is just HTML from the last lesson. What did I call it? I called it total. Let's go ahead and console.log total. If we don't want to console log total, we can always just write total in our console. And we get an answer. And so what we've done here is we've written some sort of code that we can apply over and over and over again. We can basically keep doing this. Well, that's better because we can't overwrite a const, but we can overwrite a let. What we want to do here is basically say, keep adding these numbers together, and it's going to keep saying return an answer, and they're all going to be an answer. So the idea here is that if we have 300 lines of logic, right? If we have 300 lines of logic, we don't have to write 300 lines of logic for this line, and then for this line, and then for this line, and for this line, and for this line, and for this line, and for this line. We can literally write it once and access it using that function name. So in the next lesson, we're going to go ahead and actually start writing a function. All right, let's take a look at finding the fun in functions. Functions are how we reuse code. And this follows the principles of dry. Do not repeat yourself. Dry. Don't repeat yourself. Dry. And so this is really nice because we can start writing larger pieces of code and not having to copy and paste. And when something changes in the future, let's say we have a typo somewhere, we don't have to change it in 20, 30, 40, 50 different places. So let's go ahead and create a function. We have the keyword function, add numbers, and then this can take either 0 parameters, 1 parameter, doesn't matter. It can take unlimited parameters. So let's do, not parameter 1, let's call this number 1, and let's call this one number 2. And what we're going to do here is say const total is equal to num1 plus num2. Return total. Now remember, I'm using const here, and so this is going to be scoped to these curly braces. That means I cannot use total outside of this particular function. Now I could redeclare it. I could say const total and create a new const out here, and that's totally fine, but I cannot access this one outside of the function because it only lives within its closest set of curly braces. So actually, let's go ahead and do that. Let's say const added total is equal to add numbers, and so I'm just using the function name now, this function name, number 1 and number 2. We could do number 1 and we could do number 2. And so if this adds 1 and 9 together, this is going to return the total of 10. Let's go ahead and save that and refresh our page over here. And for anyone who's just coming in, by the way, in my index.html, what I can do is get rid of that. I'm using a script element, and I'm using the src attribute to link to my script.js file where I have all of my external JavaScript. It's just a little nicer than having to write it internally inside of my HTML file. I can write it just in a JavaScript file itself. I get nice syntax highlighting and stuff with VS Code as well. So let's go ahead and refresh. Added total is a const that we have written in our code here. This code has now been executed. I now have access to this in my console. I get 10. And so to see this in action, we could do function greeting. We could ask for someone's name, and then we could say console.log, use a template literal here. We can do name, just like that. Now this isn't going to do anything. This is just going to declare the function. Cool, nothing happened there. But if we run greeting Caleb, we're now going to see it says hello Caleb. It's going to print that out for me. It says hello Caleb. And let's do that again. Greeting Zephyr. Hello Zephyr. We could also put this into a variable if we wanted to. So we could redeclare that function, and instead of saying console log, we could simply return. And when we return that now allows us to store that in a variable. So I could say greeting Zephyr with the parameter of name. So that first one is going to be Zephyr. And it's going to say hello Zephyr. And it's going to do what we want, but it's not actually going to go into any sort of variable yet. We could say const cat is equal to greeting Zephyr. And now we're going to see that nothing happens here. But if I type cat, hello Zephyr, now I have access to this over and over and over again. And so what we've effectively done with a function is we've written a little bit of code. It's taken a couple of parameters, or in that last sort of example with Zephyr, we took one parameter named name, and we did some sort of logic in there. We did something, and then we just returned it. And basically you can think of this sort of like a black hole. This will take anything you throw at it, literally anything you throw at it. And it's going to possibly spit out one thing, Hawking radiation. And then we can reuse that over and over and over again. So we could say added total, we could add these numbers, added total, let's do added total 2. Let's add ridiculous numbers. I have no idea what that is going to be. And then let's go ahead and added total 2. That's our number. So it's adding it for us. We no longer have to actually worry about doing math. We can just tell it to do the math for us, which is really nice. That is the programmer way to live life. You don't need to know how to do the math. You just need to know, well, how to do the math once, and then you never have to think about it ever again. Now let's go ahead and break this example. What happens if I don't give it a number? This is a data type that we're working with here. We're using the number data type of 1 and a number data type with a value of 9. What if we added strings in here? Let's go ahead and add these totals together. So I'm going to save that, refresh this page, and just access that. Well, this gives us 19.123. Not what we wanted. We wanted 10.123. This gave us 1 and basically did this. It concatenated it for us. So what we can do now is we can force these to be numbers. Number, number. And this is typecasting. This is where typecasting gets really, really useful. And so we can say in this function, even if you pass in a string, change that data type to a number. Same thing with number 2, and then total those together. Now let's go ahead and refresh that page. And we're going to see in here, added total is going to be 10.123. And it's not going to be 19.123 as a string, which is what it was originally. It's an actual number this time. So now we're mixing typecasting with functions for reusable code. And this is going to produce the same answer every single time. It's going to be very predictable. And that's what we want in our programs. We want our code to be predictable. Now, one last thing. If I create, or copy, not create, I've already created. If I copy add numbers together, let's take a look at the type of here. So we know add numbers is some sort of function. When I type that, we get this weird sort of italicized F. That means it's a function. We can do type of add numbers, and it tells us it's a function. Now here's the kicker, is if we do add numbers and actually execute that function with the curly braces, let's say 1 and 9 again, this is going to say the type of is a number. And that's because it's actually going to execute this. It's going to execute it, and it's going to return 10, and then it's going to say type of 10 is a number. And so if we do this as an example, gives us the exact same thing. And that's simply because this is now returning an answer. It's returning this 10 and saying type of 10 is a number. Whereas if we don't use those parentheses, and we just give it the function name, we can see that the type of is a function. We've worked with type of before. We know of numbers, booleans, strings, objects, arrays, null, undefined, things like that. This one is a function. Now, this is absolutely vital to know in JavaScript and in most programming languages. What you're going to need to do as your homework, and I don't want you to carry on until you give this a shot, is I want you to create some sort of function that takes 1 or 2 parameters and multiplies them together. So you could do something, and I'll show you an example here. You could do something like function times num1, num2, return num1 times num2. I want you to do that and then assign that to a variable. So give this a shot, play with it. Try changing num1 to a different name and try breaking it. Completely 100%, 1000 trillion%. Try to break your code. That's how we learn. We learn by breaking code, and you're not going to break anything on your computer. This is completely safe. So go ahead and give this a shot. Have some fun with it. Try to break something. Learn what does work, what does not work. And when you're done, let's head on over to the next lesson where we talk about accepting an unlimited number of parameters in a thing called a REST. Okay, let's take a look at, well, a REST. And the title of this one is Finding the Fun in All the Rest. And so this is kind of punny in a boring programmer kind of sense. And we don't need HTML or CSS. I'm going to do this one in CodePen. And so a REST looks like this, ... That's all it is. And this is relatively new in JavaScript, but you're going to see this all over the place because it is incredibly powerful. Also, for a little while, let's hide that console. We don't need that for a bit. And so in a function, we can use a REST as a way to accept unlimited number of parameters. And so we could say function add numbers ... numbers. And then in here, this is going to be an array or some sort of iterable that allows us to loop through those. And so we could say for index in numbers, and this is a different type of for loop. It's the same type of for loop, it's just written in a different way. So this is going to give us the index. We could say console.log, and let's just start with the index. And let's execute this. Add numbers 1, 4, 7, 13. And in our console, we can see that it just keeps saying 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's not really useful, but that is an index. And that means 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. We now have access to that. We can do console.log numbers with that index in there, knowing that this is essentially a list or an array of items. And so we could say numbers index 0 is going to be 1, numbers index 1 is going to be 4, index 2 is 7, index 3 is 13, and now we see 1, 4, 7, and 13. But this isn't actually adding our numbers together. Let's go ahead and add some numbers together. So we could say let total is equal to 0. And in here, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get rid of that line. I'm going to say total is equal to total plus numbers index. And assuming, I just cleared out that console there. Assuming that this is working fine, we should see nothing in the console. Even if we add this together, we should see nothing in the console. And now you can actually see that I'm using total up here. This is actually not going to work. What we need to do is we need to cut that, and we need to paste that in here. And so what this is going to do is say, execute this function, and when this function starts, there's a variable in here called total, and it's going to have a total of 0. Now this is going to be scoped to these curly braces, its outer curly braces, which means we can now actually change that total value in here. And then lastly, let's go ahead and return this, because I forgot that. Return the total, that's important. If we don't return that total, nothing's going to happen. And so, clear that. And I can say add numbers 1, 3, 6, and 9. And that gives us 19. So let's add these together. 1 plus 3 is 4, 4 plus 6 is 10. 10 plus 9 is 19, and that is working for us. We can even put this into a new variable as well. So we can say const new total as one word is equal to add numbers. And then let's go ahead and clear this. And let's just access that. New total, 25. 1, 4, 7, and 13 is 25. And so what we're doing here is we're taking an unlimited number of parameters. Now what we can do is we can add additional parameters here. We could say, the first one has to be a greeting name. Let's just make this a touch smaller. This first parameter has to be a greeting name, and then it can take all the numbers. And so we could say in here, well, this isn't going to work, unexpected token. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for the first parameter to be a name. So let's use my name, Caleb. And then the rest are going to be numbers. And so if I do new total, this is still going to work as expected. We can also use that greeting name. We could say return greeting name, the total. Total is the total. And this is using a template literal here. And let's go ahead and just console log this, console.log new total, so we don't have to type it in our console over and over again. Caleb, the new total, or the total is 25. We could say Zephyr. We could change this to a bigger number. Zephyr, the total is 225. Now, you're not going to see this as often as you see functions, but you are going to see this in the wild, so it's important to know. What I would like you to do as your homework for this, and this is really important, is to give this a shot. Write a function, give it a name, give it a single parameter, a mandatory parameter, and then give it a rest. Then I want you to, at some point, loop through that rest. Loop through the index of the numbers, for instance, and get those numbers. Then I want you to return something with a template literal. So return a string. This is going to be a string because that's what a template literal is. Put that first parameter in there. Put that second parameter or a different variable in there, whatever you're working with, put that second one in there, and then call it. Call that function and execute it, and then console log that. Once you have that up and running, go ahead and move on to that next lesson. But I would highly suggest to not move on to that next lesson until you actually do this, just because this is really, really good practice, and you're going to see this in the wild all over the place. Even if you have to, I'm going to make this bigger. Even if you have to, just pause this video here, take a screenshot of this, and write this out by hand. And then just tinker with the code yourself. It's really important you get used to how the syntax is written, making typos, fixing those typos. A lot of junior programmers, I see that all the time. They make typos and they can't figure out why. Don't forget, open up your console. It'll tell you exactly why. And then just tinker with my code if you like. If this particular concept was too hard to grasp for you, and that's okay if it is, copy my code and tinker around with it. So change greeting name from here and here, change it to something else. Change numbers from here, here, and here to something else. Change that starting total from 0 to 10. So it's always going to start at the number 10. So you've got a base of 10. Go ahead, give that a shot. Don't forget, if you get stuck or you need help, come ask questions in the Learning to Code Facebook group. We are here to help. Once you're done that, I'll see you in that next lesson. Objects with functions. You'll often see objects used as a way to sort of namespace things, so they don't have conflicting code. And the idea here is that you could have someone's name, you could have someone's age, you could have someone's height, and you don't have to do things like person 1 name, person 1 age, person 1 height. My console is going to freak out here. Person 2 name, person 2 age, person 2 height. And so you don't need to do that. You don't have to have all these crazy variables all over the place. What you can do is you can put them into an object. And we've talked about objects before. So instead you could have const person is equal to, I'll just make that a touch bigger. The key could be name. The value could be Caleb. Key could be age. The value could be 31. Different data type. It's using a number instead of a string. Height could be a string of 6 foot 0. Let's do this though. 6 foot. And then if we need to create a second person, we can copy that. And we can do person 2. And let's go ahead and clear this. And so now we can access this with console.log person name. And I have one too many not curly braces, hard brackets in there. And that eventually spits out Caleb for me. And so that's the power behind using an object, is we can group these variables, these sub-variables, into a bigger variable, which is really, really nice. And we can also add things to it. So let's go ahead and get rid of person 2, just because we don't need that example anymore. And let's go ahead and say person fave food is going to be pizza, I guess. I guess that's my favorite food today is pizza. And so even though this is a const, this value technically isn't changing. It's saying that this is already allocated a piece of memory, and we can just keep adding to that piece of memory. So that person fave food is equal to pizza, which is the same as saying in here, fave food, pizza. It's the exact same as saying that. We just dynamically created it, and then we accessed it down here. Now, that was a quick little recap on functions, but not functions, objects. But what if we wanted to add some sort of function in there? We could do that as well. So let's go ahead and clear that out and clear this because that's going to get distracting. We could add a function in here and we could call it anything we want. So let's say speak, and we could give this a function and a parameter if we wanted to. We'll get to that in just a second. But let's say when this person speaks, what does he say? What does Caleb say? What do I say? I usually say something like meow because I live with a couple of cats and I like to speak their language. So this, at this point, looks like it's not doing anything. But what we can do is person.speak. And because it's a function, we just add that in there with these parentheses. And so what we're saying is access this person object, access this particular key dot speak, and because it's a function, if we don't use that, we're going to see nothing happens. But if we do add these parameters in there, we're saying execute this function, console log meow. Now we can give this a parameter as well. We can say, what does this person say? What does this person want? Want is equal to, and I'm going to throw a fun little wrench in here. We can give a default value. Want is equal to a string of cookies. And what we could say here is a template literal, meow, I want, and it says meow, I want cookies. And so now we're using a function, and you can use this as a regular function, not necessarily just in an object as well, but you can use this in a regular function where you have a default parameter. So if it's not given, it's going to default to cookies. So want is always going to be cookies. I can change that. What should that want be now? Currently, I've got an empty string, so it's not going to be anything. I'm going to change that to pizza. And it's going to say, meow, I want pizza, just like that. Meow, I want pizza. And so that's how we write a function inside of an object. Now, in modern JavaScript, you're going to see this written another way, called an object literal. And the idea here is we can simply say speak is going to be a function, but we don't have to declare it as a function necessarily with a key. If it's going to be the same function name as the key, we can just write the key as a function, I guess. So this is getting a little tricky to explain, so I'm just going to demonstrate it. So I'm going to create another function here called talk. And notice this syntax. There's no key in here. And what I'm going to do is just get rid of that, comment that out, just so that my console stops updating every time I type and stop typing. Talk, I can say console.log, I am talking. And so down here, instead of person.speak, I can use person.talk. And it says I am talking. Now, this is basically the exact same thing as saying talk is equal to function talk. It's just short, it's less typing. And you're going to see this all over the place. This is called an object literal. This can also take a parameter as well. Talking, who am I talking to? I'm going to be talking to Karen. And I am talking, let's just change this to a template literal. I am talking to, and let's just update this in our console. It says I'm talking to Karen, default value. I am now talking to Amanda. And that's going to change that default value for me. So if this is not provided, just like the want variable or parameter, if it's not provided, it's going to use this default value. But guess what? It was provided, so we can now use Amanda instead of Karen. We can go and talk to Amanda instead of Karen. And we can say console log, I am talking to, template literal, inside of an object literal. We're making things a little shorter, a little easier to type, a little harder to understand at first until you get used to it. Now, what I would like you to do for your homework for this lesson, and this is really important because you're going to see this all over the place, is create an object, give it a couple key value pairs, then create a regular function, then create an object literal. That is a function that is basically not saying the word function in it for the most part. Go ahead and give that a shot. When you are done with that, we're going to move on to our final project in JavaScript 101. Okay, welcome to your final project. I want you to work with what I've given you in this course, in JavaScript 101. You're going to need to solve all of this code on your own, and so you should have access to this link. If you don't have access to this link, you can always go to codepen.io/CalebTallien/pen/ and I'll zoom in here. That's what we're looking for. Capital V, W, J, X, Y, capital G, capital R. That's where you're going to want to go. And so I have pre-written some HTML. I've pre-written a little bit of CSS in here as well. And I have given you instructions in the JavaScript. And so if we just scoot this up, we only need to look at the instructions for JavaScript. Now you're going to want to use your console. So if you don't have your console open, just open that in the bottom left. And we can see it's going to immediately start complaining because I didn't give you everything. In fact, I have given you about 40% of what you need to do here, and the rest you need to figure out on your own. And so what I want you to do is go through here, read step by step. Step 1, step 2, there's an example in there. There's a function, so step 3, cast age as a number. Step 4, set the parameter of show dog ears. That's this one here. Step 5, select all of the fake input classes. So now we're gonna have to read some code. ID name, class, fake input, fake input. So read all of those and give it a class name of real input. Now this may take a little bit of Googling to find out the solution. We actually did cover how to add class names at one point. But if you don't know how to do that, it's okay to go and hop on Google. And then lastly, just read through the code. So read through the code comments, read through the code, see what's missing, what you think is missing. If you see something like document.getElementById and it's just like, it's empty, well, you're gonna have to go figure out what that ID is. We're gonna have to look at that. What is the variable name here? The variable name is name. So let's go in our HTML and do we have something in here called name? Hello, my name is, ID is name. And so we're gonna wanna put name in there, for instance. And now we're going to see whenever you make an update that your console is going to complain. What you can do if you don't want it to complain over and over again is you can go ahead and you can select all of this code and you can just comment that out. And so I just hit command / cmd + /. It's probably control / on Windows. But I just went and commented all of that out just so that I can work at one step at a time. So I don't have to worry about all these different issues that are going to come up in the console. So you can just work on one at a time. Now, I want you to pause the video here. Give this a shot. Try to do this on your own. I have given you the instructions. I have given you everything you need to succeed in this final project. However, if you get truly stuck, you can always just resume the video and I'm going to show you exactly how I go about this final project. All right, I'm going to show you exactly how I go about solving this. So first things first, I'm going to look at all of my code. I have a bunch of HTML here and it says, hello, my name is, and then there's a span with an ID of name. It's got a class of fake input and I am ID age, class fake input, years old. In dog years, I would be ID dog years, class fake input old. And that should probably say years old. And then I look over at my CSS and I look at real input. There is no fake input class. So if I were to change one of these to real input, you can see it creates an underline here. And that's what we're looking for. So let's go ahead and change that back to fake input because we want to do this purely with JavaScript. I'm going to zoom in just a touch. And I also want my console open at all times. So it's going to complain pretty heavily at me. I just want to make sure it's not going to complain over and over and over again about the same thing. And eventually down the line, it might help me debug any mistakes that I see. So let's start on step 1. Fill in these 3 consts by selecting the right nodes in their HTML IDs. So we've got name is equal to document.getElementById, and we've got a name in here. So let's go ahead and put name in there. And let's just change that a little bit. Age, we also have age, and that comes in here. And we also have dog years. Where is dog years? This one is just dog years, all lowercase. I'm just going to clear that console just to make sure that it's not going to keep complaining at me. Step 2, set the values. So for example, my node.innerText is equal to something. So set name and age in here. So we can do name.innerText is equal to, what is my name? My name is Caleb Tallien. And then I can also do age.innerText is equal to, I'm 31. And we can see it's starting to update our document object model here. It says, hello, my name is Caleb Tallien and I am 31 years old. In dog years, I would be not a number years old. So that's not set yet. So we scroll on down and we can see function show dog years. It's taking an age as a parameter. And we want to cast age as a number, just in case age comes in as a string. For example, if we were to pull in age.innerText, this would come in as a string, not a number. And so we want to make sure we're always casting this. Let's cast this as a number. And then we're going to multiply that number by 7 and return that age by 7. But we also need to cast it here, so that we're working purely with numbers and not just with strings that are trying to multiply more strings. Let's move on to step 4. Set the parameter of show dog years. Now we can do this a few different ways. We could say 31, that's kind of cheating, but this is going to work. It's going to say 207 years old. Okay, that's all right. But what if we did age.innerText? Now this is really cool because show dog ears is a function that's going to get the dog ears. That's up here, the document.getElementById by ID, dog ears. And that's going to go over to this one. It's going to change that inner text. It's going to change that age to a number and then multiply it by 7 and return that same number. Now, if we don't cast, chances are this is going to work anyways because this is going to say something like 31 times 7 as a string. And JavaScript is smart enough, it's loosely written, so it's smart enough to understand that that's going to be a number. But just in case, as a good practice, let's cast it anyways. Step 5, select all the fake input classes and give them the class of real input. This may take a little bit of Googling to find the solution, but that's half of what web development is all about. That is a great comment that I actually added for us here, because honestly, Googling is a big part of web development. And so as an example, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually go and show you how to Google this. So I hop on google.com and I go over to the search bar and I say how to add, and I just moved that up into the recording area, how to add a class using JavaScript. And so usually I go straight over to Stack Overflow. How do I add a class to a given element? Stack Overflow has really good answers here. And so I have an element that already has a class. Now I want to create a JavaScript function that will add the class to the div, but not replace, but add. How do I do that? Look at that. The answer is right here. This is the accepted solution. 2,035 people have said this is the right thing to do. Element.classlist.add and then my class, or if you want to remove it, element.classlist.remove my class. And so that's pretty cool. We are only working towards modern browsers these days. We don't need to support Internet Explorer 9, for example. Let's go and use element.classlist.add. Let's go back to our code here, and it's in here, node.classlist.add. We now know what that does. We could do real input, and that's going to change these to have underlines. Let's go ahead and actually change that width. Beauty, that looks a lot better. Hello, my name is Caleb Tallien. I'm 31 years old. In dog years, I would be 217 years old. Now, we do have one more thing. If we right-click and inspect, let's make this way smaller because that is obnoxious. In our body, this is what we're inspecting. It says fake input and real input. We want to get rid of both of those. So let's go ahead and get rid of fake input. Actually, I think I said I want to get rid of both of those. No, we want to keep real input. We want to get rid of fake input. And so what we can do here, and this is a little extracurricular, but we can do node.classlist. What did we Google here? Remove fake input. And now, if I right-click and inspect, this just says real input in here. It doesn't say fake input and real input, it just says real input. And so now we're modifying our DOM quite heavily. We're adding text in there, we're changing classes, we're working with functions, we're working with typecasting. We are doing a lot of different things here. And that is all we need to do to solve this particular. Welcome to the first lesson in JavaScript 201. We are going to first start off with something fairly easy, but also very important. We're going to be talking about style guide or cleanly writing your code. And so there's a lot of different ways we can write JavaScript because it doesn't really care about extra white space. It doesn't really care about a lot of different things. Now, that is sometimes a good thing. That is sometimes a bad thing. It really truly depends on who's writing the JavaScript. And when it comes down to writing clean JavaScript, there are some tips and tricks that I can give you, but typically, just because, again, it doesn't care about white space, it doesn't care about extra spacing too much, it's really up to you. So there is no one standard fits all. There are some opinionated ways to write JavaScript, but I'm going to show you just a typical clean way that's going to get you 90% there. So let's go ahead and open up our editor. I'm just using VS Code here, and I'm going to change this over from plain text to JavaScript. And in here, typically when we have a var, a let, or a const, we can do something like const var name is equal to thing. And so typically what we're doing here is we're assigning var, let, or const, typically just let or const because that's the modern JavaScript way of doing it. Then we use camel casing. So we use a naming method with variables that the first word, the first identifiable word is lowercase, and then the second identifiable word is uppercase. So if I was to type, my name is Caleb, this is how I would typically name a variable. Now, if you're working with a more global const, and you'll see this in production level JavaScript, you'd see something like const name uppercase is equal to Caleb. Typically, we still use semicolons, although sometimes we don't. Sometimes we use a transpiler or a compiler to automatically add semicolons for us, but it doesn't hurt to have it in there. So a const like this, because we know that a const is a constant, it's not ever changed, that means we can put it in uppercase. And so down the road, we can say something like console.log name. And we know that this is going to be a constant just because it's all uppercase. But if we saw console.log, my name is Caleb, we would know that this is a variable. Now moving on, we have conditionals. There's a few different ways to do this. Some people like spaces, some people don't like spaces. Typically we do if brackets, something is equal to something else. So we're comparing a variable to a hard-coded value, or we're comparing a variable to another variable, brackets, and then we have our code in here. And this is typically how we write our code. So you'll see some people do like this, and then they'll have it all sort of on one line. That's not going to work with a code comment. Like this just looks really, really poor. It's hard to read. You want your code to be nice and legible, nice and readable. So we say if, and then brackets, or sometimes there's a space there. If something is equal to something, then some other code. Else, we put that in the same line as this closing bracket here. Something else in here. Now, when it comes down to functions, functions are very, very similar. We do something like function, the name of the function. We use same type of variable casing here. So we use camel casing, the function, parameter 1, parameter 2, and it looks the exact same. And so then we put our code in here. And so we have keyword, the function name, parameters with a nice little space in there, and then opening and closing curly braces with our code inside. And then we could put if statements, we could put const in there, we could do all sorts of things. And so again, I see a lot of people writing code like this. And if you only have a one-line function, this is probably okay. But if you have multi-line functions, feel free to use extra space. So for instance, coming back to the top here, I've seen people do this. Const my name is Caleb is equal to thing. Const name is equal to Caleb. I've seen this before. You don't want that. And actually, because this first one here is actually not a constant, we're going to use let. But I've seen people use multiple assignment operators like this in one line, and there's a better way to do it. And honestly, just use a little extra space, but keep it nice and close together. And again, the idea here is that down the road, someone else is going to look at your code and be able to read it nice and easily. It's really important that your code is legible. As an intermediate JavaScript developer, you can't write code anymore that looks like a mess. It might be very readable to you, but it might not be readable for other people. And you always want to make sure your code is readable. And why that's important is because when your code is nice and readable, that means your code is maintainable. That means you can work together with other people on a team. Now, there's this thing called the Airbnb standard, and they have a specific way of doing this. There's also, what is it called? Prettier. You can do auto formatting as well, and it will apply its opinions automatically to your JavaScript. And that one is just called Prettier. We're not going to cover that in this course, just because it's a little too opinionated for this particular course, but you might see something like that, and it'll take your ugly JavaScript and it will format it to be something like this. It'll even add semicolons or remove semicolons depending on your rules. It'll do all sorts of stuff for you. But until you get to that point, it's good practice to make sure that you are always writing good, healthy, clean, readable JavaScript. Because these scripts can get really long. They can be thousands of lines long. They could be hundreds of lines long. Even then, that gets pretty big. And you want to make sure that it's very easy to have someone else read your code. so that, you know, when someone else works with your code down the road, when you get a job as a web developer, that they don't hate you. That is the primary motivation here, is that you don't want them to hate you. So you want them to be able to open up your code and be like, hey, this is nice, clean code. Maybe they don't agree with 100% of it. Maybe they don't like the space, whatever. That's a minor thing. But as long as they can read it easily, that's the important thing. So moving forward, make sure that you are writing clean JavaScript down the road. Waiting for the page to load. All right, we have a way here. Actually, there's a couple different ways, but we have a way here to make sure that everything on our page is loaded before we execute our JavaScript. And now the reason I do that, or the reason we're talking about that, is because if I change this to HTML, and in here we can do HTML5, we have body, and this could be all sorts of HTML. Let's say this is 10,000 lines of HTML, and at the very bottom, you have your script tag, where your script should live, at the bottom of all of your HTML. Well, it's got to render about 10,000 lines of code, maybe more, maybe less, but it's got to render all of that before it can execute your script. Now, sometimes browsers are too fast, and that means it's going to try to render everything, but while it's rendering it in the background, it's also going to execute your JavaScript. And occasionally, your JavaScript is going to execute and try to find an element in your document object model inside of your HTML, and it's not going to exist yet. It might have been loaded in like the source code, but your browser just hasn't processed it yet. It hasn't really understood how to make sense of it yet. And so the idea is we wait until all of that is loaded, and then we can execute our JavaScript. And we can do that with window.onLoad, and you can see this is auto-filling for me. That's pretty nice, is equal to some sort of function. And I'm just going to give this an anonymous function and do a thing. So we could say alert page is loaded. So I'm going to save this as index.html in a folder called JavaScript 201. And if I go over to my browser and just go File, Open, and open up index.html, we're going to see this page is loaded. So it actually doesn't even look like it's loaded, but it is. At this point, as soon as I hit OK, my page is going to turn white. Everything is loading perfectly fine. And this just means, hey, everything has loaded. It's perfect. And so when the page finally loads, this is what you're going to see. Now, if you wanted to write proper JavaScript, which we're not going to do moving forward just because it's a little extra overhead for every lesson and it's probably a little overkill for you after this video, but we would ideally write all of our JavaScript in here. And again, that just means that our entire body is loaded. Now, if you're working with 1 or 2 lines of HTML, or maybe even 100 lines of HTML, this may never come into effect. You may never be able to reproduce that sort of problem I was talking about earlier. But if you have 10,000 lines of JavaScript, 10,000 lines of HTML, that might take a little more processing. If your HTML is super nested, like if you've ever looked at the source code for Facebook, it's super nested because it uses react.js. And sometimes that takes a little longer to process. And the idea there is you wait for all of that to be processed, and then you work with your JavaScript. What I would like you to do is give this a shot. Write window.onLoad is equal to an anonymous function, and then just write an alert or a console log or something like that just to make sure that it's working for you. Once you're done that, let's head on over to the next lesson where we learn about the opposite. Window, basically offload. When we are done with a page and we're about to move away from it, what happens? In this lesson, let's take a look at what happens when you are about to close a page. And so you've probably edited like a post on Facebook or some other social media site, or you've been going to write a post rather, and you don't save it, you don't post it. And you close the browser, you close the tab, and this little window pops up and it says, are you sure? Do you actually want to leave? That is using window on before unload. And we're going to talk about that in this lesson. So it looks like window.on before unload. And just like the last lesson, this takes an anonymous function. And in here we can say, alert, you are leaving the page. And at this point, we can actually prevent them from leaving the page. We can give them a prompt. But in this case, I just want to say you are leaving the page. And so let's go ahead and give this a shot. And no, this is not going to do exactly what we expect it to do. And so I'm just going to open this up in a new tab, and we're going to see that this takes a little extra work. And so let's just open up our console just for good measure, and let's try to reload the page. We're going to see that nothing happens. In fact, occasionally we get this little red error at the bottom there, and if I keep refreshing this fast enough, it says blocked alert, you were leaving the page before unload. Okay, so that's actually exactly what I wanted to show you. This does not work. You can't just say alert, you were leaving the page. What you have to do is, well, you can do some sort of non-intrusive interaction. So you can write some JavaScript. So before unload, and we're just going to console log that. And let's throw a semicolon at the end there. That's not always needed. Sometimes I forget them, sometimes I don't. And let's also return. Let's say return, are you sure you want to leave? Now this message may not actually be rendered depending on your version of the browser. Browsers used to fully support a custom message like this. Lately, they just don't. That might change in the future, that might not, who knows. But all we're going to do is have a return statement there. And so I'm going to refresh the page, and now I've got the new code in here. I can view my source. We do have the new code in there. Close that and hit refresh. And it says reload site. Changes you made may not have been saved. Okay, I can cancel. It's not going to do anything. It says before unload. I can do it again, click reload, and it reloads my page, and you can see my console also refreshed as well. So where this comes in really useful or really handy is, let's say you made a video player and you wanted to track people's progress. And so when they come back to the video, that, maybe they're 30 seconds in, you can start that video at 30 seconds. And this is how you do that. Before unload, and then you would do a little AJAX request over to your server saying, oh, the user is at 30 seconds, or create a cookie and say that they're at 30 seconds on this particular video. Then you can ask them if you want to leave. That gives them enough time to confirm. It gives your code enough time to make an AJAX call to your server or something like that. And then either they can leave, or maybe it's a mistake. Maybe they were writing a Facebook post or something and they actually didn't want to leave. They didn't want to lose their work. This is where it comes in really useful. So what I would like you to do here is do window.on before unload is equal to an anonymous function, console log something, and then return really anything. It doesn't have to say, are you sure you want to leave? It could literally say anything. Make sure you close that function, go to your page, and when you load it up, just hit refresh. And you should see this reload site. Or if you're on Firefox, it's going to look a little different. If you're on Safari, it might look a little bit different. Just give this a shot and make sure that it works for you. This is a really useful feature to know how it works. Let's take a look at strict comparison. You're going to see this a lot in JavaScript. Modern JavaScript rather. So typically we have some sort of variable is equal to some sort of value, and then we have our code in here. What you're going to see a lot more often these days than just 2 equal signs, and this is a loose comparison, is you're going to see 3 equal signs. And so this triple equals will do the same comparison as a double equals, but without the type conversion. And so let's just head on over to our browser and we'll do a live example. So I'm in my browser and I'm going to open up my console here. And I'm going to say, let num is equal to the number 0, but it's a string. It's not a number, it's a string. So if we do type of num, we're going to see that this is a string. And we should already know about strings and numbers and objects and things like that. If you don't, this would be a good time to take a little refresh and go back to JavaScript 101. This is really important for JavaScript 201. So we have a number here. It is set to the string of 0. If we did console.log num is equal to 0, we're going to see that this is true. We could also do is equal to 0, and this is also going to be true. So we're comparing a string, so number is a string, comparing it to a string, and the value, that's true. Obviously, that's the exact same value. This one here is number, again, string up here, is equal to 0. That's a number. So this one is a string, this one is a number type. They happen to have the same value, 0, but this one is a number, and this one up here is a string. So this is really important to know the difference. What happens if we do a strict comparison? A strict comparison is going to check to see if this, which is a string, and this is also a string, and also has the same value. So they have to be literally identical. And this is actually significantly faster for processing. So you're going to see this a lot in normal JavaScript these days. And this is going to turn out to be false. So everything else was true, but this one is false because this, again, is a lot like saying And maybe I can change this. So this was a lot like saying 0, is that the same as 0? No, because 1 is a string, 1 is a number. This is also the same as saying, is a string equal to a number? These are technically different things. For instance, you can make a string uppercase, but you can't make a number uppercase. Numbers are already basically uppercase 24/7. So you can't do certain things, and you can't perform certain math on strings. Like if I put my name as Caleb, you won't be able to multiply that by 907 divided by 4 to the exponent of 2. Whereas a number, you could do that quite easily. And so that's a strict comparison. And so again, it's going to check to see if the left side is the same value and the same type of variable, the same data type as the one on the right. And this is faster for processing. So in the future, whenever you see 3 equal signs, just know that it's comparing string is equal to string or number is equal to number plus the value is equal to value. Whereas the loose one up here is saying, okay, well, even if this number is 0, if it's a string or a number, it doesn't really matter as long as it's the same. And so it's a loose comparison. Strict comparisons are faster for processing, and you're going to see these in the future and in production level code. What I would like you to do is give this a shot. Do this exact example. Set number is equal to 0 as a string, do type of, console log it. Num is equal to 0 as a string, num is equal to 0 as a number, and then do a strict comparison. We can even do the exact same here, or console log num is equal to 0, and this is going to be true because this is actually 0. If we go up here, you can see it even has quotations around it. We compared it to be the exact same thing. So this now returns true. And now you could say if num is equal to 0, do something else. That's more of a conditional comparison thing. We're not going to worry too much about that, but the big takeaway here is that there is a difference between comparing a string and a number or an object and an array. There are differences in data structures, these data types, and so it's good to know that you can compare those along with the value as well. Scope is where variables are allowed to live. For example, when you declare a let or a const, it really only lives within its closest set of curly braces, and we learned that in JavaScript 101 as well. Now, as a refresher, if you have some sort of function and you say let var name is equal to something, this let cannot exist outside here. Outside. This let is scoped to these curly braces. Const does the same thing too, and I'm saying const. So let and const do the same thing. This is where we get into scope because things are interesting, especially in the world of JavaScript. Things are very interesting in the world of JavaScript. So if we declare a var here, it's still going to be scoped to these curly braces. And that's just because it's using function as a scope. So it's trying to encapsulate, it's trying to hold everything inside of this function. Now, if we have an if statement, that's different. Code sort of passes through an if statement a little bit more, whereas a function tries to put all of your code in a box and move it aside and say, encapsulate, hold everything in here. Don't really consider too much outside. Don't let the pet escape the kennel kind of thing. Whereas if we said, let's create a number here, const num is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. If num, strict comparison, 1, 2, 3, 4. Const greeting is equal to hello 1, 2, 3, 4. Just something basic. So this const is accessible in here because it was declared outside of these curly braces. This const greeting is not accessible outside of here because it was declared within these curly braces. And so if you ever see a variable that says it's undeclared or doesn't exist, if you're using let or const, chances are it's just being scoped to its closest set of curly braces. This is really important to know. var sort of works the same way, but we don't see var too much in production style or production level JavaScript anymore. We see let and const for the most part. And so the idea here is know when things are being scoped. Again, this just means greeting can only live inside of here. We have to work with this particular variable inside here. Same thing would happen if we used let instead of const. Exact same concept. Now, if we used var, this is where it gets different. If we said var greeting, we could use console.log var. And that's because var is not scoped to its closest set of curly braces. Const and let is, for sure, but var is not. Var is allowed to break through these. And it's a little more fluid. It allows the variable, or it allows your program to sort of come through from the top to the bottom. And even if there was another variable called greeting, it would execute that, and then it would say, perform some sort of logic. And if there's another var in here, instead of a let or a const, if there's another var in here, it just says, okay, pick that up as well, and make it accessible later. Whereas in this example here, it's going to read from top to bottom, so it's going to assign num is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, strict comparison, num is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, const is equal to greeting, and it says, oh, okay, well, this is a const, scope it to its closest set of curly braces, and this greeting here is not going to be accessible in here. So what I would like you to do is trial this out and get a little bit of experience with this. In fact, write this exact code out by hand. And I want you to start writing code out by hand instead of just copying and pasting, because there is a difference in skill level when people actually write things out and get a little bit of muscle memory and experience things firsthand versus just taking my code and changing a little bit here and there. So write this out. This is a small example. It should only take about a minute or two. We're going to use a strict comparison. That's important. Set a const or a let in here. So a const or a let. And then try to access that variable name outside of those curly braces, and you should see an error. Once you've done that, let's go ahead and talk about hoisting. Hoisting lets you declare a variable using the var, let, or const keywords without giving it a value. And this is a unique thing to JavaScript. And so what I'm saying here is you can actually define a variable, name is equal to something. This is how we've typically been doing it. But we could also just say var name. And this is just going to set name is equal to undefined. It doesn't know if it's going to be a number. It doesn't know if it's going to be a string. It doesn't know if it's going to be an object, an array, anything. It's going to be undefined. Now, what's interesting about JavaScript is we could say, you know, a bunch of code in here. Let's pretend I'm writing JavaScript. I have no idea what this is going to autofill, but let's pretend that's JavaScript, okay? And then we have var name is equal to Caleb. That's me. What this is going to do is say, don't actually assign this. What it's going to do is bump this up. It's going to grab that, and it's going to move it to the very top of its scope. And so if that's in a function, it's going to move it to the top of a function. If it's in your window, which is what we see here, the global scope, the window, it's going to move it to the very top. And so it's not going to actually do anything. It's just going to say, hey, at some point in time, there's going to be a variable called name, but currently it's undefined. And then we're going to do some JavaScript, and then we're going to define it. So as an example here, what we can do is we can say before and after console log name, console.log the name. We're going to console.log the name first, and then second. And so what we're going to see here is this is going to be undefined. It's going to say first undefined, and then it's going to say name, second name. So let's go ahead and save that. Let's go over to our browser and open up our console. Let's just clear this. And let's refresh the page. And it says first, nothing. Second, Caleb. And so if we did this, if we just got rid of this, if we commented out as if it doesn't exist, we're going to see, well, now we've got caching in place. But if we do name 2, it says name 2 is not defined. And all I did there was just change from name to name 2. That was just a caching thing. My browser's trying to be too smart for its own good and say, oh, name was already defined at some point to use name 2. So at this point, with this commented out, we get an uncaught reference error. Name 2 is not defined. That means this variable does not exist. But when we do this, Caleb Tallien, or let's see my Twitter handle, @Caleb Tallien. When we refresh, we're going to see the first one is undefined again, and the second one is @Caleb Tallien. And again, all that's doing here is saying, oh, there's a variable name 2. Actually move that to the top. Say var name 2. But don't actually assign it to anything. So it's still going to be undefined. That's its type. It's undefined. It's not a string. It's not an integer. It's not a number. It's not a anything. It's just undefined. It's just a piece of memory that's going to be allocated in your computer. And so this is undefined. That's why we saw first undefined. Then we defined it. with a string, and second shows up as second with a string of @CalebTallene. So that's what hoisting does. Whenever you use var let or const, it just bumps it up to the very top of its scope. Again, if that's in a function, that's going to be the top of the function, not the top of your script, but the top of your function. Now, why is that important? Well, that means at some point in time, if I declare a variable in the wrong spot, I can still access it. It's not going to give me an uncaught reference error telling me that name2 is not defined. It's going to instead move it up to the top and define it as undefined. It's going to set it as undefined. So you're not going to get error does not exist. Instead, you're going to get error does exist. There's just nothing in it. JavaScript doesn't know what it's going to be yet. So that is hoisting, and that is a relatively unique thing to JavaScript. A lot of people disagree with it. A lot of people like it. Personally, I don't think it matters that much because really you're not going to run into it too often unless you're writing some very, very clever code. And for the most part, we try not to be too clever with our code. We try to just keep it nice and simple and maintainable and readable. Go ahead and give this a shot. Do console log and then log a variable and then set that variable. It could be let, const, or var. It doesn't really matter. Set it on the second line, and then on the third line, console log that variable again. You're going to see undefined and then your value in there. When you're done that, let's talk about closures, which is a way of accessing variables from outside of a scope. A closure gives you access to an outer function's scope. For instance, you can write a function inside of a function if you wanted to, or you can access a variable from outside of that function without actually explicitly passing it in. So we could say function greeting console.log hello, and then whatever someone's name is going to be. So let's actually change this to a template literal, and let's say hello name, or let's do hello person 1, whoever person 1 is going to be. Now, this is not going to work for us because A, it's not being instantiated, it's not being executed, so we have to actually run this particular function, but it's also not going to work because person 1 is not defined. So let's go ahead and run this, and let's just see what happens. Let's go back to our browser, and I'm just leaving off from the last lesson. I'm going to refresh here, and it says uncaught reference error, person 1 is not defined. And again, we just know that this variable doesn't exist. And so what we can do is we could say person 1 is a parameter in here, and in here we could say Caleb. And what this is going to do is say hello Caleb. So I go back, refresh, it says hello Caleb. Nothing fancy, that's a pretty standard function at this point. But if we didn't want to pass that in, we could indirectly pass in a variable. Let's say const, not const, let's do let. Let person 1 is equal to Caleb M. Tallene, that's my name. And what this is going to do, because of a closure, it says let can exist outside of here, which also means it's accessible in here. And so this is now going to say, hello, Caleb M. Tallene. So let's get rid of this. There is no function parameter anymore, and you should be somewhat familiar with functions at this point. There's no function parameter, so we're not actually passing in person 1. This is getting inherited by the code outside of the function. So let's go ahead, save, and refresh. And it says, hello, Caleb M. Tallene, just as expected. This is called a closure. This means that you can write code outside of a function and have it accessible inside of a function. Now, what doesn't work is inside of this function, we could say var person2, and we're going to use var because it has no scoping to our closest curly braces here. So we're not using let or const, we're using var. Person2 is going to be John. And down here we could say console.log person2 is the second person. And we're going to see that this actually doesn't work for us. So let's refresh. And hello Caleb M. Tallene works. That's because it's going through here. It says person1. Here's a function. We defined a variable in here. Greeting. We executed that function. And then we tried to console log this variable. And now this gets into scoping as well. This var is scoped to this function. It means it's not accessible. When you create a variable inside of a function, you can't access it from outside of that function. But the reverse is true. You can create a function, or you can create a variable outside of a function and access it inside of the function. That's a closure in JavaScript. Now, what I would like you to do is give this a shot so that you understand it a little bit better, because this is used all over the place. And this is actually one of the things that makes JavaScript really messy. is because you can have a really long JavaScript file and not know where person one is coming from. Maybe it's even coming from like an API, for instance, and you don't necessarily know where that data is coming from. That can get really, really tricky. So it's good to know about closures, because if you're reading this function, and let's say you don't have access to this or this, you're thinking, well, where is person one coming from? And it's really important to know that closures exist. Person one is coming from outside of this function. So I'm just gonna undo that. And I want you to give this a shot. Feel free to write this out exactly as I have it as well and experiment with it. So define a variable on the outside of the function, create a function, console log that variable name, and then execute that particular function. Step 2 would be create a variable inside of your function and try to console log it outside of the function and watch that it doesn't work. It gives you a reference error. Person 2 is not going to be defined. Go ahead and give that a shot. When you are ready, I'll see you in the next video. And let's just say, do a thing. Let's name that properly, do a thing. And it's going to do some sort of thing. But when this function is run every single time, should it do another thing? And what we can do now is take our large code. So let's say we have 50 lines of code inside of this function. Just pretend there's 50 lines in here. And it's doing two major things. And the first thing has to happen before the second thing. So let's say maybe it's going to set a variable name called name is equal to Caleb. Name is equal to Caleb. And then it does some processing. It says, if the name is Caleb, you are an admin. Show a link to your website admin. Then it's going to do a second thing. What we can actually do is break this into a separate function and call it as a callback. And what that means, a callback, really is going to do one thing and then it's going to do another thing. And so a good example here is, instead of getting into functions, which we can write our own callbacks, but that might be a little bit much at this point, we can use set timeout. And this is going to take a function, and we'll talk more about set timeout in the future, but this is going to take a function, just an anonymous function, and let's make it wait 2,500 milliseconds, or 2.5 seconds. And so what this is doing is this is going to create a set timeout, or a timeout. And so it's immediately going to wait 2.5 seconds. That's its primary function. That's the first thing it's going to do. It's going to wait 2.5 seconds. And then it's going to do this thing in here. So let's console log this. Console.log waiting 2.5 seconds. And then it's going to wait that 2.5 seconds because this is our callback. It's a function to execute after the primary function. And then it's going to execute this. So let's save that. And let's just refresh the page. And we're going to see, wait 2.5 seconds, and then do this thing in here. That shows up after 2.5 seconds. Again, I just clicked refresh and it just waits exactly 2.5 seconds, or 2,500 milliseconds. And so that's a callback. And so you're going to see these all over the place in JavaScript. They're very, very important, but they can also be really confusing because a callback can have a callback, can have a callback, can have a callback. And it can just keep going and going and going, which gets really, really confusing. We're only going to go one layer deep and use one callback. So what I would like you to do is try the set timeout function. Set timeout, give it an anonymous function, console log or alert, or do something in there. It could do really anything. And then give it a wait time. And so it's just comma, and then the wait time in milliseconds. And so what this is going to do is say, hey, I know that there's code in here. It's going to read that code, but it's going to hold on to it for 2.5 seconds. After 2.5 seconds passes, it's then going to execute this code. Now let's go ahead and see what happens here when we do console.log, and this is just a fun little experiment. The last line. And so we have got console log, wait 2.5 seconds. It's going to execute this, and then it's going to execute this. But because this is an event-driven language and we're using a callback, technically this has been executed already. So it's going to execute this line, then it's going to execute these, and then it's going to execute this. However, This is going to wait 2.5 seconds. After 2.5 seconds, it's going to run this. So if we understand this correctly, we're going to see wait 2.5 seconds, the last line, do this thing in here. And when I refresh my page, it says wait 2.5 seconds, the last line, then after 2.5 seconds, do this thing in here. And so that's not to say that this wasn't executed on time. It actually was. It was just told, hey, execute this, but hold that in memory for 2.5 seconds and then execute it. So it goes this line, then this line, then this line, then this line, then this line, top to bottom, like it normally does. It's just there was a callback to say, wait for a little bit. And I would like you to give this a shot as well. So console log something at the beginning, set timeout, console log something at the end so you can get a little bit of hands-on experience with it, and do something in the middle with a timeout. When you're done that, let's move on to the next lesson where we use strict mode. Strict mode makes writing your JavaScript more secure and strict. Basically, you cannot blindly set variables. You must use them with var, const, or let. So when you use strict mode, something like x is equal to thing, this just simply will not work. Now, strict mode is the preferred way to write code because it's strict. It's not going to allow certain problems to happen. And as an example, we can enable strict mode by using use strict as a string at the very top of our script. You can also use this inside of a function. So if you want all of your code to be loosely written, you can do that. And then inside of a function, it can be strict. Typically, you see this at the beginning of a script, and it just becomes global. And because this is a string, this works on older versions of Internet Explorer, for instance, or Edge, or Chrome, or browser, or Firefox browser, or anything like that. Because if it doesn't support use strict, well, it does support strings. So there we go. All modern browsers will support use strict though. So what we can do here is say use strict, and then let's go ahead and say x is equal to thing. Let's save this and refresh our page here, and we're going to see an uncaught reference error. X is not defined. Although we did actually define it. It's just saying that it needs to know if it's going to be a var, let, or const. So if we said let x is equal to thing, it works for us. If we say const is equal to thing, no errors, that means it's working. Var even works the same way. But if we get rid of it, we see uncaught reference error, x is not defined. Let's go ahead and comment out use strict, and we're going to see that this all of a sudden works. We don't see any errors, we know that it's working. So at this point in time, it's pretty safe to say if we don't see errors, we're doing something right. Or we have a typo. Now this is the nice thing about use strict. Is let's say we have a variable called let is equal to x, and then we have some sort of custom logic down here, and it's doing something with x, and then all of a sudden it says x is equal to something else. And let's console log this, console.log x. We refresh our page and it says something else. That's perfect. Let's say we accidentally typoed x. And this was, instead of x, this was z. And typos happen all the time. This is a very common thing in programming. And so we accidentally said z is something else. Let's go ahead and save this, refresh our page, and we're going to see an uncaught reference error. Z is not defined. Now, if we turn off use strict, what this is going to do is say, let x is equal to thing, and this is also going to define a new variable. Now, if this variable happens to be storing a lot of information, that can be very memory heavy on your computer and slow down your website. It might cause a problem. You might be trying to access a variable called x, or change a variable called x, but you accidentally typoed it to z because they're side by side on, at least on my keyboard, they're side by side. And so now you have two variables in here. So I can refresh, and it says thing. If I type x, thing, and z is also something else. Now with use strict, it prevents us from making little typos like this because we would have to properly redeclare it as let z. So let's go ahead and save this and refresh. And we're going to see, yeah, exactly, uncaught reference error, z is not defined. And that's because this is simply a typo. Now if we change this back to x, life is going to be good. It's not going to complain. We are now using stricter code. This is just one way to benefit from using use strict. Now, moving forward, I personally would prefer if you used use strict all the time. It just makes your code a little nicer, a little easier to manage, and you won't run into unnecessary bugs. And most importantly, as you're just learning, you're not going to run into typos, because typos happen. I've been doing this for 20 years. I've been on a computer for 25 years, and I still make typos all the time. It's part of being on a computer. Use strict helps us prevent that from happening. Go ahead and give this exact code a shot. Let's just clean this up a little bit. Type use strict at the very top, assign a variable, like let x is equal to thing, and then z without let, const, or var in front of it, just an empty variable, just define it this way, is equal to something else. You don't even need the console log in there. This alone will throw an error for you. And then go ahead and disable use strict. When you disable use strict, you're going to see that all of a sudden this is acceptable. But without use strict, it's not acceptable. Go ahead and give that a shot when you are ready. I'll meet you over in the next video. Let's take a look at timeouts and intervals. These are two ways of writing particular code that will do something either repeatedly or it will wait to do something. So we've actually already seen set timeout. And this is a function that takes another function as a callback and then some timeout time. So we can say wait 3 seconds, and this is 3 seconds in milliseconds. So this is 3,000 milliseconds. We just write 3,000. And then we could say console.log waiting, or not waiting, it waited already, waited 3 seconds. And we could say up here console.log starting script. And if we go back to our browser and refresh, it's going to say starting script is going to wait that 3 seconds, and then it says waited 3 seconds. Now this in particular is using a callback. No, not that one, this one is using a callback. So we're saying set timeout has a function of a callback function. It's going to then wait that 3 seconds and execute this code. And that's good. That does exactly what we want it to do. Now there's another one. I'm just going to comment this out because that's currently not needed. There's another one called set timeout. And so if I make some extra room to work here, we have not set timeout, set interval. And again, this is going to take a function. That's a callback function. And how often should this run? So let's say this should run every 2 seconds or 2,000 milliseconds. Console.log checking something. Maybe it's making an API request. Maybe it's checking to see if a variable is set. Maybe it's checking to see if someone's moved around on the page. We don't know yet. Could be literally anything. The important thing here is that we're going to execute this code every 2 seconds. So let's go ahead, save that, and refresh here. And I'm going to refresh, and it's going to wait 2 seconds, and then there it is. Wait another 2 seconds. There it is. Wait another 2 seconds. There it is. It's going to keep going and going and going. Now, we can also remove this interval. So let's say we wanted this to only execute 3 times. So we could say let count is equal to 0, and then after every interval, let's do count plus plus. And then let's say if that count is equal to strict comparison, so we're using strictly numbers here, 3, then unset the interval. And let's also console log that. Console.log, that was the last one. And now we're just missing the unset the interval part. And so we can actually declare this as a variable as well, which is really nice because in JavaScript, a lot of things are objects. And so we can set this function with a callback function basically as a variable. And so we could say const interval is equal to set this interval with the callback function. Do this every 2 seconds. Every time it runs, it's going to increase that count. So it's going to run once, count 1, run twice, count twice, or 2. Run a third time, count 3. And then when it says that count is equal to 3, let's unset this. And so we could do clear interval, and this takes a variable name, interval. And so this matches this, interval and interval. I know we're using this word a lot, but this one is the variable. And in fact, we can actually even change this here. So interval, we could change this to my interval. Let's go ahead and save this. And you can see this is still running from last time we looked at the browser. Let's go ahead and refresh. And we're going to see that this is going to run. It's going to check once, checking twice, checking a third time. That was the last one. And there's nothing there. Nothing is happening anymore. We have successfully cleared that interval. So you're occasionally going to see set timeout and set interval. You're not going to see it too often anymore. We used to use this a long time ago to make things look like they were actually doing things. We try not to have any purposeful delays anymore in websites that we make, in modern websites, but occasionally you will see something like set interval, where you need to constantly poll your server for updates. If you're making a chat application, this is where you would start. There's better ways to do it, but this is where you would start. You would set an interval and constantly ping your server for updates. And if there's an update, then you update your document object model. And then you could write some sort of function, and clear interval doesn't need to be in here. Clear interval could be out here as well. You could have a set timeout, and after 8 seconds, clear this interval. You could do that as well. And so that's sort of mixing and matching set interval and set timeout and clear interval. What I'd like you to do is give this a shot, give both of these a shot. If you didn't test out set timeout a couple of lessons ago, give that a shot and now just take a minute and write one of these. And notice that it does in fact wait 3 seconds because I've set it to wait 3 seconds. And then an interval, do this one as well. I want you to do the full example though. So create your callback function, console log something every time this runs. So this is gonna run every 2 seconds. Count plus plus, and then when that count is now equal to 3 or 4 or 5 or 1 or whatever you want to set it to, clear that interval, which means you have to set this as a variable to my interval, or whatever you want to call it, and then use that variable to clear that interval. And then notice how in your console, it's not changing anymore. It's not updating. In the next lesson, we're going to learn about while loops. Now, this is actually a beginner sort of lesson. We purposely avoided it in JavaScript 101 because it's somewhat dangerous, but it's also very, very powerful. While loops will basically run forever until you tell them to stop. And so we've seen for loops before, and you've probably even seen a for each loop before. Now we're going to tackle a new one called a while loop. And this is actually one of the old ones. This is one of the ones that existed along the times of for, but this one is called while. And so the idea here is while something is true, execute this code. And it's going to do this forever. So be careful here because you can crash your browser. You're not likely to crash your computer. Your browser will crash long before your computer crashes if you're using a modern browser. But the idea here is that this will run forever and ever and ever until something is no longer true. So what we can say here is let num is equal to 0. And let's say something needs to be true all the time. So while num is less than 100, go ahead and execute this code. So we'll say console.log num. Now the important thing here is, unlike a for loop, a while loop, you need to explicitly make sure that this becomes false at some point. And so we could say num++, and that's simply going to say execute this. On the first iteration, num becomes 1. Second iteration becomes 2. Third iteration, it becomes 3. All the way up to the 100th iteration, it becomes 100. Then it's going to say 100 is not less than 100, so this is now false. Stop executing it. So let's go ahead and give this a shot. And the important thing here is that we are at some point making sure that this will become false. Because right now, this is true. This is saying while 0 is less than 100, execute this. And then it's going to do the second iteration, third iteration, fourth, fifth, all the way up until it gets to 100. This is no longer going to be true. So stop running it. But we're going to use a variable instead. So let's go ahead and save that and refresh. And we're going to see this console logs 0 to 100 pretty quickly. Just like that. 0 to, I said 100, I meant 99 because 100 is less than 100. That's a false statement. That's incorrect. But we have 100 numbers in here because we started at 0. That's what I was talking about. We started at 0. 99, so 99 plus an extra number is 100. So we have 100 numbers in here. And so this is a really good way of making something happen right away. Now, JavaScript is fast. And so if you're trying to ping your server over and over and over again for like a chat update, for instance, this is going to hit your server 100 times nearly instantly. And that's going to bog down your server. So you would rather use a set interval for that, rather than a while loop. Now, where this gets interesting is you can do something like this, while true, and then at some point you can break out of this loop. And you'll see this a lot in Python, PHP. You'll also see it in Node.js. So while something is true, keep doing something. And so we could ask for someone's name. So we could say, let name is equal to prompt. What is your name? And then we can say if that name is equal to strict, because every piece of user input always comes in as a string. Even if it's a number, it comes in as a string. So we're going to say if that name is a string and also happens to be Caleb, let's go ahead and break out of this loop. Otherwise, let's not break out of this loop. This is going to be false if it's a different name, and say console.log wrong name. Wrong name, try again. And so at this point, we're basically creating a guessing game. And so let's go ahead and refresh this. And it says, what is your name? I could put in Jacob. Nope, not gonna work. I could put in Steve, not gonna work. I could put in Caleb, and that's going to work. And it says, wrong name, try again, wrong name, try again. So I guessed Jacob at first, then I tried Steve again. Didn't work. It just kept going. It just kept working until I told it to break out of this loop. So there's two ways to break out of a while loop. Now, what I would like you to do is give both of these a shot, because this one is a really good way to create a guessing game, and where you ask for a number, and then if that number is the right number, break out of the loop. Otherwise, ask again. Maybe tell them they're wrong. Maybe tell them to try again. You can create a guessing game with 6 lines of code. Anywho, go ahead, give this a shot. Make sure that you always have this little fella right there, so that eventually this statement up here becomes false. Or if you're just using while true, make sure you definitely have a break statement. You can also use break up here if you wanted to say if number is equal to 50, break, and that will get out of the loop and it will only console log up to the number 50. Regardless, I'd like you to give this a shot. Just make sure, you have some sort of way of verifying this as false, or you're breaking out of that loop with some sort of conditional. Remember, you're not going to hurt your computer, but you might crash your browser. If you crash your browser, you're going to want to comment your code, open up the file again, so it doesn't keep crashing your browser over and over again. That gets a little frustrating, a little irritating. But you can always comment your code out, reopen the file, rewrite some code, uncomment it, try it out again. In the next lesson, let's go ahead and talk about date formatting. Date formatting is really important in JavaScript, but there's one little caveat, and I want you to keep this in mind, that when you are working with dates, they are local to your computer's time. So keep this in mind when moving through this lesson. So let's go ahead and create a new variable date. So let's do let d for date is equal to new date. And this is getting into objects. We see new here. We'll talk about this more down the road. And let's say it's the year 2025 and it is January 15th. So we have year, month, day. We can get more specific. We can put in hour and seconds and things like that as well, but we're going to keep it simple here. And so we have d is a new date object. And so here you can see that I'm using February 15th. So I forgot about a thing here. So months actually start at 0. So if I wanted to do January, I would do this. There we go. Wednesday, January 15th, year 2025, GMT -7 Mountain Standard Time. That's my time zone. Now keep this in mind, because if you're in Russia or Germany, or even on the east coast of North America, your time zones are going to be different. And so this could say something like Wednesday, January 15th, 2025, GMT +11. And technically that's going to be the same day, but it's going to act different for you than it is for me. So time zones are tricky. Time zones, honestly, time zones kind of suck to work with, but the date object is pretty nice. And so we can say something along the date of d.get full year, and this takes parentheses here. So we're going to see d.get full year is the function name or the method name. And because it's a function or a method, because it's on an object, we'll talk more about this down the road, we use parentheses. So it gets me the year, 2025. What if I wanted to get date? Gives me the 15th day. What if I wanted to get month? This is going to be interesting. It says 0. January is 0, February is 1, March is 2. See, I'm already getting that mixed up. And December is going to be 11. And so what we could do here now is say const months is equal to Jan, Feb. And so I just wrote the months out here in an array. And we know that if I did months 0, we get January. Likewise, if we get months 11, we're going to get December. And again, that's because lists or arrays start at the number 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, yada, 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 10, 11. So now we can say something interesting like months, d.get month. And we know that this is going to return 0 because we said January. So it's going to go into this month list or this month array. It's going to look for the 0 index. That's the very first one, January. And this is going to say Jan for us, just like that. And so now we have successfully turned a month date or a month number into a month name or a string. And you're going to see something like this all the time when you're working with dates. This is actually super, super common code that you're going to see. What I would like you to do is, again, do let d is equal to new date, put in year, month, day, like what I did, where I did 2025, 015, and then do d dot, and you can see all these different ones in here. Get hours, get milliseconds, get minutes, get month, get seconds, get time zone offset. Interesting, 420 minutes offset. But whenever you type d dot, you're going to see a lot of different things in here. And I want you to go and explore some of these. There's a lot of gets in here. These are called getters. There's some in here called setters. So you can actually set the year as well. So if we wanted to set the year to 2020, we just changed the year from 2025 to 2020. So go ahead and tinker around with that. Have some fun with it. You're not going to break anything. And just use your console. So all I did was right click on my page, inspect, open up your console, and just write that out. Go ahead, tinker with it. Have some fun with it. Explore it. Spend maybe 5 minutes playing around with it. When you're done with that, let's head on over to that next lesson. Let's take a look at destructuring arrays and objects. And this is modern JavaScript. You're going to see this a lot. So let's say we have some sort of array, and let's call it months. We could say const months is equal to January, February, and let's not go in order. Let's also say December for no particular reason whatsoever. Now let's say we just wanted to get the first two. What we could say here is const, and this is destructuring. So we're going to set two variables to be the first two in here. So we could say const Jan Feb is equal to months. And all this is going to do is pull out that first one and that second one. And then we can console.log Jan and Feb at the same time. Let's go ahead, go to our browser. I just saved that page and refresh. And we're going to see January, February. And it didn't pull out December. And months still exists. So we could do console.log and just type in months. And we can see January, February, December still exist in this array, but we pulled out January and February. That is how we destructure an array. So I'm going to leave this in here with the comment destructuring an array. I have no idea if I spelled that right. Nor do I care. Let's talk about destructuring an object. Now this one is a little more picky. So let's say we have a const of person 3. And this is an object. So we've got name, Caleb, and Instagram at coding.for.everybody. And then something else is equal to something else. Doesn't really matter here. And so this is just a standard JavaScript object. We learned about these in JavaScript 101. Now, let's say I wanted to get the name and Instagram. Well, I could do const name is equal to person 3, name, and I could do the same thing here, Instagram. And basically, I've just written 2 lines of code that do the exact same thing. With modern JavaScript, we can destructure this, and we can make this faster. So instead of writing these 2 lines, what we can write is a destructure. So we could say const, and because it's an object, we're going to use curly braces. Just like in the array here, we used curly braces when we destructured our array. In an object, we're going to destructure using an object. And that's just how JavaScript knows that it's going to be destructuring an object. And now we want this to be name, and this matches the key up here. And Instagram is equal to person3. And if I get rid of those other ones in here, name is now going to be Caleb, and Instagram is now going to be person3. And so I can save that, go back to my page, refresh, and I didn't console log, but I can now type name, get Caleb, and I can type Instagram. I can also type person3, which is the entire object, and you'll see that Instagram, name, and something else, it's just in alphabetical order now, it's all in there. So nothing was actually pulled out of it permanently. All we did was say name is equal to this name here, or this name is equal to this name, or Instagram is equal to Instagram. Or if we didn't want to do it in order, we could do something else is equal to something else as long as it matches. Let's go ahead and refresh our page, and let's type something else. We'll see that it says the value. And so these values here, these new variable names, just match the object property name. So something else, or Instagram, or name. And so in this case, we didn't pull out Instagram, we just pulled out name and something else. I'll undo that as a better example here. There we go. And that's how we pull out just 1 or 2 things and assign them to their own variables. Now what's nice about that is you don't have to access things like person3 name. You don't have to write this over and over and over again. You can just shortcut that to name. And because if you're using a const, you can scope that to like an if statement. So let's say you have some sort of if statement in here. If a thing is true, move that in there. And now name and Instagram are going to be scoped to this set of curly braces. And you don't have to worry about like reassigning name down the road or what person something else is doing. You can simply work with name and Instagram within these curly braces. That's destructuring. What I would like to give you as homework is I want you to destructure an array. Don't forget, an array has these hard brackets. So when you destructure, you use hard brackets. Then I want you to destructure an object. And an object has the curly braces. So when you destructure, you use curly braces. Go ahead, give that a shot. Make sure that you are actually pulling it out correctly. You can type name into your console and you can see your name. Again, this is modern JavaScript and you're going to see this everywhere. This is very, very popular these days. So it's good that you know this. We can delete object properties, but we cannot delete entire variables in JavaScript. So we use the keyword delete, and you can actually see that it gets highlighted here in pink for me. Delete. And then we put some variable name. Now in other programming languages, you can delete entire variables. In JavaScript, you can only delete object properties. So this is not going to work for us, but we could create some sort of property, const person4. Let's go ahead and give that an assignment operator. Name is equal to Caleb. And the age is going to be 31. And so I can console.log person4 age. And when I go to my page and refresh, it says 31. Now let's say for some reason I wanted to get rid of that. I didn't want my age to be accessible in here. What I can do is keyword delete person4 and then just give it the key age. And this will no longer say 31 when I refresh the page. It says undefined. It doesn't exist. So we've successfully deleted this. Now let's go ahead and see what happens when we try to delete this entire object. And in fact, let's go ahead and console.log person4. We deleted it, but it still shows up. So it doesn't actually work. Now, the nice thing that we can do here is use strict. And we talked about this a while ago. Use strict. And this is going to give us an error. Let's go ahead and refresh. And it says uncaught syntax error, delete of an unqualified identifier in strict mode. Means you cannot delete this entire variable. We can delete a property though. Let's go ahead and delete age. And we can see that we deleted age, and now it's just an object with name and Caleb in it. We successfully got rid of this. Now, this is another nice use of use strict. If you use strict and you try to delete variables, it's going to tell you you can't, because you simply just can't in JavaScript. It doesn't work that way. But you can delete an object property. And so by using strict, you're making sure that you are in fact writing stricter code, and you're going to run into an error whenever you see some illegal code, or whenever you write some code that doesn't work. So again, this is a good use case for using use strict. Now, what I would like you to do is go ahead and create a new object. Give it a couple of key value pairs in there, and delete one of those properties. Then console log that entire object, and when you do that, you should see that whatever you deleted is no longer in there. Then, as step 2, enable use strict and try to delete the entire variable. Just try to get rid of it entirely and see that error. Once you see that error, you know that use strict is enabled and things are working the way we expect them to. Alrighty, welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to talk about some math. Now, math in JavaScript comes in a module called math. And what I'm saying here is math. And if I type math dot, you're going to see all these different things that we can do. And we're not going to cover all of these because we're going to be here for a lifetime if we cover all of them, but let's cover some of the popular ones. Like round. If we wanted to round let's do 4.6. This is going to round up to 5. We could also round 4.4, and this is going to round down to 4. And this is how we quickly round numbers. So instead of doing a bunch of math, we can just tell the math module in JavaScript to literally take whatever number we're giving it and round it. We can also do power. So math dot pow. So this is an exponent. We can see this as a function, takes x and y. So let's do 8 to the power of 2, and we're going to see that this is 64. And then, just as a fun little example, in sort of more modern JavaScript, not like super new JavaScript, but more modern JavaScript, we can also do 8 to the power of 2. So 8 times is an exponent operator. You're going to see 64 as well. And so math.pow is the old way of doing it. 8 times, or to the exponent of, is the new way. They do the exact same thing. We can also get the square root. So we can do like math.sqrt, and let's get the square root of 9. Gives us 3. Let's do the square root of 8, let's do 8. 2.828427, yada, yada, yada. Gives us a square root. And so basically we've got a calculator to do anything we want at this point. We just don't have the buttons to press. We just have to type it in though. Another really useful one is max and min, or a couple of them. So math.max, and we could say 1, 4, 43, and 10. And this is going to give us 43. So it's going to look through all of these and give us 43. So it's going to say, is 1 the highest? Is 4 the highest? Is 43 the highest? Is 10 the highest? It says, nope, 43 is the highest, return 43. Next up, we have math.min. And we can do the same thing. It just takes any number of values. And we can see that here. So ... that's a rest. Values, that means it'll take any number of parameters. So let's do -30, -29, -31. And just for funsies, let's do a positive number. And we're going to see that this returns -31 because that's the smallest number that we gave it. Now let's go over 2 more really popular ones we're going to see in here. Math.floor. This is going to take any number you give it. So let's do like 23.1. In fact, actually, let's do 23.9. So if we were to round this, this would be the number 24. But what this is saying is just take this number. So always round it down to its closest whole number. So this is going to be 23. And that just floors the number, brings it to its lowest value, whole number value. We can do math.ceil. That's short for ceiling. And we could do the same thing. We could do like 23.1. Now, if we used floor, this would be 23. If we rounded, this would be 23. But this is saying, take this number, and if it's not exactly 23, if it has any decimal at all, round it up to the next number. We're going to see that it's 24. And these are really popular when we were working with things like random number generators, which we're going to be using in our final project. So this is really important to pay attention to. Now, if you're ever wondering, you can do math dot, and then you can do like ABS, all sorts of things, cosine, sine, log, max, min, pow, random. We'll talk about random in a little bit. 10, all sorts of things. You can do lots of things in here with the math object. Or if you don't want to use your console, you can always go over to developer.mozilla.org. And in here, you can just see all these different methods, and they'll give you more information on it. So if you're ever wondering what ABS does, if you pick up someone else's code and you're like, what does math.abs do? You could read through this. You can run, you can reset the code. You can read about it in here. You can even see which browsers are fully accepting math.abs, for example, or math.pow. Let's see if there's any browsers that don't support POW. I don't see why they wouldn't. Looks like everything supports. Oh, wow, it even has Node.js in it. That's pretty cool. So if you're ever wondering about specs, I would always recommend going to developer.mozilla.org. And these are the Mozilla Developer Network web docs. It's called MDN for short, Mozilla Developer Network. Currently, I'm actually working with Mozilla, and they are a great group of people to work with. And their documentation is fantastic. Hands down, the best documentation you will ever see. So go ahead and give all of these a shot. There's math.min, math.floor, ceil, max. What else do we do in here? Square root, pow, round, all sorts of stuff. Go ahead and give that a shot. Just have some fun with it. You don't really need to know too much about it. Again, the big ones to take away here is going to be math.floor and math.ceil. These are going to be the two big ones. Okay, let's take a look at math random. And so this is one we didn't touch on in the last lesson, and I purposely left it out. Let's look at random. And so when we want to create a random number, we do math.random, and this is going to give us a number between 0 and 1. And it will always give us a different number. And we can see that no matter how many times we use this, it gives us a different number. And that's just randomly giving us a number between 0 and 1. So if we wanted to, let's clear that. If we wanted to, we could create a random number between 0 and 100 pretty easily. We could do math.random multiply 100. And because we know if that number is going to be between 0 and 1, we can multiply by 100 and get a number between 1 and 100. And here we go. We got 38.8. Instead of a decimal, we're using basically full numbers with decimals. Now, if I wanted to, I could also floor this. And this is why in the last lesson I said this is really important, because I could say math.floor, and then in here we could say math.random times 100. And so that's going to execute this in here. So it's going to give us a number between 0 and 100. And it's going to have a bunch of decimals on it. And this is just going to round that number down to the closest whole number. And that gave us not a number because random is a function. It's a method. It needs the parentheses there. 78, 21, 71, 93, 37, 4, 13. You get the idea here. It's always going to be completely random. Now let's say you're making a random number generator and it has to be between 0 and 83. You could do math.random times 83. And that's always going to give you a number between 1 and 83. And that's actually strange that that showed up there as the number 1. It seems improbable, doesn't it? But it'll always give you between 1 and 83. And then you could, again, math.floor or math.ceil this and get rid of those decimals. So this is going to round up to the closest whole number. So 68, 6, 41, 70. Now this is going to be really important for your final project, so make sure you actually do this. And I would like you to open up your console and just tinker around with math.ceil, math.floor, and math.random. All right, at this point in time, I have given you all the tools that you need to create a random number guessing game. And this is going to be pretty annoying, actually, and that's the whole point, is to be consistently irritating until you guess the right number. Now, what we could do is we could say random number is equal to 13. And let's set that as a const. And then we could say, if the number is 13, whatever the person puts in is, if the number is 13, then they win. But that's hard-coded. And that means you can right-click, view page source, and you can see whatever that number is going to be. Instead, what I want you to do is use a while loop while something is true. I also want you to use some sort of prompt, ask for the number. And then you're going to need to compare if whatever that number is equal to a random number, that random number, which also means on every while loop, you're going to need to create a random number. So you're going to have some sort of random number is equal to a random number between, let's say, 1 and 10. And if they guess the right number, say that they're correct and break out of the loop, otherwise ask again. I want you to give this a shot. This is going to be pretty tricky, I think, at this point, but it's also really good practice. So go ahead, give that a shot. And when you're done, if you want to see my solution, you can just resume the video. So I'm going to fade out and fade back in, and you can see my solution to this. All right, I'm going to create a random number guessing game. So the first thing I want to do is, while something is true, we want to ask what that number is going to be from the user. So we could say, let number is equal to prompt, guess the number. Now I'm also going to set number is equal to an actual number. I'm going to cast this as a number. And we learned about casting in JavaScript 101. If you didn't learn about casting yet, or if you haven't learned about casting yet, all this is doing is saying this is going to be a string. So if someone types in the number 13, it comes in as the number 13 in a string. This is simply casting it to be an actual number. So now we can use a strict comparison. So now we can say if number is equal to random number, which we don't have yet, alert, you win. And let's break out of this loop so it doesn't ask again. Now we don't have random number. Let's go ahead and create random number. Now I said random number is going to be between 1 and 10. So we can say const random number is equal to math.ceil math.random times 10. Now we know math.random is going to give us a number between 0 and 1. And if we want it to be between 1 and 10, we just multiply by 10. Or 1 and 100, we multiply by 100. And then we're going to take whatever that number is. So let's say it's like 4.12345. That's going to seal it. It's going to hit the ceiling. So that 4.12345 is going to turn into a 5. So now we have a random number in there. Let's go ahead and leave some space for our code. And let's scroll down and say else. I also want to do a strict comparison here. So it's going to check to make sure it's a number. Now, if someone types in something that can't be converted to a number, we're going to see some sort of error, or it's going to be turned into NaN, not a number. And what I was saying there was NaN, stands for not a number. Okay, so if that number was right, cool, it says you win, break out of this loop. Otherwise, it's going to do some other piece of code, and it's going to execute this again. It's going to execute this forever. So what we can say now is console.log, you guessed, and then the number, but the right number was random number. We could also turn this into a template literal if you wanted to, or we can just use a regular console log concatenation like this. I'm just going to stick with the old school way of doing this. Let's go ahead and load this up in our browser. So I'm going to refresh, guess the number. I'm going to guess 8. Nope. 2. Oh, it was the number 2. Yay, I didn't have to guess over and over and over again. Okay, now let's look at our console. It says you guessed 8, but the right number was 5 the first time. The second time I guessed 2, and it was actually the right number, so it broke out of that loop for me. It will just keep asking over and over and over again until you get it right. Now, I suggest using numbers like 1 to 10 or 1 to 5. This way you can actually guess the right number. If you guess between 1 and 1,000, you'll probably never guess the right number. And this just allows it to be winnable. Now, the nice thing here is when I right click on the page and go to view page source, you're going to see const random number is equal to math.ceil math.random times 10. It's not hard-coded. So it didn't say random number is equal to 2. It's going to change every single time this loop runs. Every single iteration, that number changes, so it gets harder and harder. That is a random guessing game, or random number guessing game. Now, if you wanted to, you could make this a lot nicer. I just use plain old JavaScript, but you could use your entire page if you wanted to, and you could ask someone to type in into an input field or a form and hit submit, and they could guess over and over and over again that way. You can do all sorts of things with your document object model and make it look nice. We just did the bare bones, real ugly way just to really drive the point home, and we don't have to focus on too much of how things look at this point in time. Plus, you can make it look however you want it to look. Up next, we're going to learn about try and catch. And what I'm saying here is go ahead and get rid of that. Try and catch. So we have seen uncaught reference errors. We've seen uncaught syntax errors. We're going to try and catch those gracefully. Trying and catching is how we gracefully handle errors. And frankly, this is not used nearly enough by developers that write JavaScript. Meanwhile, it's incredibly common in things like Python. It's becoming more common in PHP as well. But not enough people use this in JavaScript. So if you learn how to use try and catch in JavaScript, you are really leveling up your skills here. You are starting to write really solid, fluid code that can gracefully handle errors. And the idea is when you run into an error, don't make everything else fail just because you wrote a line of code and it did an unexpected thing. You want to gracefully catch that error and work with it. So let's take a look at the syntax here. It's try, and then we've got curly braces, and then catch, and then whatever that error is called, and we can console.warn the error. And we need to make sure that something doesn't work. So let's use a function that doesn't work. Function that doesn't exist. And we're going to try to call this. And now this is not going to do anything except throw some sort of error. And then we're going to take that error and we're going to warn the console. So if I refresh this page, it does warn, so it's in yellow. Reference error. Function that does not exist is not defined. Now, let's do this. Let's do console.log show me. And all we want this to do is actually show up. Cool. We've done this a million times. We know how console.log works. What happens if we didn't have this in a try catch? If we get rid of that try catch in here and we just run function that does not exist, my console log doesn't show up. Now, what if it's running something important? What if it's making an API request to see if a user is logged in? Well, because this function doesn't exist, maybe there's a typo. I don't know. But for whatever reason, it gave us some sort of error, and this line is no longer executing. JavaScript gets here and says, oh, sorry, don't know what to do, and completely falls over. And so to make sure that your code doesn't fall over, we wrap it in a try catch block. Now, when it gives you that error, that's called throwing an error. And it says uncaught reference error. It is throwing a reference error at us, meaning that reference to function that does not exist is not defined. It's the whole error. We can also throw our own errors as well with the keyword throw. So throw Caleb's custom error. Let's go ahead and refresh our page. Show me still shows up, and Caleb's custom error shows up. And now that's in here. We can even make sure this works by saying error logging. And so it says error logging Caleb's custom error. That's what I threw. I threw Caleb's custom error. It caught it in here. Now what happens if I try to console.log a thing in here? Now what JavaScript is going to do is it's going to try to execute from top to bottom. But just like in a function, when you use the return keyword, nothing below it is executed. In a try catch block, it's going to try. It's going to see that there's some sort of error being thrown in here for whatever reason. Maybe someone put in the wrong username and you want to throw an error, wrong username. Well, it's going to hit this throw keyword and immediately break out of this block. So this line is not going to be executed. Then it's going to run that catch. So Caleb's custom error becomes the actual error. That's the variable name. And then we can work with that error if we wanted to. So let's go ahead and refresh this. And it doesn't say a thing in here. It says Caleb's custom error. So what's nice about this is it tried to execute some code in here, ran into an error. That's fine. We caught that error. We gracefully handled that error, and our code keeps running. That is the most important thing. And I cannot stress this enough because I run into this dozens of times a day where I go to a website like even Facebook, and I try to do something and JavaScript runs into some sort of error. And because it runs into an error, the rest of the site doesn't work for me. And as a user, that is extremely frustrating. Now, as a programmer, there's a way around that. Try catch. You can try some sort of custom logic. If it doesn't work, you can throw an error and make it work. Now, there's another block in here that we can call called finally. So we have try, catch, and finally. And what this does is whether this code executes or this code executes, do something in here. Do something in here. Now, you're not going to see finally too often because regardless of the situation, you could just write more code in here. And so sometimes you'll see a try catch finally, but most of the time you'll just see try catch because regardless of what happens, your error is caught. This is now going to execute the code below it. And so what we could say here is, let's do const num is equal to 10 and num is equal to num plus 20. So we know that's going to be 30. It's going to console log an error if there is some sort of error in there. And then we could do finally console.log. The final number is num. Now we know that this is going to throw us some sort of error. We can't reassign a const. It just doesn't work. That's the whole reason why we have const, is it should be constantly one value. So let's go ahead and save this and see that this is going to throw some sort of error. We're going to catch that error and we're going to say the final number is whatever num is. So it could be whatever num caught here, it could be whatever num caught here. We could even say num is equal to num plus 15. Now that's only going to work if this is a let, so let's not do that because I want this to break. But we could set, for example, a variable in here and use it in finally. Just remember that if you are using const or let in here, that it is block scoped to your closest set of curly braces. So if you used const name, it's going to be blocked, or it's going to be scoped to this block here. So just keep that in mind. Let's go ahead and refresh this. Error logging, type error, assignment of constant variable, and the final number is 10. And so basically it said, constant number is 10, try to add 20 to that number. If there is an error for whatever reason, log that error. And then finally, doesn't matter which block was run, either the try or catch, finally execute this console log. And that tells us the final number is num. It's 10 because it couldn't be reassigned. It just doesn't work that way. Now, what I would like you to do is give this a shot. Write a try catch block and write some sort of code that's going to be an error. You could even do something like num.to uppercase. And because this method doesn't exist on a number, this is a number, not a string, it's a number, you can't turn numbers into uppercase. So what's going to happen here? Well, let's go over here and see. Num.to uppercase is not a function. Doesn't exist. Go ahead and give that a shot. But make sure you catch that error gracefully, and then make sure your code after it runs. So code in here should still execute properly. So yes, please try this out. This is really a good way to level up your JavaScript skills. And one thing to note is typically we do not nest try excepts or try catch blocks inside of try catch blocks. We just don't do that. You can do it, but it gets really messy. So instead we write one here and then we would write another one down here if we wanted to. Just try not to nest them inside of each other because that gets really messy and hard to keep track of. But yeah, that's your homework. Write a try catch finally block. When you're ready, let's head on over to that next lesson. Let's talk about the this keyword. This is a keyword. I'm using the word this, and you can see it actually highlights red for me in my editor. This is a keyword that refers to the entire body of an object. It refers to the object that it belongs to. So let's go ahead and create a new object. Let's do const person5 is equal to, and let's say the name is going to be Caleb, and Caleb, comma, and I'm going to use an object literal here, which is the exact same thing as saying speak is equal to function speak, something like that. Or rather, speak is equal to function, and then something like that. Instead, we're shortcutting it, and we're just saying speak, and we can get rid of that. That is an object literal. And we want this to be console.log meow, because apparently I'm going to say meow today. And so I can execute this with person5.speak. And when I refresh my page, it says meow. And that's really nice. This is how we access an object. Now, this is called a method on this object. Because it's part of an object, like a function or a class or an object, this is called a method. Now, what if I wanted to say, my name is Caleb? Well, when I go back here and refresh, it says my name is Caleb, as expected. We know that was going to happen. But what if that name wanted to be dynamic? And what if I wanted this to be a variable? Well, I could try name is equal to name and then Let's use a template literal here so we can put variables inside of this string. And this is going to take whatever name. So my name is Zephyr. And it says my name is Zephyr. Now that's great and all, but that sort of defeats the purpose of putting this particular method inside of this object. This could just be a regular function. So let's get rid of name. And instead, let's say we wanted to access this name up here. Well, how do we access that name? Well, we could do person5 name. And as an example, let's go ahead and I'm going to show you that this works. Person5 name. And we can get rid of that because speak is no longer taking any parameters. And it says, my name is Caleb. So that works. That's nice. There's a better way of doing this though. We could do this.name. And when we use this, it's referring to this entire object. So we don't need to have just name. We could put age, favorite food. We can have an object inside of an object inside of an object. We could have a function in there. We could do all sorts of things. But this is referring to this entire object, not any other object. It's just referring to this particular object. And so when I change this name to like Henry, and it's a name, so capital H, it says, my name is Henry. Now that's one example. We can also do this with functions. So let's go ahead and create a function. Counter. That's what we're going to call it, counter. And so functions also come with the this keyword. And so we can say, if this dot total is equal to undefined, because it doesn't exist, there's no counter dot total yet, we can say this dot total is equal to 1. Otherwise, if it is defined, and it will be defined after we run this at least once, we can say this dot total plus plus console.log running counter total is, and then we can say this dot total. Now, out of the box, this isn't going to do anything. What we want to do is execute this function. So this is going to execute it and say this dot total is 1. Running counter, this dot total is 1. What happens if we run this over and over and over and over again? I don't know how many times I copied and pasted that. It's going to let me know though. And this tracks how many times this function has been run. Now, you don't need to particularly count or track how many times this function was run. You could do anything. You could say, if this dot name is equal to undefined, set a default name. Now, what's not going to work, and what we're going to talk about in the next lesson is, I'm just going to copy a bunch of these, is an arrow function. And so I could do const counter is equal to an arrow function. And the this keyword, it exists, but not in the same manner. So when I go back here, you're going to see that this actually works. It says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's how many times I copied it, but it's not referring to this particular object or this function anymore. And we'll talk more about that in the next lesson or the next episode where we talk about arrow functions. An arrow function lets us write shorter code, but they can also seem a lot more complex. They're actually quite easy though, but if you're just looking at code and you've never really seen an arrow function, they seem super scary. They don't have to be though. And so we could write const hello is equal to a function, return hello Caleb, and then we could execute hello. So const greeting is equal to hello console.log greeting. And what we're going to see here, hello Caleb. That's a standard function. Actually, this is an anonymous function. We've assigned it to const hello. We can also do function hello, execute this function, and store it in a different variable. Two ways of doing the exact same thing. When I refresh, it says the exact same thing. And so this is a typical function. So another way of writing this could be const hello is equal to brackets, arrow, and that. And so essentially what we've done here is function hello is equal to something like that. This is the old way of doing it. The new way of doing it is const hello, brackets, arrow, console.log. Hello. And we could type hello and execute it, and it's going to say, and it's going to say hello. Okay, that's one way of writing it. There's another way of writing it. We can actually make this a lot shorter. And in fact, we could simply do const hello is equal to opening and closing curly brace, not curly braces, but parentheses, an arrow. And then in a normal function, we use the return keyword. We use the return of the king keyword. And we don't need to do that. If this is going to be on a single line, we can just say this is going to execute some sort of function. And so this could say return hello from one line function. Let's go ahead and execute hello. And that's not going to do anything because I needed to console log it, but let's shortcut that and let's just run hello. And it returns. And so all this is doing some sort of logic. In this case, we're just returning a string and storing it in const hello. Then we can run it as if it were a function. Now let's look at some of the syntax here because I went kind of fast. So let's do const my new greeting is equal to, let's take a parameter, name, arrow, and then I can do console.log, and we can use a template literal in here, and we can say welcome name. And remember, template literals need those backticks, otherwise your variables aren't going to work. And so now I can use my new greeting, codingforeverybody.com. Welcome, codingforeverybody.com. Or welcome, Caleb. And all this is doing is saying, hey, if there were no parameters, you don't need to add any parameters in there whatsoever. But if you do have a parameter, throw it inside of those, not curly braces, but your parentheses. If you have a second parameter, it's just comma, second parameter. And so on and so on and so on. And you can work with those in here. Now, in our example here, we really only have one line of code. What do we want it to do? Let's go ahead and get rid of these curly braces because it's only executing that one line of code. Make that just a touch smaller here. And so my new greeting is equal to, it's going to take some sort of name, and it's not going to return anything per se, but it is in fact going to console log welcome my name. And so this is going to work the exact same way. So if I go here, clear that and refresh, it says welcome Caleb. Every time I refresh, it says welcome Caleb. And just to really make sure that this is working and it's not cached, Caleb 123 123 123 123 321. And so that's working as expected. So as a quick comparison, you're going to see function, my function name, maybe it takes a parameter, does a thing in here. You can also do const anonymous function is equal to a function, do a thing in here. This can also take a name. And this is pretty common. You'll see this a lot in modern JavaScript as well. We also have arrow functions. So you could say const arrow func1 is equal to, takes no parameters, do a thing. So if you've got multiple lines, you can do multiple lines in here. So multiple lines. This will also be able to take a parameter or more. These can all take more than one parameter. Or if it's only doing one line of code, you can do const arrow func2 is equal to, if you have no parameters, no parameters. If you have a parameter, you could throw it between those parentheses, arrow, and then whatever you're going to return or whatever you want to do in one line. So these are the two older ways of doing it, and there's a reason we do it this way still. And these are the two newer ways. And so the idea here is that when you use the word function, the this keyword exists. So like we saw in the last lesson where we did this.name, that exists. Now it also exists inside of an arrow function. The difference is when you use the keyword this, and I'm saying THIS, is this in this circumstance and this circumstance here, these two, it's referring to this as an entire object. So it thinks that's an object, it thinks that's an object. The this keyword, it still exists here, but it's not referring to this object. It's referring to the outer object. So maybe it's wrapped in a function. Maybe it's wrapped in an object. Maybe it isn't wrapped in anything and it's referring to the entire window itself, the whole global scope of your JavaScript ecosystem. And so one is localized, so this is smaller, and this one is using everything globally, everything it can get its hands on. That is the main difference. Now, if you're not using the this keyword inside of your function, I would highly recommend just using an arrow function. It's more performant. Your JavaScript doesn't need to think about as much. You can write bigger applications that aren't going to crash or slow down your browser better. It's also more modern, and employers are going to like to see that you can actually write this kind of code. Now, what I want you to do, and should take a few minutes, should probably take 10, 15 minutes. I want you to write the 4 different types of functions here. A normal function, an anonymous function, an arrow function with multiple lines, and an arrow function with just one line of code. And then I want you to execute each of them. Make sure that they work. This is really, really important. This is vital to being able to get a job as a modern JavaScript developer. Go ahead and give that a shot. Don't forget, if you have questions about this, come join the Learning to Code Facebook group and ask questions in there. I am happy to help. We have tons of people who are willing to help, and tons, thousands of people, over 60,000 people who know how to code. And I'm sure there are thousands of them that know JavaScript that might be able to answer your question faster than I could possibly answer your question. So don't forget, there is a free support group out there. Otherwise, good luck, and I'll see you in the next video when you're nice and ready. Classes are a lot like standard objects, but they're written in a more friendly way. In fact, you can think of this as 2 different ways to basically write the same set of code, and then classes can get significantly more advanced and more developer friendly, actually. So a class is really just another way of writing another object. And if that's the case, why have 2 ways of writing objects? If we have one way that works, why use a new way? And in modern JavaScript, you're going to see people using classes all the time. This is a very common thing these days. So while they are very similar, they being classes, have better features, like being able to write one class and merge it into another class with this thing called subclassing or extending. You can also write the same method twice and have it execute on both of them quite easily without overwriting them. And classes just look easier to read. Classes are also cleaner to write. You'll see a lot of these in production level code bases. Plus they look a lot like PHP and Python classes, which means now at this point you're learning object-oriented programming, which means once you learn this lesson, you are basically getting experience learning Python, PHP, Java, C, all these other OOP languages you're getting hands-on experience with by learning it in JavaScript. So let's go ahead and take a look at this. So a class starts with a keyword class, and then it has some sort of name. Now, often you'll see a class actually doesn't follow camel casing. It follows just normal casing. So it could be my class name, follows standard uppercase naming conventions like that. Not all the time, but you will see it a lot like this. And so you say my class name is equal to, well, it's not actually equal to anything because we're not assigning anything. We're saying my class name, curly braces, and then we can put object literals in here. So we could say something like speak console.log woof woof. And so this is the bare bones of a class. Now to instantiate a class, which is a fancy word for saying how to activate your class, you could say const thing, whatever you want to name it, is equal to new my class name. And we saw this in the date lesson where we did new date and then we put the year, month, and day. And at this point we can say thing.speak. So at this point, this code right here looks a lot like a standard object. So let's go ahead and save this and refresh our page. And it says woof woof. And so what it's doing here is saying all this code, jam it into this particular variable, this const called thing. And because it has a method in here called speak, we can do thing.speak. Now where this gets a little more powerful is we can do something like set name, and then it's going to take some sort of name, and we can say this.name is equal to the name. Now this might seem a little weird, a little convoluted even, but what we're going to do here is use set name, set the name to whatever it is, and because we're using this, that stands for this entire object, that's what it represents, we can now say, in this particular method or this function speak, we can access it with this.name. And we can say woof woof says the dog named this.name. And this needs to be a template literal, otherwise we cannot use that. So now we can say thing dot set name doggo. And what that's going to do is set the name doggo. And so if we say create a new thing class, a new thing object, set that name, this.name is going to be whatever the name is in this parameter, so it's going to be doggo. And then we say thing.speak. We can now access this.name from setName. And there's actually an easier way to do this. We'll talk about this in the next lesson, but this is a good example of using the this keyword inside of a class. So let's go ahead and refresh, and it says woof woof says the dog named doggo. And so that's working perfectly. Now what happens if we don't set that name? Currently this.name does not exist. Let's go ahead and refresh our page. It says woof woof says the dog name undefined. Now if we wanted to, we could get into defaults. We could say something like if this.name is equal to undefined, this.name is equal to unnamed puppers. Let's save that and refresh. And it says woof woof says the dog named unnamed puppers. But if we go back here and we set thing.setName doggo McDogface says woof woof says the dog named doggo McDogface. And so what it's doing here is it's setting that name. It says this.name. Now if that name wasn't set, it's saying if this name does not exist in this particular object, in this class, set it. Otherwise, it's going to be set because we use set name, it does exist. Then use that one. So this is a nice little fallback. You can always use something like this. Now there is a better way of doing this. We're going to learn it in the next lesson. What I would like you to do is basically this. I want you to write a brand new class, write it out by hand. Remember, it starts with the keyword class, then it takes some sort of class name, then curly braces. And then we can put a function in here. Or because it's in a class, we technically call it a method. It is an object literal, so it's going to have the function name of setName, but also the property name of setName. It can take a parameter just like a regular function can, and we use this.name is equal to name so that we can access this somewhere else in a different function without explicitly having to pass it in to this particular function every single time. We can shortcut it. So this is now accessible through this entire object. Name is accessible in this entire object. Next, you're going to need to do const, whatever your variable is going to be called, new class name. And then you can use your variable name, .setName, and .speak. Go ahead and give that a shot. When you are nice and ready, when you have a little bit of experience with that, let's head on over to the next lesson where we set automatic defaults for our classes. In the last lesson, we used setName, but we can actually do this by default with a class method called a constructor. And this is a big feature and a big win for JavaScript classes. And we just don't get this with standard objects. And this is where classes start to outpace objects. So let's say we have a class and it's called person. And in the last lesson we did set name, name, this.name is equal to name, right? But then we had to do const p is equal to new person, and then we had to do p.setName Caleb. And that just, it gets easier. So like, why do it the hard way when we can do it the easy way? So let's go ahead and get rid of this and that, and that. And we have this magic method called constructor. And this can take any sort of parameter. So we could say the constructor takes a name, and then we say this.name. is equal to name. And then we can have a normal function in here called greeting. This is an object literal, and we can simply say console.log hello from, and this is a template literal, so we use backticks, this.name. And what constructor does here is we can say const Caleb is equal to new person, and that name is going to be Caleb. And that's automatically going to set this name. So before we had to do .set name and we had to run a bunch of stuff, we don't have to do that anymore. We can just pass it in directly into our class. And now we can do Caleb.greeting, and this is already going to be set. This .name is equal to Caleb. So it's like putting Caleb in here, which then sets it here, which then sets it here. And this seems really absurd. I know that. When you're learning classes, this seems really bizarre, but it's powerful because you can write any number of functions down the road and you don't have to put name in here. You don't have to put name in every single one. You can just use this .name anywhere you want. So it shortcuts it. Let's save that. And let's refresh our page. And it says, hello from Caleb. What if I change that? Hello from Gully. Hello from Gully. Now, if we ever wanted to, and this is a little bit beyond the scope of the constructor lesson, but we could also say set name, and we could overwrite it. This .name is equal to whatever the name is. So let's, by default, set the name to be Gully, and then we could say Caleb.setName. I'm going to rename myself to Caleb, and do Caleb.greeting once more. And this is what my code looks like. I'll just scoot that up into the middle of the screen. And so when I refresh, it now says hello from Gully. I changed my name to Caleb, and when I reran Caleb.greeting, it said hello from Caleb. Now, what I would like you to do as your project or your little bit of homework for this lesson is create a class with a constructor method in it. It should take a name, or it could take multiple parameters. If you want it to take unlimited parameters, you can totally do that too. Set this dot whatever the variable name is, and you're going to see that when I select this, it's highlighted in all three methods here. But if you just set the name, make sure you also set it when you type new person, and then that first parameter is going to be name. If you have a second parameter, you would just give it a second param. And you'd need to do something with this, because this is not going to be accessible in any of these other methods. You're going to need to do this dot second param is equal to second param, and that just makes this accessible using the this keyword in everywhere else. So I'm just going to undo that because I want to keep this nice and simple for you. And I want you to give this a shot. So set the name here and then write another method, another function that accesses it from the constructor. This is really good practice. You're going to see this kind of stuff in production style JavaScript all the time in professional JavaScript, so make sure you are familiar with this. You don't have to be a pro at it at this point, but you need to be somewhat familiar with how this works. So get some hands-on experience with it right away. When you're done that, I'll see you in the next lesson. All right, welcome back. I hope you had some fun with classes. I hope that was actually a little bit hard, just so that your brain remembers it better. They're powerful, powerful things. They are better than objects. They can do so much more. And there is so much more, but we're not going to learn all about it in JavaScript 201 because it gets pretty advanced. But in this lesson, we're going to talk about JSON. And JSON, J-S-O-N, stands for JavaScript Object Notation. And it's basically just a thing some guy made up at some point in time, a long time ago, to make sure that one particular language can talk to another particular coding language. So JSON is a lightweight data interchange format. And that means I can write a particular type of JSON in JavaScript or in Python or in PHP, and it's going to be readable. And so even if my Node.js server can't talk to my Python server, I can send out JSON data that my Python server can then ingest, or I can take in and understand what's going on. So it's a globally recognized way to write code or to share data. So JSON is language independent. It doesn't really matter if it's JavaScript or Python or PHP or C or Java or Ruby or anything like that. And the idea behind JSON is it's supposed to be self-describing and easy to understand. Now, it's easiest to learn JSON by simply looking at it. So let's create a new file. Let's do a JavaScript file. And we're going to have some sort of object. So const object. And in here we could have name, Caleb. Fave foods is an array of pizza, tacos, I don't know, salmon. And we can have age, 31. And we can make this object even more complex. We could say children. And this could be an array of objects in here. Name is equal to Zephyr. He's actually a cat. And his age is going to be 4. And another one in here. This name is going to be Gully. He's also a cat. I'm not entirely sure what his age is. I'm going to guess 4 or 5. And so we have this object here. And this is written in JavaScript. Now, the nice thing about learning JavaScript first, or at this point in time when you're getting into JSON, is that JSON is literally this. Let's go ahead and delete that. This is JSON. And so this is JSON. This is all it is. So it looks like a JavaScript object. And as we know, objects can hold a property or a key and a value, or it can have a property and that value could be an array, or a number, or a Boolean, or a list of more objects. This is all JavaScript is. And so whenever you're working with an API down the road, and for our main project here, we are going to be working with an API that uses JSON. It's going to look a lot like this. And the idea is that we have some sort of data in here that we can access on another computer. So if they want to share data with us, that's basically what an API is when another computer decides that they're going to share data with us. We can then use that data in a globally recognized and unified way. So we don't have to worry about XML and writing our code to make sure that it always works with specific XML. We can just assume that everything is working nicely with JSON. And so Python can consume this nicely, PHP can consume this nicely, Node.js can consume this nicely, and in JavaScript, which is what Node.js is built on, this is basically just a standard object. No big deal. We've already learned about all of these pieces. It's just, it doesn't have a variable. That's all it is. It's just plain text with a bunch of object data in it. And that is JSON. So when people say, oh, JSON is big and complex, they're wrong. It's not. It is literally just a JavaScript object. It just doesn't have a variable name. That's all it is. And so the idea here is that if I have this object, I can expose it on my web server and another server can consume it, or JavaScript on someone's computer can consume it. And so we're going to be using this in our final project. At this point in time, there's nothing to do. We're going to get some hands-on experience with this in our project, but really, you just need to know that JSON is literally a JavaScript object. That's all it is. Let's talk about Ajax. Actually, it's not all caps anymore. It's just called Ajax. And so Ajax stands for asynchronous. Make sure I don't typo that. I'm not even sure if I did or didn't. JavaScript and XML. And so Ajax itself is actually not a programming language. Ajax is a combination of a browser's built-in XML HTTP request. So I'm saying XML HTTP request object. And that is the simplest way that your browser can send data to a server and accept data from a server. And so whenever you like a post, or whenever you like a photo on Instagram, or whenever you tweet something, or you're on Twitter and it automatically reloads your tweets for you, or you scroll down on Instagram and it just keeps on loading more and more images, that is an Ajax request. And so basically you can send this tiny amount of data to a server asking for more data. And that server can then send back usually a JSON object, which is what we learned about in the last lesson. And then JavaScript can parse that data, turn it into JavaScript objects or JavaScript arrays, and loop through the data in there and add more to your document object model, add more HTML to your page dynamically. And that is powerful because Now you don't need to reload your page. You don't need to click load more and wait for the page to load. You don't need to go to page 2 or page 3. You can just keep scrolling and it'll just keep loading more and more data for you. Assuming there's data to load, that is. Now the nice thing is it's super lightweight. Super lightweight. And that's because it only needs to send a tiny bit of data and only needs to accept a tiny bit of data. So when you make a standard web request, your browser is going to go to www.facebook.com and it's going to ask for all sorts of things. It's going to ask for a CSS file, it's going to ask for HTML, it's going to ask for JavaScript, it's going to ask for images, it's going to ask for all sorts of endless things. With an AJAX request, it is simply sending a small little request and saying, hey, psst, Facebook, can I have just a little bit more information? And then Facebook says, yeah, okay, you can have some more information through their API. And they send back JSON, or Instagram will send back JSON, or really most APIs these days will send back JSON. And instead of sending back CSS files, which you've already loaded, or HTML, which you can write dynamically with JavaScript, or even loading more JavaScript because it's already been loaded once, it can literally just send you the JSON data, just raw data. It doesn't need to give you all that extra stuff. And so it loads super fast. So we used to use these things called XML HTTP request objects to make these types of AJAX requests. But nowadays, we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. We can just ignore that. And instead, we're going to use this thing called the fetch API, which makes it significantly easier. There's no try catch involved, which we used to have to write. We don't have to worry about dealing with Internet Explorer. We can just straight up use fetch. And that is the function that we're going to get into in the next lesson. All right, in the last 2 lessons, we learned about JSON and we learned about the fetch API and what AJAX is. And in this lesson, we're going to actually write a little bit of AJAX and we're going to get some information from a website. So we're going to use the fetch API, and that's because it's the new way of making AJAX requests. It handles things for us so that we don't need to, which is really nice. We don't have to write as much code, basically, and less code is always more. That's why we're not learning the old way of AJAX requests. It's old, it's outdated. We don't need to do it anymore. Instead, we're going to be learning fetch. So with fetch, it looks a lot like this. Fetch HTTP website.com does something, then does some more stuff in here, then does some more stuff in here. That's really all there is to a fetch request. And so we're saying, go and get information from website.com. Now we're going to use a proper example here, but this is what the syntax looks like. And you'll notice that I'm using an indent here because I don't necessarily want it to look like this. This looks a little harder to read. And because it's actually the then keyword or the then method is part of the fetch function, I'm going to indent it so it looks nicer so that I know when I'm reading fetch, the next line when it's indented is also part of this fetch. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open up my browser and I'm going to go to swappy.dev. And this is where we can get some Star Wars information, just an API for Star Wars. There's another one. If you don't like Star Wars, you can do Pokemon API. And this is pokeapi.co. It's pretty much the exact same thing, slightly different URLs, but will give you very, very similar data. So if you're feeling like you'd rather do Pokemon stuff than Star Wars stuff, just swap out swappy.dev for pokeapi.co. The data is going to be slightly different. It's going to be structured slightly different. So you're going to have to handle that on your own, which is a good upgrade project, by the way. But for now, we're going to be using swappy.dev. And the idea here is that we can simply type in swappy.dev/API/planets/3, and that's going to give us Yavin 4, or people/1, and this is going to give us Luke Skywalker. And so we can actually go to this URL, and let's do this, API/people/1, and you can see it's giving us all sorts of information. Oh, there's links in here that we can't really see, but it's giving us all sorts of information. And if you take a look at this, doesn't this look a lot like JSON? Interesting, because it is JSON. And isn't it interesting that it already looks like a JavaScript object? That's amazing. We've got arrays in here. We've got an empty array. We've got regular strings. We have mass and height, which honestly should be numbers, but they are coming in as strings as well, which is totally fine. We can work with that. We know how to cast a string to a number and work with that as well. So we want to use this URL and get some information about our friend Luke Skywalker. So what I can do here is fetch, and I'm just going to paste that URL in here. Then I'm going to take that response and I'm going to JSONify it. So response.json, and this is using arrow functions. We're familiar with these already. This is a short way of writing a one-line arrow function. Then we can take that response and we can call it anything we want at this point. Let's just call it data. And let's go ahead and use a regular arrow function here and do console.log data. Now let's go back to our primary document and let's just refresh our console here. And you can see it takes a second to kick in there. It's not as fast as it usually is, and that's because it's asking another server for information. But it is still pretty fast. And so we now have this object in here that has the birth year, eye color, hair color, name, starships, vehicles, it even has all the films that he's in, which are more API links, which we could go and get information from. This is how we make a simple fetch request. So what I would like you to do is create a simple fetch request. Now you can use the Star Wars API, or you can use the Pokemon API, or you can use really any other API as long as you have access to that JSON. And just remember, we're going to fetch that URL. We're then going to take that response and turn it into JSON with response.json. Then we're going to take that data, which is basically the response.json. We're going to take that data and we're going to console log that data. And that's all we're going to do at this point in time. Once you have that console logging in your console, let's head on over to our final project, where we create a way for our page to randomly load a character from swappy.dev. And this is going to be our final project. So make sure you have a few minutes lined up. Make sure you've got probably 20 to 30 minutes lined up for this project. Once you have that, once you've got a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, let's work through this project together. Welcome to your final project. Your project here is to create a page that randomly selects a Star Wars or Pokemon character and displays some of their information. Okay, it's going to need to get random character information. So you're going to need a button that says like randomize or get new character. And so you're going to need an event listener for that. You need an event listener for some sort of button. So when you click a button, it's going to fetch more data. And you should already know about event listeners from JavaScript 101 because it's super common. It's just part of JavaScript. It's actually the main part of JavaScript. It's what makes JavaScript interactive. But if you don't know about event listeners, quickly go and do a little research because you're going to need it for this project. So every time a button is clicked, you're going to need to use the fetch API and go to swappy.dev or pokeapi.co. You're going to need to pull a bunch of information. And remember, you're going to need to use .then, and you're probably going to need to use it twice, .then. And then I want you to grab whatever JSON they're giving you. And once it's parsed in your JavaScript, change the body in here. So change like the name, you could add planet, you could add the movies that people are in, things like that. And so I want you to give this a shot. Okay, I'm purposely not giving you a lot of direction here because you need to figure these things out on your own, which I know is a little bit of tough love, but when you get a job as a web developer, people aren't going to be able to hold your hand all the time. So you need to be able to take vague instructions like you need some sort of button with an event listener, and you need to be able to fetch new data every single time when someone clicks that button and change things in your document object model. Now you're also going to need query selectors. You're going to need to be able to select these elements and update them. Now it doesn't need to be name, planet, movies. It could be whatever other data comes back. For instance, when we look at Luke Skywalker, we see he's got a height, mass, hair color, skin color, eye color, birth year, gender, homeworld, world, film, species, vehicle, starships, created, edited, URL, and a name. So it's pretty safe to say with this API that all people are going to have that. And so what we need to do is whenever you click that button, let's say it randomly goes to character number 42, whoever number 42 is. Or it's going to go to character 6, whoever character 6 is, and it's going to show all these different characters on your page, just one at a time. So I want you to go ahead, give that a shot, make it look like however you want it to look like, by the way. It can be nice and fun if you want to get into some CSS and make a fun generator, but go ahead and give this a shot on your own with very little direction. If you get truly stuck, you can always resume this video, and I am going to show you exactly how I do it. It's going to be very, very basic. I'm not going to get into CSS and styling and things like that. I'm just going to show you the very basic way of doing this and how I go about sort of dissecting this. Oh, one last thing I forgot. Because you need to randomly select a person, you need to use math.random. And you need to figure out how many people there actually are so you don't accidentally get a number that's too high. All right, go ahead and give that a shot. I'm going to fade out to black in just a second. I want you to pause here and try your very best. It's okay to not know all of it. It's okay to get stuck. And it's okay to resume the video and watch how I do it. But you need to give this a shot for real life experience because that's what job developers are looking for. Job developers don't want, not job developers, job employers, because employers don't care that you've watched this tutorial 2 or 3 times. They want to see that you've actually been able to write some of the code. So I'm going to fade out and fade in, and I'm going to give this a shot. Good luck, and I'll see you on the other side. All right, we need to work with the Star Wars API. And so I'm on swappy.dev, and I just want to do people. You could do planets or starships or whatever. I'm just going to do people. And the first thing we need to know here is the maximum number of people, because if we're going to be doing a random character generator, we need to see who we can actually get. So does people / 100 actually exist? Nope, 404. What about 80? Yep, there are at least 80 characters. People, let's do 90. Let's figure this out. Nope, there's not 90. Let's do 85. Nope. 83. Yep, there's an 83rd person. Is there an 84? There's not. We know there's 83 people in this API, so our maximum number can only be 83. So let's go ahead and write that down. Let's do const random number is equal to math.random, and because we want this to be out of 83, we times it by 83. And now we want to do math.ceil. Because if we do just math.random, it's going to give you a number between 0 and 1, but it's going to have a bunch of decimals. So we're just going to round that up. So if it does give us a number like 7.1, it's just going to round up to character 8 or the number 8. So we have a random number set already. Now we need to be able to go and get some information. So let's go back here, and all we need to do is if we go back to let's do character 3. R2D2, everyone's favorite. We can query this entire URL, https swappy.dev/api/people/3. And we can use fetch for that. So let's write this out. https swappy.dev/api/people/3. And we're going to hard code this for now. Then we need to take that response and we need to turn it into, well, we need to basically accept that JSON. So we need to take that response and tell our JavaScript that we're using JSON. Then we can rename it to data, and using an arrow function, we can console.log said data. And so when I come back here and just refresh my page, we get a bunch of information here. And this gives us R2D2. That's exactly who we were looking for. And in fact, if I go over to network, you can see that if I'm doing XHR, XML, HTTP request, and fetch, if I click on this, it's going to give us all of this data, and we just JSONified it and turned it into a JavaScript object, which we then console log. And now we have access to all of this. We can do console.log data.mass, 32, whatever his weight is, 32, we could say kilograms or pounds or whatever. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to change this to character instead of data, because data is a little vague. We know this is character information. So now when I load the page, it's always going to get character 3. Let's go ahead and change it so it gets a different character every time. And let's change this to a template literal and get rid of that number 3. And we want random number. And so every time we load the page now, it's going to go to swappy.dev/api/people, random number between 1 and 83. So save that, and let's go ahead and refresh. Character is not defined. You're right, because I spelt it funny. If you're screaming at your screen saying, Caleb, you made a typo. Yeah, typos happen. Let's refresh. Name, Dorme. Let's go ahead and refresh again. Bail Prester Organa, Bail Organa, Jar Jar Binks, Wedge, Kit, Bosk, Chewbacca, Sebulba, Qui-Gon Jinn, Ramus, Leia. We're getting all of these different people every time we refresh the page. Now, that's pretty cool. That's basically what we want, but that's not quite good enough. That was not the project. The project was click a button to make that happen. So what I'm going to do here is just reattach this, and I'm going to add some data to my document object model. So I want to be able to change the name, for instance. Name, what other data do we get? What information do we want? We've got the name, skin color, species, homeworld, gender. Let's do eye color, and let's do birth year. Eye color, and let's do birth year. And so by default, nothing's going to show up in here. We need a button now. Button dot get random character. Randomize. Okay. Currently does nothing. But we can select this and we can create an event listener around it. So we can say document.query selector. We're not using query selector all because there's only one. We're going to get this by the class name dot add event listener. And what happens when we click it? We're going to give this an arrow function. And in fact, this is getting way too long. So let's make this a little more readable. Button, and let's do const button is equal to. And so whenever that button is clicked, we pass in the event, and let's also close that properly. And let's do e.prevent default. And all that's going to do is, if this is part of a form, it's not going to submit the form. It's not going to refresh your page for you. Now let's do console.log clicked. And whenever we click this, we can see it says clicked at the bottom there. Now that's doing exactly what we want it to do. Let's go ahead and grab this code and just move it up a couple of lines. And so every time we click, it's going to get a brand new random number between 1 and 83. It's going to then fetch that character, whoever that person is going to then take that response, understand that it's JSON. It's going to then use that response, the JSONified response, or that object response rather, and use a character. So let's go ahead and refresh this. Nothing happens, but when I click randomize, it just got Barris Offie, Leia Organa. And so every time I click, it's getting someone new. Now we just need to make sure that this shows up in here. So what we can do, because we only really need to grab these once, we can do const name, and this is going to be a node. And we can do document.get element by ID name. And we can copy that over a couple of times and take the shortcut here. Eye color and birth year. Nope, not birthday, birth year. And so now we have a bunch of consts in here. And we've got a button. Whenever that button is clicked, go and fetch new information. Let's go ahead and populate this information now. Let's do name dot inner HTML is equal to, and I'll just scoot that up. And we need the character information. So we have that console logged in here. And I'll scoot that up. And the name is just name. So we can do character name. We also have eye color. Eye color, and we're selecting this one up here. And eye color is eye underscore color. Eye underscore color. And the last one is birth year. And birth year is birth underscore year, unknown. So birth year. Let's get rid of that console log. And let's save and refresh. Let's hit randomize. Look at that. We have some information coming in now every time we click randomize. So basically at this point, we're done. We can just make this a lot nicer. So if we wanted to, we could say something like strong name, birth year. And let's put some default in here as well. Let's do dot, 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 and dot, dot, dot. There we go. Look at this. That's working quite nicely. Now, if we wanted to, we could try and look up some sort of image from somewhere. And if you want to take this one step further, you can always go to this URL. And this has all the same character data, but it has an image for, I think, everybody. So you can then make an API request to this URL and get the image. You're going to have to match that ID because this is all of them. And I'm purposely giving you the harder one here. There is information for just one character at a time, but you can have all of them in here as well. You could even fetch this at the very beginning of the page and just sort through them. This way you only have to make one fetch request for all of this data, and you don't have to do it every time you click the randomize button. And so this will go and get an image, and you can add an image to your page if you wanted to as well, for a little extra bonus credit. Now, what I like to do is whenever I click randomize, there's always that little bit of a delay. And because I'm a little old school, I don't really like knowing that things aren't happening. I want to see, as soon as I click something, I want to see that it's doing something. So what we can say here is on every click, we can take the name, eye color, and birth year HTML, and I just copied and pasted that in here. And we can change that to loading. So I'm going to select all of these, move that over, and it's just going to say em loading /em. And so whenever I click that randomize button, it's going to not do anything. And then it's going to change that inner HTML of the name, eye color, and birth year elements up here. It's going to change it so it has the word loading in there and it's italicized. And then it's going to go and make that request. Now, if this request takes 5 seconds, at least someone knows that it's working. So let's go ahead and refresh and watch this. You can see that it's actually loading. And it's working perfectly. And this is all we want to do at this point. This is our final project. Now, as a student of mine, what I would like you to do is I want you to take all of your code and I want you to either take a screenshot of it or share it using like codepen.io. And I want you to take a screenshot of your final page here, whatever it looks like, even if it's just bare bones like this. I want you to be able to share your source code. So you can even put it on Git if you know Git. But if you don't know Git, you can use codepen.io. Just to share all of your code and share it in the Learning to Code Facebook channel and ask for feedback. There's always ways we can improve our code. My way is probably not the most efficient way, but it's also certainly by far not the worst way. So it's pretty good. But there's probably other ways that you could do this that other people would have opinions about. And it's good to have those opinions exposed to you when you ask for feedback. So please share your project with the community. Welcome to Bootstrap 101, and in this course, as mentioned in the introduction video, we're going to be learning Bootstrap by reading the documentation, which is extremely important. So whenever you use a new API or a new service and you have a question, the first place you want to look is the documentation. And a lot of times people don't do that. They ask their friends, they ask their mentors, they ask Facebook groups, and really the best place to ask any question is always the documentation first. Always go to the docs first. And so in this course, this is what we're going to be doing, is we're going to be learning Bootstrap by experimenting with the documentation. And the reason we're doing that specifically with Bootstrap is because the Bootstrap docs are really, really good. Now, before we get started, one thing to take note of here is that we are using Bootstrap 5 Beta 1. So in the future, let's say we get to Bootstrap 5.3 and something has changed a little bit. Again, this is why we're learning how to read docs, is because sometimes when someone records a video, like a teacher such as me records a video about, let's say, CSS or JavaScript or Bootstrap, and, technology changes pretty rapidly, you might want to be able to reference the documentation and figure out exactly what has changed. Now, I don't foresee a lot of changes happening with Bootstrap 5 coming out of beta 1 and going into proper version. Now, if anything does change between beta 1 and let's say 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, anything major, you'll be completely prepared. And this module, this Bootstrap 101 module, is all about teaching you how to be prepared while learning Bootstrap. So let's head on over to getbootstrap.com and let's go over to the docs. And this stands for documentation. Now, the first thing you want to look at is basically the introduction, the installation rules in the documentation. This is going to help you get set up with any sort of project in the future, not just Bootstrap, but any project out there. So we're going to be using getbootstrap.com for a lot of what we're going to be learning in this module. So make sure you have internet access and that you can go to getbootstrap.com. Okay, let's get started with Bootstrap. So first thing I did was I went to getbootstrap.com and clicked on the docs. Your page might look a little bit different from mine. I'm zoomed in so that this looks, half decent in a video, especially if you're watching this on like a tablet or a phone. At least you can see it, hopefully. Whereas the site usually on my computer looks like this. So I'm just zoomed in a little bit here. And if I click over to the docs, we can see we can get started. There's customization, layout, content, forms, components, helpers, utilities, extend, and about, plus migration from older versions of Bootstrap. Now, if you're already familiar with Bootstrap, let's say Bootstrap 3, Bootstrap 4, and you want to start learning Bootstrap 5, dive right into the docs and go straight to the migration area. The migration area is going to tell you basically what's changed and how to basically write modern Bootstrap. But this lesson is not about migration. This lesson is about getting started. So let's click Getting Started and go into Introduction. Now, what we want to do here is read through this. Now, I'm not going to just read through this because you can read through this on your own. You're a fully capable human being, and I know you know how to do that. But let's go through the introduction steps anyway. I'm just not going to read this verbatim because that's going to be super boring for you. So first things first, let's go to the quick start, and we need CSS. So what Bootstrap is basically this library that lets you do a lot of things with CSS and a little bit of JavaScript, and you don't have to write all of your own CSS and JavaScript. It's pre-compiled, it's pre-made for you. You just need to learn the rules of this. And this is called a library or a framework. So the first thing you need to do for your project is copy this. And yours might not say 5.0.0-beta1, yours might say something different. But basically, you just want to copy that link and you want to put that into your HTML in your head. And there's an example on this page I'll show you in just a little bit. So you're going to want to make sure you have that. And if you're not using any JavaScript, you don't need to add any JavaScript. But if you are going to use JavaScript, such as like a modal, a little pop-up window inside of your page, then you're going to need to add some JavaScript. And for that, we just want to go in here and copy this stuff, the separate part. And you're going to want Popper.js and Bootstrap 5. Again, that version might be a little bit different. This version here, Core 2.5.4, might be a little bit different for you depending on the time that you're watching this video. But regardless, you can just copy that and that's going to put it in your clipboard and you can paste that into your project at any point in time. So in these docs, there's a lot of different things that we are going to skip over. So like Sass, which is a way to compile your CSS. We're not going to get into that just because this is more of a Bootstrap course and less of a Sass course. So if we go down, we can see that there's an example here. Doctype HTML, that's HTML5. We put the CSS in our head element. We should be familiar with that already. And our JavaScript always goes at the bottom of our body. So we put our content in here and we put our JavaScript down here. And the reason we do that is because we want our browser, which loads things from top to bottom, to load all of our HTML content as much as possible anyways, and then load our JavaScript. And the reason for that is because JavaScript, if it gets initiated too early, and let's say it's looking for this H1, it might not find it because the browser hasn't loaded it yet. Now, that's not really a problem with modern internet, with fast internet, but if you're in a place with slow internet, or if you're on a phone with slow internet, that could be a problem. So we always put our JavaScript at the very bottom of our page, or those two that we were looking at earlier, we would put them at the very bottom here. This is just in an HTML comment. Just make sure you don't put it in an HTML comment, just like this. There is a second way to do this, but before we even move on to the download instructions, let's go ahead and take a look at the responsive meta. So you need this, absolutely you need this. This is what's going to make your page responsive. If your page isn't responsive, there's no point using Bootstrap. And what responsive means, basically, is that it's going to snap to look different on either a mobile, like a phone, tablet, a laptop, desktop, TV, etc., etc. So it's going to be completely responsive. So you could have something that takes up this entire width on a large screen like my laptop here, or it could snap into like 2 different rows. Instead of just one big row, we see 1 row here. It could snap into 2 different rows using a phone, for instance. And that just makes it so that you can scroll a little bit easier on a phone and you don't have to scroll left and right. And it just looks better that way. Now there's a bunch of things in here like box sizing, which we don't have to go into. If you want to, you can definitely read through it. If you want to get really good at Bootstrap, honestly, just read through the docs. It shouldn't take very long. You could probably read through everything in this documentation in about an hour or 2 on your own. It's a little bit dry, so I'm going to skip through some of the dry stuff and just get you up and running quickly. Now, I mentioned that there's a second way to basically get Bootstrap up and running, and that's to download it. You can download the CSS and the JavaScript and you can host it yourself. Or what I like to do is use a CDN, so a content delivery network. And a content delivery network basically allows you to host this on your website, or not host it on your website, but to serve it from your website. And the nice thing about this is if someone has already downloaded this from another website, they don't have to re-download it on your website. So it's going to load even quicker. And with a content delivery network, even if they haven't downloaded it before from another website, if their browser hasn't downloaded it before from another website, it's going to get the closest location. So if your server is in, let's say, the United Kingdom, but you are in America, instead of having to make this request, so basically you're downloading this file from the UK all the way down to the United States, instead of having to do that traveling, it could find a content delivery network or basically a mainframe that's closer to you. So it could go from, let's say you're in Seattle, it could find one in San Francisco, rather than having to cross halfway across the globe and download it, send it all the way through the internet wires. It just saves a lot of time. So you can go from Seattle to San Francisco. It's significantly faster. So that's a benefit of using a CDN. Now, if you want to get into customization, you're going to want to download this on your own and host it on your own. We're not going to get into too much customization at this point in time. Now, there's a bunch of other stuff in here. I'm going to quickly go through some of it. Maybe actually not. Let's not go through some of it just because this gets a little more advanced and gets into customization. And again, we're not customizing Bootstrap at this point in time. We're learning how to use Bootstrap and how to read docs. One thing you are going to see a lot of is RTL. That's right to left. So in some languages, they write their language from right to left. We go from left to right, so it goes this way. In some languages, they go the other way, and so there's RTL support. By default, everything is left to right, LTR, left to right, but you can, if you wanted to, switch that to right to left if your language needs it to be from right to left. If you're already familiar with Webpack, you can use Webpack, you can install Webpack, and you can install Bootstrap using Node and NPM. You can do all sorts of stuff with it. It's completely customizable. Everything you see here can be changed, but again, we're not going to get into that too much. So moving forward, what we're going to do in the next lesson is we are going to skip right over to utilities, and we're going to walk through each of the utilities, each one of these in here, one by one. And then I'm going to show you how to create a layout. And we're going to need to know what some of these utilities are to be familiar with layout. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into that next lesson where we look at utilities. All right, let's take a look at some of the utilities here. Let's just get started with this. So I'm on getbootstrap.com. I go over to docs. We already dealt with the getting started, how to get that up and running in your project. Let's go ahead and jump straight to utilities. And there's an API in here. Let's read this API. Now, some of this may or may not be completely applicable to us at this point in time, and that depends on your skill level. So when you see a $ like this is usually a SAS or SCSS, SASS. You see that here, SASS. It's a way to compile CSS. And so that we can basically have programming inside of CSS, which CSS doesn't come with for the most part. There's all sorts of stuff in here. Here's a good example. Utilities, opacity, you can change that opacity, you can change the property value, and the values can be different things in here. Again, we're not going to get too far into customization, but this is really good to know when you get really advanced with Bootstrap. And, you know, if you work for an agency down the road, you're going to be customizing Bootstrap like this. But again, that's a subject for another day. You don't have to worry about that right now. So moving forward, we're going to see these things called utilities. And a utility is basically just CSS. So it says like opacity -0, and that's going to make an element completely see-through, or opacity 75, and it's going to be 75% visible. That means it's going to be 25% see-through, and we see that with opacity -75 or opacity -50. We could add more in here if we wanted to customize it. Again, we're not going to customize, but you can customize it. So if your project needed opacity 90%, you could just add another item in here in your JavaScript, in your values. And just under the 75 here, you could put 90:0.9, and that will give you opacity -90. And this is more about the, here we go. This is more about the API. So if you wanted to customize, again, and I can't stress this enough, we're not going to get into customization because that's a whole new can of worms, and that's a completely different subject. But if we wanted to, we could change it from opacity, which is what we saw up here, to just the letter O. And if we come up here, we can actually see that by default, it's just opacity, but we could change that class name to O, and it's just going to output O-0, so opacity 0, or O-100, opacity is 1. There's different states and stuff in here, and honestly, this is getting into a lot of customization. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hop out of this video, and we're going to jump right into borders. Let's talk about borders. So sometimes you want to add a border to things in your page just to make them look nice. For instance, this navigation bar up here has a bottom border. It's very, very thin, but it gives it that nice little separation. So you know that there's this nav bar with search in here that floats down the page with you. Now to add a border, first of all, there's additive and there's subtractive. So additive borders are basically, you have a span here like this, and you just add a border. Or if you just want top, or like this nav bar up here, just border bottom. And you can see these very plainly. So there's 5 instances here, and there's 5 pieces of code here. And what I like to do is not only just read the docs, but if you're reading the docs for a front-end library or framework, you can always just right-click, go to inspect, and you can see how this is being used. So if I make this just a touch bigger, and I'll move that up, what I did was I right-clicked on the element, inspected it, and it showed me border. Now, if I scroll down a little bit, you're going to see border top, border end, border bottom, border start. So in Bootstrap, when you see things like start and end, start always means either left or top, depending on your element or your utility. And end means either the right or the bottom, again, depending on your utility. We'll see more of this in the future. But if we just wanted to add border top here, we could see that right there. If we click on that, and over here in styles, we can filter by border top. And it says border top, that's the class name here. Border top 1 pixel solid, #DEE 2E6 important. So it's going to add that top border there for us. That's additive. So by default, there are no borders. Now, if we keep scrolling down, there's also subtractive, which means we could add a border. And let's get right into the nitty gritty here. Border top 0, what this is doing is saying there is a border, but there is no border on the top. And so again, if we just filter by border top over here and scroll on down, border top 0 says border top 0 important. And what that's going to do is make sure that there is absolutely no border on the top ever. You can do the same thing with border end, border bottom, and border start, or just take away a border altogether. So let's go ahead and close this down. Now there's also border colors, and Bootstrap comes with a lot of different colors by default. It comes with primary, secondary, success, danger, warning, info, light, dark, and white. And this just allows you to, by default, have a nice little color palette to work with. And again, these are customizable. If you wanted to customize these down the road, you absolutely could do that. We're not going to get into customization, but it does come with primary being blue, secondary being whatever that color is, which is really hard to see because that's really, really thin. But what we can do is, again, just right click, inspect, and we can see that this one is border secondary. let's type in our filter here, border color. And we can see that this color is #6C757D. We're going to get more into colors in the next video, so we'll be able to see these a little bit better. But if you ever wanted to add a border color, all you have to do is add the class called border and a secondary class called border primary, or border light if you wanted to. And it gives you all these different examples in here in the documentation. And this is a good reason why you should always look at documentation. Good documentation and being able to read and understand good documentation is one of the key skills of a great developer. Now scrolling down, we can change the border width as well, but let's go ahead and have some fun with this. So we have border width 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and in Bootstrap, you're going to see this 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 quite a bit, and you'll see it in the next number of videos. But if we just right-click, inspect, this one has a border of 4, but let's change that border color so we can add that. And all I did there, by the way, was I just double-clicked, and you can type border dash primary, and that changes it to blue. Or you can edit that again and change it from border primary to border secondary, and that just changes it to the secondary color. Or border dark, and that changes it to black. And so basically all we do in Bootstrap is we add some sort of base class and then a modifier. So we have a base border, that's our first one here, and then we said the border needs to be a little bit thicker, border dash 1, whatever that value is going to be. So it'll be between 1 and 5, and then we can add border colors. Now we could get even further into that with border radius. And so here's a bunch of examples using images. The first one is just saying that the class is rounded. And the second one is rounded top, that's up here, so it's rounding here and right there. Rounding end simply means the right side, so top right, bottom right. Rounded bottom, bottom left, bottom right. Start is top left, bottom right. Or if we wanted to make a circle or a pill, we can make a circle or a pill. Now let's go ahead and add a border to this. Let's have some fun with this. So we have this image in here. And this is an SVG. Which one do we want here? Where am I? This one. So we can see it's a placeholder image, rounded start. Is that the one we want? No, let's work on the next one. Rounded circle. And let's say this has a border, border 3, and border primary. And look what that does. It adds a nice blue border around it. So I'm dynamically changing my HTML inside of my inspect tool. And again, all I did was right click and go to inspect. And you can change those class names by double clicking on the class element, or the class attribute rather, and just changing or removing things. So you can get hands-on experience at any point in time throughout this course. Now there's also sizes in here. If we wanted to round or not round a lot, we could have a rounded border radius of 0, or just a little bit more, or a little bit more than that. And again, you see this recurring pattern here. So it says rounded dash 0, rounded dash 1, rounded dash 2, rounded dash 3. Now, what I would like you to do as a fun little experiment is right click, inspect on an element, and let's inspect this SVG and change that class. And I want you to add a border color around it and a border thickness. Go ahead and try to add a border to one of these images here. Okay, let's talk about colors. This is very important because if you want a site that doesn't look plain and boring, you want some colors. Like Bootstrap uses this nice purple. So let's go down, and while we're reading docs, we always want to read these fun little things that stick out like this. Dealing with specificity. Sometimes contextual classes cannot be applied due to the specificity of another selector. Now what that means is sometimes you can't add a particular class because another class is going to overwrite it. Some CSS is going to overwrite other CSS, and that's just how CSS works. So dealing with specificity is important. So if you're ever adding, let's say, a border from that last lesson and it doesn't work, maybe it's because you have border dash 0 on that element, and it's saying basically get rid of that border entirely. There's a note in here about conveying meaning to assistive technologies. That's just making it available, and it's a nice little note in here about how to make this a little more available to screen readers and to people who are maybe color deficient. Basically, it's called accessibility, and it just helps you make a website that's accessible to everybody on the internet. Not just people with perfect eyesight, but everybody. So let's take a look at color. Colorized text with color utilities If you want to colorize links, you can use the link helper class, which you can click on, and let's go take a look at this. Link primary, link secondary, success, danger, warning, info, dark, and light, and it gives you all of these. So we're getting into another recurring pattern here where we have primary, secondary, success, danger, warning, info, light, and dark. And we can apply that link styling to a link. Let's go back to colors. And again, that pattern shows up. We have text dash primary to change the text color to blue, or secondary, or success to be green, or text dash danger to be red. We can also add background colors. We'll get into background colors in just a moment. There's also text muted, which is like a light gray. Text black 50. There's all sorts of stuff in here. So always read through the documentation. And the thing is, even if this course wasn't about going through the documentation, there's just no way that I'd be able to make a course for you, or anyone can make a course for you that's going to be engaging at all if I just wrote this code out in front of you. If I wrote this code in front of you, I'd be like, well, text dash primary is blue, text dash success is green, text dash danger is red. That is boring. Instead, we can just visually see all of this in here. And if you wanted to, you can always just add this class to any element on your page as long as you have Bootstrap installed. Now there's a bunch of examples in here, and I would encourage you to read through the examples. So text primary, and it says text primary in here, and this is just a paragraph class, or paragraph element rather, and it's text primary, it's blue. So you can see that example. Now, how do we get black? Let's take a look at black background rather. Let's take a look at text warning. So let's go through the code here. Text warning is going to be yellow text, and it says BG dark. BG stands for background. And all that did was change that background color to be dark. Now let's talk about background colors. Again, there's primary, secondary, success, danger, warning, info, light, dark, and white. Oh, and there's also transparent. That's a cool one. And so what this does is it sets the background color. And so you can add this to any element as well. So we see P-3 and margin-2, or margin bottom -2. We'll get into those in just a little bit. We don't know what those are yet, but we will near the end of the utilities section of this module. So let's take a look at BG dark. So BG dark, it's the third one from the bottom, 1, 2, 3, BG dark right there. It has a class on there. We don't know what that is. BG dark, background dark is whatever that background dark is going to be. And it has text white on it. Let's go ahead and modify this. Right click, inspect, BG dark, BG dark, there you are. And let's change that text white to text primary. And you can see that it's blue on black. It's a little bit harder to see, so maybe you don't want to do that. Maybe you want to do, instead of text primary, text warning. And that just shows you right away that the color can change. Now, let's take a look at BG dark without any text color on it at all. By default, well, it looks like it disappeared, but it actually didn't. I can select it. It's just that the text is black and the background is black now. And so if you ever have a black background or a colored background and you want to change that text color, you just add BG, primary, success, danger, info, light, etc. And you can change that text to be the same thing: primary, secondary, danger, info, warning, etc., etc. Now, Bootstrap 5 comes with a nice little gradient feature in here, which is really, really nice. I enjoy this a lot. I really like gradients. I think it adds a nice little pop to your website design. And this one is really easy too, but now we're getting into adding classes. So let's not even take a look at the example code, which surely is below here. That seems to be the pattern in these documentation, or in this documentation. We can right click, inspect, and we see BG primary, BG gradient, text white. Let's go ahead and change that to BG. Let's change it to secondary, if I can spell that right, BG secondary. Let's get rid of that gradient, and let's keep the text white. So you can see that this is now secondary, it's gray. If I wanted to make that a gradient, I just simply type BG-gradient. And that automatically applies a nice gradient from that BG secondary. So we change that first one to look exactly like that second one. Now I'm going to undo that, change that back to primary. And if we scroll on down, oh, I was wrong. There is no example down there. I thought there was going to be an example like this. Well, this is a good case in point. If there is no documentation for it like this, A, it's either going to be self-documenting, or B, you can always experiment. So let's experiment with BG gradient and BG danger. Right-click, inspect. BG danger changes it to red. So let's just change this over to BG gradient. I'm just going to throw a number 2 on there just because I know BG gradient 2 isn't a real thing. And it gets rid of that gradient for me. You can see it's just flat red. And if I wanted to, I could just put that gradient back and it changes it to a nice gradiented color from a lighter red to a darker red from top to bottom. Now, what I would like you to do for this lesson is try to add a gradient to one of these. So come up here, go to background color, and pick any one of these and add a background gradient, and maybe try changing the text color as well. Let's talk about the display property. So first of all, we want to always read the how it works. If there's a how it works or something similar, you always want to read that. Even if it seems boring, it might give you a little bit of insight into how something works. So for instance, let's read this. It changes the value of the display property, so it can be display block, display inline block, display flex, display grid, anything like that, with our responsive display utility classes. So we purposely support only a subset of all possible values for display. That's good to know. That means they're not supporting every single property of display. There's a lot of them. There's a ton of them. But frankly, most of them aren't used, so Bootstrap isn't supporting all of them. They're only going to support the most commonly used ones. Classes can be combined for various effects as you need. Also good to know. We can combine different display, not properties, but classes for various effects. Notation, this is really important to read, and we're going to get into this more and more, and this is a fine place to get into this. So D-value, so D stands for display, dash, and then whatever that value is. And the value is going to be either none, inline block, and it says right here, where value is one of these. So there's actually significantly more values for the display property in regular CSS, but Bootstrap is only supporting a handful of these. Because honestly, you're not going to use any other ones other than this 99.9% of the time. The other thing to look at here is D breakpoint value. And so, for example, that breakpoint could be small, medium, large, extra large, or extra, extra large. And what this does is this gets into mobile first responsiveness. Now, you should be somewhat familiar with responsive design already in a prior CSS module or a prior CSS course. But what this is going to do is if we wrote D-SM-value, whatever that small breakpoint is going to be for your CSS, I think that's like 576 in Bootstrap 5. From 576 pixels and up, it could be display block. And for medium and up, it could be display flex. And for large and up, it could be display grid or something like that. Now, that's a terrible example. We wouldn't actually do something like that. A real life example would be D, none. So we would just say always display none. So just completely hide the element. And if we wanted to show something only on small devices or larger, so not on mobile, but on a small desktop, maybe like a tablet, we would do D-SM-block. And there's probably an example down here. So for example, we could do D inline. So, this is another good example. Divs are display block by default. So let's go ahead and I'll show you what display block looks like. So if I right click and inspect and I go to here, change this to one of the values up here, what do we have? Block. Let's change this down here to BLOCK. This is what a div typically looks like. This is its natural state. So if I go ahead and get rid of block altogether, it doesn't change. But what I can do is I can modify that and I can say, hey, even though divs are a block element by default, I can change that to block inline. They're not block inline, but display inline. And that just puts it side by side for us, which is really, really nice. That is a very helpful utility. Likewise, a span is usually display inline, like what we see up here, but we can change that behavior with D block. And that's just going to make it basically act like a div. So a span is now basically a div in this particular example. Let's talk about hiding elements. This gets really, really useful. This is the responsiveness I was talking about. So Bootstrap is mobile first. That means you're going to apply a class to make it look good on mobile and then You're going to add a modifier for a small or an extra small device, a small device, a medium device, large device, extra large device, and an extra extra large device. So you could hide something completely with just d_none. If you want to hide something only on extra small, you'd say hide it by default, and then small and up, so it's going to hide it on extra small devices. So small and up, it's going to be display block. Or if you wanted to hide it on extra large, you do display extra large none, and that's just going to hide it on extra large devices, but it's going to show it on every other device. Now, is there a good example? There's not a good example in here, so maybe this is something that you're going to want to experiment with. In fact, this is going to be something you want to experiment with. What I would suggest is either going to codepen.io or starting a new project and just playing with these, because these are really, really important. Now, if you ever want to get into responsive testing, you can always do a right click, inspect, and I'm just on Chrome, and there's this little icon here. It's a little bit different on Mozilla. Firefox, on Firefox, I believe it's in the right, but essentially there's this toggle device toolbar. And if I click that, what I can do is I can make my page look bigger and smaller. And you see how, watch this column over here, it's going to collapse and it goes away. See that? That is responsive design. And largely this is working with the display property. And if I want to toggle this off, I can just do this. Now, a lot of people, what they like to do is they just like to change their entire screen size. That works too, but this is a little more accurate. So if you can, use this little tool in here. And again, how I got there, right click, inspect, click this little device, toggle device toolbar, and then you can just resize. And you can change that size to be something very specific if you wanted to. Now let's go back down to where we were. Now, what is small, medium, large, and extra, extra large? Let's go into layout quickly. And let's go into breakpoints. And so that's what those are called. Those are called breakpoints. And the available breakpoints. So extra small is anything less than 576 pixels. Small is larger than 576. Medium is 768 or larger, and so on and so on. Extra large is 1400 pixels or wider. So if I right click, inspect, toggle, I can change this to be like 1400, and I change that up here. I can change that to be like 1400, or I can just hit down and it'll just keep getting smaller and smaller. As you can see, this is very, very slowly getting smaller and smaller. Or I can just type in a number like 576. And what's another one? What? I think it was 768. There we go. So 768. And if I click down, go to 767, it snaps. The page changes just like that. And so that's what a breakpoint is. That's really, really important to know. Now let's go back to utilities and display. What else do we have to talk about in our display? Display in print. So if you're ever making a page and you want it to be printable, you're going to want to deal with print. So display print none. When someone is going to print the page, so they hit like Control P or Command P and you try to print that page, what's it going to look like? This is what the print looks like when we try to print this particular page. Now, this is pretty cool. It hid this column on the left. It hid the column on the right as well. And what else did it do? You can see that this table here is smaller. And that's about it. Even the footer is changed and the header is different as well. And so that's what print does. So if you want to hide something when someone is printing, like this column or this right column, you do dprint none or dprint inline. So when someone is printing the page, do you want an element to be inline or inline block or grid or table row, etc., etc. So for this, there is no official task. What I would like you to do though, is I would like you to just experiment with it. Try creating a div that's only visible on medium display. Now, this is going to be a little bit tricky. This is going to make your brain sweat. So you're going to want to use d_none. And then if we go to visible, we're going to want to do something like this. So d_none, d small block. So this is visible only on small devices. And then basically what this is saying is hide it by default. Small and up, make it a block element. Medium and up, make it hidden again. So go ahead and try that one out. All right, at this point in time in your learning journey, you should be familiar with Flex and Grid at least a little bit. If you're not, at least Bootstrap is going to make this really, really easy for you. So Flex is a display property. And let's go down here and let's just take a look at some of these examples. So this is a Flexbox container, and how we add Flex is d-flex, and that just makes this a Flexbox container. There's two other classes in here that we aren't familiar with yet, so let's just go ahead and ignore those. But what this does is it makes it a Flexbox container, and it looks like it did absolutely nothing. And if we wanted an inline Flexbox container, we could do d-inline flex, and that again just applies Flexbox, but it's inline. So instead of taking up all the width as a regular flex or block element would, it takes up the least amount of space like a regular inline block or a regular inline element would. It also just applies flex to it as well. Now there's responsive variations for Flex. So for instance, if we wanted something to be a Flexbox, if we wanted an element to be Flexbox 100% of the time, we would just type dflex. But if we wanted something to be a Flexbox, if we wanted, let's say, an H1 element to be flex only on large devices and up, we would type d-lg for large-flex. And that means it's going to be probably, if it was an H1 or a div, it's going to be a block element. So it's going to be d-block by default. But on large and up, it's going to be a Flexbox. Now we can change the direction as well, which is pretty cool here. So let's just dive right into this code. Div class dflex. So we know that this example up here is a Flexbox. It's saying it's a flex row. And so every item in here is going to go into this particular row. Now, if we wanted to make this a reversed row, what we could do is type dflex and then flex row reverse, and that's just going to reverse it for us. So it goes 3, 2, 1 at the bottom and 1, 2, 3 at the top. It also changes from hugging the left side to hugging the right side. So that's just changing the direction in there. We can also change this to column. So if we wanted all of our divs to be columns instead of rows, so they sit underneath each other instead of beside each other, we could simply type dflex and then flex column. Or if we wanted to reverse it, we could do dflex and flex column reverse. And again, that goes 1, 2, 3, up and down, and then 3, 2, 1, again, up and down instead of left to right or right to left. And there's a lot of responsive variations in here as well. So we can do flex small and up, it's going to be a row. Maybe it's going to be flex column by default, but small and up is going to be a row. So on mobile devices, we can make it look like this. And on desktop, we can make it look like this. And that's what the responsive variations are in Bootstrap. It's really, really important that we know how to use these as well. And there's quite a few of them, but it all follows a pattern. So you notice that it's just flex row 100% of the time. Small and up, it could be a row. Small and up, it could be row reverse. Small and up, it could be a column. Small and up, it could be column reverse. Medium and up, large and up, extra large and up, extra, extra large and up. Now there's a lot to go through here. So what I'm gonna do is power through this just a little bit, and I would encourage you to take a look at the docs and just try these out on your own. This is really, really important. And again, you can always right click, inspect, and you can change this. So if I make this just a tad taller, where it says deflex, let's go ahead and get rid of flex and content, justify content start. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. And that's what it looks like by default. This is regular HTML, regular CSS. And if we just apply that flex, it changes it back to here. So I'm just toggling this on and off. Now, justifying content is very, very useful in the world of CSS and making a beautiful website. So you want to maybe apply Flexbox, but you want everything to hug the right. You would justify that content to the end. If you want it to hug the left, you would justify that content to the start. So the start being the left and the end being the right. If you wanted to, you could justify all of it in the center. We see that here. Justify content center. We can add spacing so that if there were only 3 items, there would be 1 on the left, 1 in the middle, 1 on the right. And that uses content between, justify content between. We can also have spacing on either the left and the right, and between all of these elements so that it's not hugging the far right or the far left. And that just adds a little bit of spacing in there. You may not want to do that, but if you do want to do that, that's justify content around. And lastly, the one that you'll probably end up using more often than not is going to be justify content evenly. And that just adds this even block here, another exactly spaced out block here, one here, and one here. And so this, and this, and this section, and this section are all the exact same width. Now again, there's responsive variations, and this is really getting into a very tedious pattern here, and I think you're starting to get the point. So if we wanted to justify all of our content on, let's say we wanted to justify all of our content to be in the center on a desktop, but on mobile, maybe we want it to hug the left. What we would do is we would go down here and we say justify content center, but we want it to be just small devices and up. So we would say justify content, look down here, SM center. So small devices, 560 pixels or wider is going to be centered. And then we would say also justify content start. So anything under that is going to be justify content start. And that just means on mobile devices, it hugs the left. On non-mobile devices, it hugs, doesn't hug, but it floats in the center. And that is a powerful thing in Flexbox. We can also align individual items or rows. And what I'm going to do is just sort of speed up this process in this particular video, because this is going to get really, really tedious. And again, I'd highly encourage you to take a look at the docs and just read through them. And I cannot stress enough that being able to read through the documentation is a very, very, very important skill for all web developers. You need to be able to read through the documentation and understand what's going on. Now, sometimes documentation is going to be, there's just no polite way of putting this, it's going to be terrible. And if the documentation is terrible, there's just no way around that other than experimenting on your own. But for the most part, if you're going to be using something like Bootstrap, which is wildly popular, the documentation is going to be really good. The documentation for Tailwind as well, Tailwind CSS, also very, very good. So here we can see different examples, and we can see that, let's look at this middle one here, where there's spacing at the top and the bottom. Let's go down here and take a look at this middle example, and it's saying deflex, we're familiar with that, align items center. So that's just going to fix it to be in the center. Or if we wanted all the items to be the exact same height, we would say align item stretch. And what I did there was I took these 5 examples, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and down here, there's 5 pieces of code, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so if I want the 5th one, I just look at the 5th. Or if I want to look at the 5th example, I just look at the 5th piece of code in here. And that's a nice pattern that Bootstrap does with their docs. Not all docs do that, but the Bootstrap docs are really, really good that way. There's responsive variations, we're familiar with that. We can align self, so we can do all sorts of different things. So if we wanted to align just one particular item, but stretch the other ones, let's take a look at that 3rd example. There's 5 here, so I'm looking at the 3rd one right in the middle. There's 5 here, looking at the 3rd one right in the middle. This is align self-center. Now this is a little less explanatory. So let's right click, inspect it, and let's take a look at what we're doing here. Deflex, the first one is a regular flex item. The second one is saying align self-center, and actually this turned out to be a pretty good example. I thought this was going to have something else on it, but it doesn't. And the second one is, the 3rd one is basically the same as the first one. And so the only one we changed there was the middle one. And we changed that to align self-center. Now the thing about this is we have deflex on the parent element. So we have a div as the parent, and as the child element, the middle one here, it's align self-center. So align self-center is only going to work with deflex. And again, we can see that we know that because it's in the Bootstrap docs under flex. Now, if you try to do this without using Flexbox, this simply is not going to work for you. To get things vertically aligned, you need to be using Flexbox. Let's take a look at another example. There's fill. I'm going to let you read through that on your own. There's grow and shrink. Again, just regular Flexbox properties. So if you want it to be able to grow, great. If you want it to be able to grow and shrink, you could say Flexbox shrink is equal to 1. So this item is allowed to shrink. This one up here is allowed to grow. And where I got that from was FlexGrow1 that says this item here is allowed to, let's say, by default, this takes up 3 individual pieces and they're all the exact same width. This one is allowed to grow, and the other 2 are going to shrink to be their minimum widths. Flex shrink is the exact opposite. So what else do we have in here? We've got auto margins, which is really, really important if you ever want like one item on the left and a couple items on the right, or vice versa. With the line items, do we have anything? This is a good one. Flexbox by default is going to wrap all their items like this. So if you have too many items, it's going to go onto a new row by itself. And this is not the case with regular Flexbox, just using regular CSS. This is the case using Bootstrap. And so when you use Bootstrap, you want to use deflex and then flex no wrap. And what that's going to do is, even if this box here is only, let's say, like 8 rems wide, it's going to keep going to the left. So if you wanted to create some sort of page where you needed to scroll left to right, you would use flex no wrap, and that could allow the page, or the flex items at least, to extend outside of its parent element. By default, flex wrap is on. We can also reverse the items if we wanted to. Again, this is just getting into regular Flexbox stuff, but we're just writing shortcuts here. So instead of writing display flex on every single CSS element, we can just write the class deflex. There's different ordering. This is kind of cool. Not really all that important, I find, but occasionally you do want to reorder things. And so this says third, second, and first flex item, even though in our code we wrote first, second, and third in order. So it's 1, 2, 3 in our code, and it's 3, 2, 1 the way it displays. And all we did there was we changed the order. So order 3, order 2, order 1. And that goes all the way up to order 5. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you can change those orderings. Now let's go ahead and do an example here. Let's right click and inspect. And order 2, let's change this to order 5. And you can see that that changed it. So we have order 1, it's the first one. We have order 3, it's the next one in line. It doesn't have to be order 2, it's just the next one in line. And so this is order 3, so that goes in the middle. And then order 5 goes at the very end. If we wanted to change this back, we could change this to order 2 and put 2 in there. Or if we wanted to put this back to normal, we could say order 1 for flex first item. Order 2, that's already set. And then order 3, and this puts it back into regular ordering, which sort of defeats the purpose of being able to order anyways, but if you ever wanted to, you could do that. And the important thing here to note is the responsiveness. So we have responsive variations. And this is where you're going to use ordering. Is, let's say you have 3 blocks side by side on desktop, but on mobile, let's say you have an image in there and it's not big enough to see 3 of them side by side. So your device isn't wide enough. On mobile, what you can do is you can change that to be, instead of deflex row, which is what it is, you can change this to deflex column, and then you can change the ordering. So if you wanted that last one to always be on top, because maybe you have a sponsorship item on the right and it should catch people's eye, but on mobile, it should be at the very top, you could change that ordering to 1. And what you do here is you would say, this item would be at the very end by default. So you could say order 5, and then, actually I got that backwards. You would say order 0, so it would be the very first one. And then on small and up, you would say order SM5, and that would push it to the right. Go ahead and give that a try as well. Try out all these different things that I'm explaining to you. It's really, really good experience, and each one of these really is only going to take a minute or 2 to practice. There's a way to align content and all sorts of stuff in here. I think you are really getting the point that Flexbox is A, a really big CSS module, and B, with Bootstrap is very, very powerful. So what I would like you to do as your task for this lesson is to just experiment with each one of these. I want you to try to recreate these on your own. Don't just copy and paste. Don't copy and paste. I want you to actually write these out. There's something special about being able to write it out versus just copying and pasting. Copying and pasting, you're not going to learn. All you're going to learn is that the example exists in Bootstrap documentation, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but if you want the actual experience, if you want to be able to put on your resume or your CV that you know Bootstrap, you're going to want to write this out and turn that copy and paste mode into an actual experience so that you know when you're writing some code, if some designer gives you a design, you can just start writing this. You don't have to go to the documentation every single time, click copy, and then modify it. You can just start writing it. So please write these examples out by hand, well, on your keyboard, of course, and do these examples the long way. Let's take a look at float. So with Flexbox, floating is really not all that useful, but there is a point in time where you want to use float. And I think there's an example on here where we use float. Is there? No, not really. Maybe let's go into layout. There's an example kicking around here somewhere. Anyways, it's in here. And the idea is that you could have like this giant paragraph like this, and you can have an image just sort of like floating to the left or floating to the right with your text wrapping around it. Now you often see these in articles on, let's say like medium.com or a blog post where someone has a bunch of text and you've got like an image sort of stuck in that text and there's text moving all around it. That's where you would use float. Now floating really only has 3 options in Bootstrap. You can float start, that's at the very beginning, that's going to float it to the left. You can float end, that's going to float it to the right. Or you can say don't float at all, which is the default. Nothing in CSS floats on its own until you tell it to float. There's also responsiveness in here. So if you wanted an image to float to the right on small devices and up, you would say float SM end. And then let's say on mobile devices, so 576 pixels, if I remember that correctly, and under, you would say float none. And that's just going to make an image appear as big as it possibly can on small devices. And then on small and up, or medium and up, or large and up, or extra large and up, you could say that image needs to float. Now this is actually sort of a bad example, but what I'd like you to do is, you know what? Nothing. I don't want you to do anything in this one. Just know that there's only 3 examples here. Float start, float end, and float none. Interactions are a fun thing, and if I recall correctly, this is a new thing in Bootstrap 5. And this is pretty cool. What I really, really like about this is, first of all, text selection. Change the way in which the content is selected when the user interacts with it. So this first one says, this paragraph will be entirely selected when clicked by the user. So I haven't clicked yet, but if I click it, it selects the whole thing. Now this is really good for services where like you want someone to be able to copy and paste an entire selection. All they have to do is click in one place and it selects the whole thing. You'll see this with APIs and API keys. So if you ever sign up for service like Stripe, for instance, or Amazon Web Services, they're going to give you API keys and you want to be able to select all of it. So instead of being able to like click and select each character one by one, you can just click and it selects the whole thing for you. And that uses user select all. This paragraph is default, so nothing special about that. But if you ever needed to overwrite that, you could overwrite that. And this one here is not even selectable at all. I can't even select that. And you'll see that on some websites. Personally, I prefer if people don't do that. It's really, really irritating, but sometimes there's a place and time. There's a good reason to not be able to select text. Now, that's not going to stop anyone from doing anything. You can always just right click and you can see user select none. I can literally just delete that class and select it. But for a non-tech person, a non-web developer, they might not know how to do that. And so you can sort of prevent people from copying and pasting certain text by using that. Now, again, I prefer to not use that and let people just have a default experience because maybe someone doesn't know what a certain word is and they want to be able to select it on their phone and look it up, copy and paste it into Google or a dictionary of some kind. And they're not able to do that if you use user select none. Now, there's these things called pointer events. Pointer events, these are pretty cool. And this is prefixed with PE. So PE none, PE auto. So this is a link right here and we can see it here. It's in a paragraph. There's a link with PE none on it. I cannot click this. I can click all the other text, but I cannot click this link. It makes it basically unclickable. This is a normal one, default behavior. You can see my mouse actually changes when I just move over that. I'll zoom in so you can see this. And the default one does nothing. Now, whenever you see a block like this, where it's got like a little color on the side, or maybe it's a different color in the documentation, basically this is saying, hey, just so you know, there's some sort of warning here. And I'm going to let you read that on your own, but always read the warnings if there are any in the documentation. And again, this is a module on both Bootstrap and reading documentation. Okay, Overflow has these nice little shorthand utilities for quickly configuring how content overflows an element. And again, the best way to really experience this is just to see the docs. And so if you want content like this, it's the first item in here. So you'd use overflow auto. If you want your content not scrollable and to be sort of clipped, to be hidden, you would use overflow hidden. And if you have, let's say, a parent element and you want that content to flow this way, which honestly, I don't think you ever would, but if you ever find yourself in need of that, you can use overflow visible. And lastly, if you ever wanted to scroll left and right, this is not a very good example, but it does provide a scroll bar in there so people can scroll left and right, up and down. Typically, the one you're going to end up using is overflow auto, and that just allows it to scroll up and down. Now, there's nothing major about this one, so what I would like you to do is create a couple different examples if you can. And if you ever need help setting up an example, just right-click Inspect, and you can see, first of all, this is a flex. So display, medium devices, and larger, use flex. Its first element is overflow auto. It has some padding, margin, background of light. So you can change that BG to be BG light and set a max width and a max height on that as well. And then just write a bunch of content in there. And then as long as you have overflow auto, you should see this. Go ahead and give that a shot. And when you're ready, let's head on over to the next lesson, which is going to be a slightly longer one on positioning. Positioning is really, really important in the world of CSS, and Bootstrap makes it really easy for us. So we use position static, and I think in Bootstrap 3 or Bootstrap 4, I can't recall, it was just POS dash static, and now it's position static. So all elements by default are static, but you can say position relative, position absolute, position fixed, and position sticky. Now, these are all really important to know, and a new one, a new-ish one anyways, in CSS is sticky. So you see how I scroll down the page and we have this navigation up here, and it just stays with me the whole time. That is sticky. That means it's going to stick with me, but if I scroll up, you can see that it has that nice little smooth line where I can scroll down behind this nav bar, and as I scroll, it becomes sticky with my page. That's an important one to note. Arranging elements, okay. Where property is one of, top, start, bottom, or end. Let's take a look at this. And position can be either 0, 50, or 100%. So this is pretty fun. And what I would like you to do here is, in this video, for this example, what I want you to do is just come to this page and tinker around with this. So first of all, position absolute always needs to have a position relative parent. 100% of the time, that's just a CSS rule, not a Bootstrap rule. So this first one here is saying position absolute. This is all relative. This whole thing is relative. So position absolute, top 0, so it's going to hug up here. Start 0, so it's going to be on the left. This one up here is going to be top 0, end 0. This one is going to be bottom 0, end 0. Now these middle ones, I can just right-click and inspect. And you can see that it's position absolute, bottom 50%. So from the bottom, 50% moves up. And which one are we looking at here? So it moves up 50%. And it moves from the right 50%. This one goes from the top 50% and then from the left 50%. And that's top 50 and start 50. So remember when I said way, way early on that start is either the top or the left and end is either the right or the bottom? This applies here. Start is the left, end is the right. So we're saying move from the right 50% inwards. This one here, we're saying start from the left, move 50% inwards, and that's called start 50. So it starts on the left, goes 50% inwards, and then you have your element. Now, what if you want to position these like perfectly centered? Because these aren't perfectly centered. What we can do here is we can use translate middle. And this is really, really useful when you're writing code and something needs to be perfectly centered. Now, you're probably not going to use these ones that are on the edge, so we're not going to go over those, but the one on the middle, you're going to see this a lot, and you're going to want to do this. So the whole thing is position relative, this whole block here, and this middle one here is going to be, if we just read through this, position absolute, top 50, so it's moving from the top down 50, start 0, no, that's the wrong one, start 50, so it's going to come from the left, 50% inwards, translate middle, and that's just going to bump it back in 50%. So let's go ahead and experiment with this. Let's right click, position absolute, top 50, start 50, translate middle. If we get rid of translate middle, and what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to add bunch of 2s at the end here because translate dash middle 22222 is not a class in Bootstrap. This is where it would sit by default. That's what we saw in the first lesson. If I just scroll on up here, this is what we saw. There's no translate middle in here. And so if you're ever trying to position something perfectly in the middle and you're like, well, how do I get this perfectly centered? You can do like a negative margin, or you could do like an overwrite. You could say top 47.5%, but that's no way to live your life. A better way is say top 50%, left 50%, and then translate that into the middle. So let's go ahead and set this back. Let's get rid of those 2s. And it puts it back in the middle for us. And so essentially, what we see here, this is the default. This is what CSS is going to do by default. So it says top 50%, left 50%, and that works with this little corner here, right there. That's kind of hard to see. I'll zoom in here. It just works with this tiny little corner in there. What translate middle does is says, well, that corner is supposed to be like right in here, coming downwards like this, but instead it's going to bump that left 50% of the element width and up 50% of the element height and perfectly center it. You're going to want to get some hands-on experience with this one. Go ahead and give that a shot as well. Make that your task for this particular lesson, and when you're ready, let's move on to the next lesson. Okie dokie, let's talk about shadows. So occasionally you want to add shadows to things just to make them pop a little bit on your screen. So we can see down here, there's absolutely no shadow. This one has a little bit of a shadow, so it actually pops out a little bit more. It looks like it's coming off of your screen a little bit. This one looks like it's really coming off of your screen, and this one looks like it's really, really coming off of your screen. And these are just different shadows. So all it does is add this little shadow down here. And we can see that first one is shadow none. Second one is shadow small. The third one is a regular shadow, just regular shadow right here. And the last one is a large shadow. So we do shadow dash LG. This is really good for making cards. And a card is a component. So let's go into components. Let's go into card. We're not going to cover cards in this module or components in this module just because it's made up of all these different utilities and all this different stuff. You can make all of this by the end of this course on your own. But these come with some nice little examples here. So is there one with a shadow? Shadow. There isn't. So let's go ahead and add a shadow. What I'm going to do is, boom, right click, inspect. Find this entire card. So I got a card in here. And I don't want the image, I want the whole card. So let's do shadow. And all I did was add that shadow in there. Watch this, if I get rid of shadow, or if I add shadow, just looks like it's coming off of the page a little bit, which is really, really cool. I really like shadows. And in modern designs, you'll see shadows quite a bit. So let's go back to utilities and go into shadows. And what I would like you to do is just create a div and add a different type of shadow on it. That's going to be your task for this lesson. When you're done playing around with shadows and you've had some fun with that, let's head on over to the next lesson where we talk about sizing. Easily make an element as wide or as tall with our width and height utilities. Okay, so this is getting into sizing. So we can see here width 25, 50, 75, 100%, and auto. And all we do is add W25, W50, W75, W100. And just like that, in less than, what was that, 45 seconds, you now know how to add widths to an element. And so this is a div, and it's saying that the width is only going to be 25%. These are all divs, in fact. This one here is only going to be 75%. Now, height is a little bit different. So you can't just say height 75 and hope that it's going to be 75%. What you need here is a parent element with an exact height set. So if you have a parent element with a height of 100 pixels, and this has just a background color, some ugly background color in there, you can say height 25, height 50, height 75, height 100, or height auto. Height auto is what you're going to normally deal with. Height 25% doesn't look like it's really doing a whole lot unless we change this height. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's experiment here. Right click, inspect. And let's go height. Let's change this to 250 pixels. There we go. This looks a little bit better. And you can see that height is 25%. So 4 of these is going to add up to height 100%. Height auto does nothing. That's just a CSS quirk from the days of yore old CSS. I'm saying old with an E, O-L-D-E, old CSS. But height 25% is nice because you can just make it 25% of its parent height with h-25. Now you may need to add inline block because if you're working with an element that's just inline elements don't have a height. So let's do D inline, and you see it goes back to normal. There's nothing fancy about it. There's no width, nothing like that. It's just inline. You have to add inline block or display block or something along those lines in order to actually give it some sort of height. So the example here is really, really clear. It says h25 D inline block. This has a default width as well and a bunch of background color. It's just styling, regular styling, just as an example here. Now you can also use max width 100%, max width or max height 100% utilities as needed as well with MW, max width or max height. And what this is going to say is the max height is 100%. All right, last but not least, and this is more modern CSS, we can do a height or a width based on the viewport. So the viewport is like this whole white section that you see here. This is my editor, not the URL part up here, not my extensions or plugins or anything like that. It's just the part of the page that you actually see. That is your viewport. Now this doesn't have an example, so maybe this would be a fun example for you to try out. Try setting a viewport width of 100. And what you could do here is you could right click, inspect, and well, you probably don't want to inspect it right on that element in there. Let's try something like this. There we go. This has a max height of 100. You can say the viewport width is going to be 100%. It's the same as saying width 100%. But in CSS land, you can also say width is equal to what percent of the viewport. So we could say like 10 VW, and you can see that that actually gets wider. And this is relative to my viewport, not the parent element, but the viewport. So this is 32% of my viewport. This is roughly 1/3 of my entire screen real estate in here. That's what the viewport is relative to the viewport, not your parent element, but to the viewport. Now there's a case and time and place for viewport width and heights. I can't think of one off the top of my head just because I haven't worked with a design that needed it for a little while, but there is a place and time for that. So maybe just tuck this in your back pocket for later. All right, let's talk about margin and padding. This is a hugely important feature, a utility in Bootstrap. All the Bootstraps, actually. This has been a huge feature in all the Bootstraps. So first of all, you need to know the difference between margin and padding. Margin is the space between, let's say, this element up here, it's a paragraph, I think, and this one down here. So that space in there is margin. The space between the inside here and this text is padding. So margin is the outside spacing, padding is the inside spacing. And let's look at the notation quickly. So where the property is one of either margin, M for margin, or P for padding. And we've seen this before, like MB2, margin bottom 2. And so that's where it gets into sides. T for top, B for bottom. And you can mix and match these. So it can be like MB, margin bottom, or PT for padding top. S for class is to set the left margin, or the left padding on LTR, or the opposite on right to left. That's really important to note. E is the same way. It's just margin right or padding right, but it's going to be left and left for right to left pages. So if you write in Arabic, for instance, I think Arabic is one of those languages that's right to left. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Don't quote me on that. I actually don't know. But if you are writing in a language that's right to left, you could use, let's say, margin S, so MS, and that's going to change the margin right or the padding right. Then we have different sizes, and we can mix and match these as well. So we have 0 through 5 and auto. So let's take a look at some examples here. MX auto. We skipped one. Did we skip one in here? Oh, we did. We skipped a couple of them. Let's go back. So X is on the X-axis. So if you have a graph, X-axis is your left and right. And same thing with Y, but sort of different. So same, but different. But Y is your top and bottom. So it's your Y-axis. X-axis, Y-axis. Think of it like a graph. So if we go down to this example here, we have MX auto, and that's just going to center this right in the middle. If we wanted to, we could right click and inspect, and let's have some fun with this. Let's do margin top 5. And you can see that adds margin top. We can also add padding, let's say padding 3, and that's just going to add some spacing on the inside. If we wanted to make this margin top and bottom of 5, so we could do margin top 5, margin bottom dash 5. You can see that that added some spacing down here. There's a shortcut though. So if we wanted to apply the same on the top and bottom, we'd say margin Y, that's the Y axis, top and bottom, dash 5, MY dash 5. And you see it doesn't change anything there. It's the exact same as what I originally wrote. It's just using the Y axis, so it's top and bottom. Now Bootstrap does allow you to use negative margins. You do have to set this in your customized settings, which we haven't really gone into at all. We did talk about customization at the beginning of this course, but if you wanted to, you could go ahead and set that. We don't deal with negative margins in Bootstrap. However, if you're using something like Tailwind CSS, it does do negative margins by default. Let's also talk about gaps. So here we have a grid, so display grid, and this gap is going to be 3, and that gap is going to be on the left and right, top and bottom. And so if we go ahead and just right click and inspect, we can have some fun with this. We can see what this does. So dgrid gap 3, and we know it goes from 1 to 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's change this to 1. And you can see that that gap between each column in here gets just a little bit smaller. We could also change that to 5 to be the widest gap, and it gets to be really, really wide. And that's just using grids. So we have that gap modifier in there. One thing to note though, is there is no gap auto utility class. And that's because it's basically the same thing as gap 0. What I would like you to do is play around with margin and spacing. So where is, oh, I scrolled right past it. Create an element, give it a margin, and give it a padding, and try different margins and paddings. Now you can also mix and match these with responsive utilities. So you could say margin, so M, that's this one here. I selected 2 lines, I meant to select 1. Margin bottom of 3, but you can also say margin bottom dash SM dash 3. So that's small devices and up, or large devices and up, or extra large devices and up is going to have a margin bottom of 3, and anything smaller than that is not going to have that margin. So you can mix and match responsive variations as well. So you have margin, padding, top, bottom, left or right. Again, left or right, depending on your RTL settings. Left and right, top and bottom. And then you have these different sizes. And then you have small, medium, large, and extra, extra large. And it doesn't mention anything about that in there. So maybe these docs are a little bit incomplete at this time, but that will work for you. And we've actually seen this in a previous video. I kept saying, oh, we don't know what MB2 is. That's margin bottom 2. So go ahead and give that a shot. And when you are ready, let's head on over to that next lesson where we talk about text. Alrighty, let's talk about vertical alignment. So vertical alignment has a good example right here. So you can use it with table cells. We're going to skip that because a lot of places just aren't using tables these days. If you are using a table, definitely reference the documentation with the table here. But for the most part, you're going to see this. So there's a line baseline. This is your baseline. So there's like this line, this invisible line that goes right through all of your text. And you can sort of picture it just underneath here where my cursor is. Oop, if I can keep it just underneath that text, there's like this invisible line there. And so baseline is going to basically be on your baseline. You can move that text up with align top. You can middle it. You can do align text bottom, align text top. And you can see that these aren't super intuitive. So if you ever have to, change the alignment of your text, I honestly just recommend coming to vertical align and not committing this to memory because you're not going to use this too often. But it is a utility that is available to you in Bootstrap. So there's no task for this lesson. All I wanted to do was show you that vertical alignment with your text line is completely possible. Let's take a look at the last utility in Bootstrap 5 called visibility. Now there's actually pretty much no documentations here, but what we can do is our own little example here. So it says we can apply visible or invisible as needed. So let's go ahead and let's take this text here, visibility, and let's add a class called invisible. Invisible, it has to be a space though. invisible. That is not how you spell it. Okay, so it made it invisible. I can't select it, but it didn't hide it entirely. So unlike display none, so if we do D none, you can see that actually moves the element. Like it's literally not visible on your page. Invisible will just make it invisible. It still takes up the same space. It's just invisible. Think of like a superhero with the power of invisibility. They still take up physical space. They still have a physical presence. You just can't see them. That's what visible does, or invisible does. Visible is when you have an element that's, let's say, invisible, an invisible person. You can go ahead and make them visible again. So let's see what happens if I type invisible and visible. Which one is going to be? Oh, invisible takes precedence over visible. So let's go ahead and just get rid of invisible. It shows up again. As normal, most things are visible by default. So really the only one you're going to use here for the most part is going to be invisible. Now, if you ever wanted to work with like fading something in and out, you probably wouldn't use visible or invisible. Instead, what you would do is you would set the opacity to 0, and then when it like scrolls into view like this, you could animate that into opacity 100%. So you wouldn't use visibility or invisibility for that. Now, frankly, I haven't actually used visibility or invisibility too often in my career as a developer. For the most part, you're going to be using opacity instead, or display none or something like that. But if you ever need to make something visible or invisible, again, with Bootstrap 5, that is completely possible. Now, there's no task for this lesson. I just wanted to show you that this is the last one in the utilities section before we move on to layout. Welcome to breakpoints. So breakpoints are triggers in Bootstrap for how your layout responsively changes across all devices or viewport sizes. And so behind the scenes, it's going to be using a media query using regular CSS. And at this point in time, you should be familiar with media queries. We covered it in CSS 301 if you watched that module or took that course. So in Bootstrap by default, there are different breakpoints. We touched on this about an hour ago, I think, where extra small devices are considered to be 576 pixels or smaller. Actually, I lied. It's less than 576. So it's not equal to, it's less than 576. So it's 575 and lower. Small is anything bigger than that, up to the medium point where it's 768, up to the large point where it's 992, up to the extra large point where it's 1200, up to the extra large point where it's 1400 pixels or taller. Now you can mix and match these with pretty much everything. And we've gotten into different responsive variations already, which is why we went and learned the utilities first, because learning the utilities was a little bit easier than learning the breakpoints at first. If I just said these are breakpoints, you might be like, well, I don't really know what that is, which is why we learned the responsive stuff first. So there's customization in here. Oh, media queries. There's mention of media queries. That's good news. If you wanted to write your own Sass, you could just write include media breakpoint up, yada, yada. And that gets compiled down to CSS that looks like this. So this is what we're looking at here. So anything that's small, a small device, is going to have a minimum width of 576. And so that 576 is coming from here. So small and up is 576. Medium devices, such as tablets, are 768 and up. So it's got a min width, not a max width, a min width. So this is saying 576 and up, 768 and up, 992 and up, 1200 and up, 1400 and up. And so when we're dealing with Bootstrap, we're always talking about mobile first. So we want to make things look good on our cell phones, and then we want to make things look good on a tablet, and then make things look good on a desktop, and then make things look good on a TV, etc., etc., etc. We always go from the smallest to the biggest. And a lot of this stuff is Sass. So a way to compile our CSS, which we're not going to get into at this point in time. In the next lesson, let's go ahead and cover containers, This is vital when you're using Bootstrap. So there's no task. Maybe there's a task. Read through breakpoints real quick. And when you're done reading through that, it should probably take you about 3 minutes. Head on over to the next lesson where we talk about containers. Okay, text is really, really important. The internet is based on 3 things. Images, which sometimes have text in them, which we can't control with HTML or CSS. Videos, same thing, we can't control that. And regular text, what we read here. And the internet is largely made up of words, or web pages are largely made up of words. And so we want to be able to read and change how we read things. And so there's this thing called text alignment. Now in Bootstrap 4, I believe this was called text left. In Bootstrap 5, it's called text start. And so this just aligns everything to the left. This is text center. We can see that in here. And this is, again, following this pattern of start, center, and end. And so this one here is end align text on all viewport sizes. And so this is just text end. Now we can mix and match text start, center, and end with different responsive variations. So we can do text small and up is going to be left. Or this bottom one is going to be text large and up is going to be on the left. So it's going to be starting on the left. As a good example, let's go ahead and right click on this, inspect, and let's change this to be text end. And so it looks like it did nothing, but if we change this, and maybe let's just change the text in here too. This is Caleb's text. Let's go ahead and toggle on that device toolbar, and let's go on down. This is Caleb's text. This is Caleb's text. It's on the right, but if I make this bigger, you'll see eventually, where is it? It snapped, so it hid. There it is. It's still on the right. And I said on text, extra large screens and larger, it's going to be on the left, just like that. It's now snapping. So it's saying all the time, it's going to be on the right, except for extra large screens and larger, which is somewhere around 1200 pixels. Okay, let's just clean that up and get rid of that. There's also text wrapping. So this text should wrap if you have like a nice little badge. This is a nice little component called a badge. Maybe you don't want your text to go all the way to the side. And let's go ahead and maybe just disable text wrap and let's see what happens here. Maybe nothing, maybe something. Let's go ahead and grab that text wrap class, delete it. This is what it looks like by default. This text should wrap. It has a width, and you can actually see that this text is sticking out of that element. Maybe we don't want that. Maybe we want that text to always be inside of this particular badge, this element. And so we say text wrap. And what that's going to do is wrap that text onto a new line. There's also no wrap. So if for some reason you wanted this to happen, I can't actually think of any point in time where I ever wanted this to happen. But if you ever run into this, then maybe you want to add text no wrap. There's also word breaking. Word breaking is really, really nice. It prevents long strings of text from breaking your component's layout by using text-break. So let's go ahead and right click on this, inspect, and see what this looks like without text breaks. Let's do text break 22222. This is what it looks like by default. Look at that, that is long. It actually breaks our page. It makes us scroll left and right, and we shouldn't be able to do that on this page. Let's undo that. And you can see that it breaks your word into multiple lines in case you have a really, really long word. There's also a note in here. Breaking words isn't possible in Arabic, which is the most used RTL language. Oh, I was right before. I said I wasn't sure, but it was. Arabic is a right to left language. And therefore, text break is removed from RTL compiled CSS because it simply doesn't work. It's always good to read these little things in documentation because I actually didn't know that until just now. There's also text transform. So if you're writing code with a front end and a back end language, like maybe you're writing Django, so it's using Python, and all the text comes back as lowercase and you want it to all be uppercase, you could do text-uppercase. And text-uppercase simply makes it uppercase. Now you don't have a back end language processing that, which means your site will be 0.0000001% faster because it doesn't have to process that. You can make the user process that by using CSS. Likewise, we have text lowercase and text capitalize. Text capitalize, this is a terrible example here. Let's go ahead and right click, inspect, and capitalize text. Let's go ahead and make this a lowercase c. And it doesn't change anything in here. We could say all lowercase, and it makes that first letter uppercase. That's what text capitalize does. Now there's a new thing in here in Bootstrap 5 called font size. And this is really, really useful. So if you have text that you want to be larger, you could use font size 2, font size 3, font size 1, and it's just prefixed with .fs. So that's your class, fs1. And maybe as an example, let's see what this is. Maybe this is lead? Oh, no, that's lead. I'm gonna find an example somewhere. Nope, ID. Oh, this is all using proper markup. All right, well, that was a failed example. Let's just go ahead and change this one then. So this is font size 1. If we want to change font size, well, let's look at, first of all, the default. The default, this is regular text, so it's pretty small. We can say the class is equal to font size 4, makes it just a tad bigger, or font size 5 makes it a tad smaller. Font size 1 is the biggest. Now, what is a little bit backwards here is, first of all, there are 6 different ones in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And in HTML, there's a header 1, so H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6, and that goes from biggest to smallest. Up until now, these number modifiers have usually gone from 1 to 5 or 0 to 5, instead of 1 to 6. And it was always like M-5 would be the biggest, so margin 5 would be the biggest margin. This is backwards. This is saying font size 1 is going to be the biggest, like in H1, it has the biggest text. And font size 6 is the smallest, just like in H6, it's the smallest text. So just keep that in mind, that that's a little bit backwards. There's also font weight and italics. And this is cool, especially with the lighter text. I really like lighter text personally. I think it can look really, really nice on any web page, really, given there's proper context. But font weight and italics. So there's 2 things to look at in here. First of all, font weight, bold, bolder, normal, light, lighter, and, well, that's it. Just these 5. And then there's this other one, FST. And that stands for font style. So font weight italic doesn't make sense. There is no italic font weight, but there is a font style called italic in CSS. And there is no font weight normal. Nope, that's a lie. There is a font weight normal, but in regards to font styling, you might want to un-italicize some text with FST-normal. There's also line height in here. This is a fun one. LH stands for line height. We're not going to get into that. Monospacing. So if you maybe wanted to make a blog about everything you're learning in this course, you could write a bunch of code and use font monospace, and that just makes it so that every letter is the exact same width. The I is the exact same as the W, as the S would be the exact same as a W, which is a wide character in English, so on and so on. And that just makes your code look a little nicer. So when you're writing code in, let's say, VS Code, for instance, or Sublime Text or Notepad++, all your code is monospaced. And so developers are used to seeing monospaced code. A regular person for a regular blog, maybe you're writing a blog on food recipes, you probably don't want to use monospacing. That's going to look out of place. But when you're writing code, you will want to use monospacing. It just looks more appropriate. There's reset color. Let's skip over that. And there's text decoration. So if you ever wanted to add an underline, you just type text dash decoration dash underline. You can add a strike through as well. And links by default usually have an underline. And this one is simply saying there is no underline here. So get rid of that text decoration entirely. So what I would like you to do for your task here is play with text alignment. That's important. Another important one is going to be text transform and font size. Play with all 3 of those. It should only take about 2 minutes, and then head on over to that next lesson. So in the last lesson, I quickly mentioned that containers are really, really important. And it even says here, containers are a fundamental building block of Bootstrap. So essentially how it works is everything goes into some sort of container. Now there's different sizes, and we should be familiar with different sizes, and you can actually read through this. So a regular container is going to be 100%. On small, it's going to be 540 pixels. On medium, 720 pixels. And so there's not quite an exact 1-to-1. So if we look at a large device, so if you remember back to the breakpoint lesson in the last video, large was 992 pixels and up. The container is going to be 960 pixels. So it's 32 pixels smaller, so it's going to have 16 pixels on the left, 16 pixels on the right. And we see that with like extra large and extra extra large as well. It's not quite perfect. Now the exception here is when you're using, for example, container extra extra large and your device is only, let's say 800 pixels, it's going to take up 100% of it. Otherwise, if you use container MD on a device that's 800 pixels, it's only going to be 720 pixels wide. Now that might get a little bit confusing, but we're going to get some hands-on practice with that in just a little bit. So let's first of all take a look at an example. A container looks like this. It's just div class container, and then we put our content inside of it. And we do that so that we have a nice little containment in here. And can I maybe see if this is in a container as well? So right click and inspect. I'm just gonna make this a wee bit bigger here. And we can see the whole page is in a container, extra, extra large container. It has a margin top and bottom for a medium display of 4, and it has some other class called BD layout. There's also responsive containers. I'll let you read through that on your own. Fluid container is going to be 100%, and we actually saw that up here. Fluid container is going to be 100% of its parent element. So if you have an element that's 300 pixels wide and you use a container inside of it, that container is going to be 300 pixels wide. Now, this is not super, super useful, not at this point in time. So there is no task, but what we do need to know is that we always have a parent element called a container. And the next couple of lessons, we're going to look at how we use this. Let's take a look at the grid system. So this is a mobile first flex box grid to build layouts of all shapes and sizes. So the first thing we need to know here is that grids always live inside of a container, and inside of each column is a row. And so we're basically building out a table. So we say, hey, there's going to be a table here. We call that a container. And that first row has 3 columns in it. So we write a row with column 1, column 2, and column 3. Or my favorite column, column Feral. A little bit of a dad joke there for you. A little dry humor. Okay, so we have a container on the outside, a row on the inside. We can have multiple rows. We just don't nest them, not yet anyways. And then we have columns inside of rows. How it works, I can let you read through that if you want to. That's kind of boring. Let's get right down to the nitty gritty. So equal width, for instance, if we have a container, this first one here, we need a row. So we've got a little bit of code here, a little bit of code there, a little bit of text. We have 2 columns inside a single row. So the row is the entire thing here. And we've got a column on the left, a column on the right. Now to make them equal width, we simply say col. So we have container. We put a row inside of that container. And then we have a column and a second column. And that makes equal widths. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that when we'll get into this in a little bit as well, but when we're dealing with columns in Bootstrap, we always want to deal with 12 columns. So these ones are auto expanding. So this is going to say there's 2 columns in here, make it equal width. But what we can do, if I scroll down just a little bit here, is we can set the column width. So in here, we have the first one is going to be column, whatever that's going to be, whatever the width is. And that's going to be determined by all the other columns. In the middle, we have column 6. And so that's going to be 6 out of 12. That's 50% of this row. It's always, always, always out of 12. And then we have this third column here, 3 out of 3. And that's just going to be whatever the remainder is. So if we do some quick math here, this row is going to be 12 columns wide. This middle one, we're saying take up 6 of those 12 columns automatically. So it's going to be 50%. That first one over here is going to be automatic. So we know 12 minus 6, we have 6 left. We have 2 on either side and they're equal. So these are going to be 3. So we've got 3 plus 6 is 9 plus 3 is 12. Now what's interesting about this is when we get into automatic column sizing, we can let CSS do all the heavy work or the heavy mathematics for us. So in this example, we have column 5. So it's going to take up 5 out of 12. We have 7 left. 12 minus 5, I got that 5 from down here, is 7. And then we have 2 of equal size on the left and the right. 7 divided by 2 is 3.5. So this is 3.5 and this is 3.5. Now there is no col or col dash 3.5. It only goes col 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So nice thing about that is Bootstrap is automatically going to take care of this column for us. Now let's look at variable width in here. No, we don't really need to do that. No, yeah, let's do that. We can use column with a breakpoint and then put some sort of breakpoint in there. So for instance, this column here where it says 3 out of 3, that's this one right here, is going to be an automatic size. So whatever the browser thinks it should be to fit the rest of its parent container. Except on large devices and up, it's going to be a 2. So it's going to be 2 out of 12. So this is 2 out of 12. 6 of these 3 out of 3 ones in here is going to be 12, and it's going to take up this row perfectly. Let's go ahead and just right click and inspect and toggle our device, and let's keep an eye on this variable width. You can see that's moving down because it's becoming responsive. Let's just keep this in sight, and this is going to get a little bit tricky because there's so much content moving around. Where did you go? Okay, so this is large and up. This is taking up 2 out of 12. If I go down into less than large, you're going to see that it eventually snaps, and it snapped a lot of things, but it also made it a little bit smaller. And let's keep going. I got to find it again because my whole page snapped. Equal width, setting one column. Here we go, variable width content. Then we said, make it just a full column. And so we're getting into fun responsiveness here. And what this is going to allow you to do is make a page that on desktop looks pretty good. You have content side by side. And where am I? I keep losing my spot here. This is a tricky one to record. So it's going to put all of these side by side. And then when it snaps into mobile view, it's just going to put them underneath each other. So automatically your page is going to be a lot more responsive if you use a container, a row, and a column. Let's see what's next in here. Responsive classes. Kind of what I was talking about anyways, but take a look at this. This one here is a column of 8. This is a column of 4 for a total of 12. So this is going to take up 8 out of 12, or roughly 2/3. And this is going to take up not 1 out of 12, it's going to take up 4 out of 12, or roughly 1/3. But these ones on top, these don't have a col-8 or a col-4. These are just going to be automatically spread out for us. Next up, if we wanted to stack these horizontally, we can have multiple rows. So we can have a container here with our first row. And then if we wanted another row, we could add another row. And so it just looks like this. If we pretend this code doesn't exist, there's a row here, close that row, and then right beside it, there's another row. We can pretend this doesn't exist in here and close that row. There's a lot of mixing and matching that we can do as well. So for instance, we can say, let's just read through this code actually. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to read through the code with you. Class container, that's this whole thing in here. There is a row, that's this first row right across here. And col, MD, and up is going to be 8. So on medium devices and larger, this is going to be an 8 out of 12. Next one over here is col6. So this is saying on all devices, this is going to be 6 out of 12, except on medium and up, it's going to be 4 out of 12. So we're getting into responsiveness here, but the idea is that we have MD8 and MD4, and within the row, we're saying MD is going to equal 12. Now, if the device is smaller than MD or medium, the second one is going to be a column width of 6. So it's going to fit right in the middle here, just like this bottom example. It's going to fit right in the middle. And this first one here, col MD8, is just going to be a regular column. So it's going to take up the rest of this space. So it's also going to be a 6. Now, we didn't specify that it's going to be a 6 because it's just going to snap down to be the rest of the space that it can possibly take up inside of its row. Now let's take a look at row columns. And I think this is a relatively new thing in Bootstrap 5. Bootstrap 4, I don't believe had this. Maybe newer Bootstrap 4 had this, but definitely older Bootstrap 4 did not have this. So we have these things called rows, and we have this entire column in here, and then we set a row. This whole thing is going to be the row, and we're going to say each column has 2 cells in it. So we say row calls 12, and instead of putting all of these side by side, what it's going to do is put them side by side and then stack them. So let's take a look at this. Right-click inspect, and I'm going to move this up, and we're going to do a little bit of experimenting here. So if I go to row calls 2, and I just grab that text and delete it, this is what it looks like by default. Instead, what we could say is row calls 2, and that creates 2 columns inside of this row, and it's going to stack them for us. We could also do 3. We could do 4, which is the same as doing nothing because there's only 4 items in there. Or we could do 1, and that's going to stack all of them on top of each other. Now let's set that back to the default where it's just row calls -2, and close that down. And that can create columns for us. And we can actually see the example here, row calls 3. I got a little bit ahead of myself, but it showed you a live example of how we can do 3 columns inside of a single row without creating a new row, and it just stacks it automatically for us. If we wanted to, we could do row calls auto, and that's just going to put them all side by side like this. Let's go ahead and inspect this and do a little bit of tinkering around. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. So we'll just call old. This is what it looks like by default. If we wanted them all to be side by side, we could say row calls item, and it puts them all side by side like a regular Flexbox item. What's nice about this is we don't have to write Flexbox, it just comes with our grid. Next up, we also have nesting. Now, before we get into nesting, I just want to give you a little refresher. This is a course about also reading documentation, not just about learning Bootstrap, but also how to read documentation. And at no point in time should you feel like you need to remember all of this. You can always reference the documentation at any point in time. So let's talk about nesting. Nesting is pretty fun when it gets into Bootstrap, and we can nest quite heavily here. So we can have a container with a row, and this first row, or this first column, is right here. Right there, I selected too much originally. The second column is this one here, and it has a span of 9. So this is 3, and then we can see this one here is a 9. Now inside of that, we can have another row, and this one is going to have a column of small and up is going to be 6, so it's going to take up 50%. 6 out of 12 is 50%. And the second one is also going to be 6 out of 12. Now, if we made this page smaller than a small device, so less than 567 pixels, I believe it was, is the breakpoint. This one is going to turn into an 8, and this one's going to turn into a 4. Still adds up to 12. All your columns in a row should add up to 12. It just happens to be that here we have a row inside of a row. So we have a row inside of a row. And in fact, this row is actually inside of a column. And so what this is saying is this column, yes, it has a span of 9 in its global context, but in its local context, in this particular row, this row thinks it's at 100%. And out of that 100%, 50% and 50% are split into cells or into columns. Now, this is a really, really important thing to learn in Bootstrap because you're going to be using grids all the time. If only you use Bootstrap for one thing, it's going to be for the grid layout, not the utilities, not the components. It's going to be for the grid. Now, if you ever just want to use a grid layout, there's another thing called Flexbox Grid, not a Flexbox Grid generator. I don't know why that was in there. Flexbox Grid. And you can go to flexboxgrid.com and it uses the exact same thing. Col XS12, col SM8, col MD6, col LG4. So if you ever just want a grid and you don't want all the extra Bootstrap stuff, that is a great way to just use a grid. Let's scroll on down. What else do we have in here? Just customizations. And that's about it. So your task for this is going to be, I want you to create a new container with a row, and I want you to create a column in that row. The first one should be 8. The second one should be 3. The third one should be a 1. So 8, 3, and 1. Then I want you to make that responsive so that when it shrinks down into a mobile view, so pretend you're on a desk, pretend you're on a phone, so right click inspect, click this little icon down there on Chrome. I think it's on the right if you're on Firefox. You're going to want to make sure that all of those stack on top of each other. So it'll be 1, and then 2 will be underneath, and 3 will be underneath, and they'll take up 100%. So go ahead and try to make a responsive container with rows and columns. This honestly should take you about 15 minutes to do. There's a lot to learn in here. Have some fun, practice with it. If you get stuck, ask questions down below. Okay, so here we have columns, but I'm going to skip over this one and go straight over to gutters, because I think at this point in time, you're pretty familiar with these documentations, or this documentation, and being able to read through it and how it works. And it all follows a very, very similar pattern. But let's talk about gutters. So gutters look like this. A gutter is the space between two columns. And so what we can say is container, px is 4, so padding on the left and the right is going to be 4. Not 4 pixels, but it's a 4 out of 5. Then we have a row, and then we say that gutter on the x-axis is going to have a 5 gutter in there. And we're going to modify that in just a second. Then we have a column in here with a padding of 3 and another column with a padding of 3. And so typically what this looks like is if we start to experiment here, let's get rid of this gutter x5. This is what it looks like by default. So just default stuff in there. And if we add a gutter, we can say gutter x on the x-axis is going to be a 1. It brings them nice and close together. Or gutter 0, watch this, gets rid of that spacing altogether. And so all we did there was we took that row, we originally had a gutter of 5 in there, gutter on the x-axis of 5, and we got rid of it. We made it smaller, and then we got rid of it entirely. Now there's a number of different things we can do with gutters in here. Overflow, vertical gutters. This is one that we're going to want to work with. So a vertical gutter is gutter on your y-axis, the top and bottom. So let's go ahead and let's just inspect, and let's just have some fun with this. So we can see that there's a gutter in here, gutter y of 5. Let's go ahead and get rid of it. And we can see that the row, we've got a row in here, column, 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 and another column. So they're all set to 6. We got rid of that gutter, but if we ever wanted to add some spacing between it on the y-axis, the top and the bottom, we can say gy, gutter y, is equal to 1. Adds a little bit of spacing in there, or a 4 adds a little more spacing in there. And that just spaces out your items nice and evenly for you. So you don't have to work out what that's going to look like on mobile or desktop or laptop or TV or anything like that. It just sort of works it out for you, which is really nice. And this is the power behind using a framework or a library like Bootstrap, is it does all the heavy lifting for you. Let's take a look at horizontal and vertical gutters. So we looked at gutter X and gutter Y, but we also have just a regular gutter, which is G-2 in here. Let's go ahead and experiment with this. We right-click inspect, G2, we can change this to G0 to get rid of that gutter entirely, put it all close together like it normally would, or we can change that gutter to be super far apart. And that goes from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and not 6, but 0 to 5. Something like that. Now we can also add row column gutters. And so this is getting a little more advanced in here, but let's just read through this. So we have a container, that's this entire thing. We have a row in here, that's going to be, again, this entire thing. That row columns is going to be 2 by default, but row calls large devices and up. I'm on a extra large device right now, an extra large laptop. It's going to be 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's going to have a gutter of 2 by default, but on large devices and up, it's going to have a gutter of 3. So let's take a look at some of this responsiveness in here. Let's change this. Gutter large of, let's change it to 4. You can see it spaces out just a little bit more. Gutter large of 5. It gets really, really spaced out. Let's change this gutter 2, because I'm on a large device, so it's going to overwrite the regular settings. Let's change that gutter to 0. And so what this is saying here is G0 on every device, set it to have no gutter whatsoever. So no spacing in here or in here. But on large devices and up, it's going to use a gutter of 5. Now I'm on a large device, and if I get rid of this, you're going to see that G0 kicks in. Fits them all side by side. There's no spacing in there, and we can do this. So I'm going to undo that. And all that is, again, is just, where are we here? G, and then your breakpoint, and then how big you want that gutter to be. And by default, this was a 3. I changed it, but by default, it was a 3. You can remove gutters entirely if you wanted. Welcome to components. So we're not going to go through all of these because there's a lot in here. But what I want to do is I wanted to set you up for success so that when we get into components, you know how this works. You sort of understand the fundamentals of Bootstrap and reading documentation. So if I go into components, we have accordion, alert, badge, yada, yada, yada. There's a lot in there. I'm not going to read them all out to you, but there's a lot of different things in here. And a lot of these are going to require some JavaScript. So if you go into getting started, introduction, and you just add this JavaScript, a lot of the components will just work for you right out of the box. You might need to activate them, but they will work for you. So if we deal with like an accordion, for example, an accordion looks like this. This is what an accordion is called. And it acts like an accordion. And so we can look at some of this code and start to read through it. This is a little more advanced code. This is longer, but you know how to read through this now. So this whole thing is an accordion. Then we have an accordion item. And we have another accordion item. And we should have one more in here, an accordion item. Then in there we have the header, which happens to be an H2. It says accordion item 1. And it has an ID of heading 1. And we make this a button so that the whole thing looks like it's clickable. Type is going to be button, so it doesn't do anything. This is just regular HTML at this point. Data, bootstrap toggle. We want it to collapse. And what is that target? We want it to collapse 1. And that is right here, that ID collapse 1. So that target is ID collapse 1, and that comes over to this ID collapse 1. So this is basically just JavaScript. If you look at this, and if you did document.query selector, it would select this ID plus this name, and it would select this entire element. So just some basic JavaScript in there. And then what it's going to do is toggle it. So open and close, open and close. So that is an accordion. Now there's a lot of different ways we can do accordions. There's a lot of different styles for like alerts, for instance. So we have all these different alerts in here. Alert, alert primary, alert, alert secondary, success, danger, all that stuff. We have all these different alerts, and we're familiar with this already. Primary, secondary, success, danger, warning, info, light, and dark. We've seen these before. And so we're already familiar with this. All we needed to know is that class name, alert, and alert-primary is going to give us this blue one. If we go into badges, this is a badge. So we're not going to go through all of these. We looked at card at one point in time. There's drop downs, there's navigation, there's pagination, there's toasts. This little fella there, that's called a toast. Let's look at a modal. This is an important one. You're going to see these all the time. This does require a little bit of JavaScript as well, but this is a modal, just pops up on your screen, and we can close that modal. Well, that's not activated, but usually we can close that modal if the JavaScript is there. And let's do a live demo. This is a modal. We can click outside of it, modal, close, launch, save. Does nothing because it's supposed to actually do something in your application, but it opens and closes a modal for you. Now, these are all different components that come with Bootstrap, and there's a lot of different things in here. But what I wanted to do in this module, in this course, is I wanted to set you up for success so that if someone says, hey, I'm a designer and I want you to make a card, you would go into cards and you'd be like, oh, okay, this is a card. I know how to make that. And you can literally just copy this code. You don't have to remember all of this. I honestly don't. I don't remember how to do all of that with components. I remember the utilities, that's the important part, and the grid, but how to actually place all of this together is, honestly, I just come here, copy it, and modify as I need it. And likely you're going to do the same thing too. You're not going to be able to remember all of these components. So what I would like you to do is I would like you to spend probably about 20 minutes just going through these. You don't have to read through all of it, but look at some of these fun little examples that they have here. Look at these button groups. Nope, that's not the one I wanted to click. Let's look at dropdowns. There's a button dropdown just like that. What I want you to do is get a little bit familiar with some of these, not necessarily the code, but the example, just what kind of components Bootstrap comes with. Because in your final project, I want you to use a bunch of components, utilities, and a grid to make a web page. So spend about 20 minutes just reading through this and playing with some of the examples, just so you know what is possible. When you're done that, let's head on over to that next video where we're going to talk about your final project. Okay, welcome to your Bootstrap 5 final project. What I want you to do is click on themes, and it'll send you to themes.getbootstrap.com and find a theme and try to clone it. Now, some of these are pretty advanced, and I don't want you to pick anything that's too advanced. So let's pick something easy like this one. Let's click on live preview here, and I want you to try to create just a single page like this. So if I get rid of this bar here, we can see this exact page. Try to create a page like this. Now, the content in there could be anything. I want you to not worry about the content. Don't worry about the images or anything like that. It doesn't have to be a photo of a person. It doesn't have to have a nice little background in there, but it should have a good layout. So you need to use your grid system. You're going to want to use a navbar component, a jumbotron component, another grid system with 3 items in here, a bunch of cards, and these cards are probably going to look a little bit different than what you have with generic Bootstrap, and that's fine. You can totally use generic Bootstrap. You don't have to worry about customizing it. It has a title, it has a view all, it has all sorts of stuff in here, it has a little footer. I want you to try to replicate a page like this. When you are done that, I want you to then take a photo, or take a screenshot rather. Please don't take a photo with your phone, it's so hard to see, but take a screenshot of your project and share it with the class. Now, all in all, this whole thing should probably take you a few hours to work with if you're brand new to Bootstrap. And it does not by any means need to be perfect. It doesn't need to look amazing. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be functional. The other thing you want to make sure is that when you right-click on the page and go to inspect, let's go ahead and close that or make it smaller. It should be responsive. So what happens when you do this? It should be responsive. You see how all these sort of snapped down? Look at that. So there's 4 in a row, there's 2 in a row, now there's 1 in a row. I want you to work on things like that as well. This should take you a few hours. And those few hours are going to be very, very vital. A lot of websites in the world use Bootstrap. It is fundamental that you understand how Bootstrap works. Go ahead and try that out. And if you have any questions along the way, feel free to leave them down below and I'll be happy to answer them at any point in time. Have some fun with this. Make it yours. Own it. I want you to make sure that you are happy with what you're making. And it doesn't have to be about anything in particular. We're not worried about the content. But if the content gets you fired up, gets you excited, gets you motivated and inspired, feel free to pick a topic that you love. Maybe you love making popcorn and you want to make a website all about making popcorn and has a bunch of different tutorials in here about proper ways to make popcorn with a popcorn machine or something like that. Or maybe you love skateboarding or skiing or snowboarding. Maybe you like writing code. Maybe you're just excited to write code and you want to use this as like a developer blog. Go ahead and make anything you like. The important thing is that you use a lot of different components, such as a card. We have different buttons in here, which we didn't cover. So you're going to want to look at buttons as a component. There's a navigation with drop downs in here. You're going to want to take a look at that. There's what probably is Flexbox in here. So you have one item on the left and all your items are on the right. So you want to look at display flex and you want to make sure it's responsive. That's the hard part, is you want to make sure it's responsive. Now I would say just go step by step. So just work on making a navigation. It doesn't have to have all the same content either. It can have like one drop down and then like maybe a search box or something. Just one is fine. And then work on your hero section. That's this color section up here. Add a title, add some subtitle, maybe add a couple of buttons, add a nice photo or something if you want, or a background image. Then when you're done that and it's responsive, move on to this next section. Then when that's done and responsive, move on to the next section. Go ahead and try that out. You have my full support. I am 100%. I'm a 100% believer that you know everything you need to know now to use Bootstrap very efficiently. You learned all the hard parts and the components are the fun parts. So now you just get to work with the fun parts. So go ahead and have some fun with that. Last but not least, if you are interested in some support in a Facebook group, you can always join the Learning to Code Facebook group. We are here to help. You can ask any question regarding Bootstrap. You'll probably get an answer within 3 minutes, tops most likely. I also answer a lot of questions in the Learning to Code Facebook group. And please don't forget to take a screenshot of your entire page, or there's a little plugin here for Chrome at least. It's called Go Full Page, and it takes a screen capture, gets the whole page in there, and you can just like right click and copy or save that image and post it down below. Last but not least, I am Caleb Tallien. I have been your instructor in this course. I hope you have learned how to read through documentation and you feel comfortable with Bootstrap at this point in time. You can always follow me at Caleb Tallien on Twitter or coding.for.everybody on Instagram. Have some fun with this. Thanks for taking my course, and I hope to see you in another module of mine.